Hey guys, welcome to Straw Hat Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Luffy met sun god Nika and had multiple devil fruits power? Part 2. This story is Resurgence of the Pirate King by alenthedragon. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. The sea dragon cut through the Grand Line like a shadowy juggernaut, its black sails rippling proudly in the wind. With Usopp now aboard as their sniper, still dizzy from the whole Kuro trauma and Kaya promising to write him every day, Luffy made his next order loud and clear. Next stop, Dawn Island. Time to visit home. A few days later, Fuchsia Village, Dawn Island. The port was peaceful, the waters gentle, and the villagers of Fuchsia blinked in disbelief as a war galleon larger than anything they'd seen parked off their coast like a floating fortress. From it disembarked a wild crew of pirates, some human, some not, but all dangerous looking, and all following one smiling, Straw Hat Boy. Monkey D. Luffy. Makino, wiping down a table at her little bar, paused mid-motion when she heard that familiar voice shouting her name. Makino, I'm home. She turned, and nearly dropped her tray. Luffy? She gasped, running forward in joy. Luffy, you, my goodness. You've grown so much. She rushed out of the bar and hugged him tight like the boy never left. I missed you, she whispered, holding back tears. We all did. Luffy chuckled. I missed you too, and I brought friends. Cue the entrance. Zoro leaned on his sword, Kuina strolled beside him confidently, Sanji lit a cigarette with practiced flair, Brook twirled his cane, and the rest of the crew, Nami, Perona, Reiju, Pedro, Wanda, Jaws, Melissa, Hachi, and Usopp, descended in a colorful storm. Makino blinked. Oh my, you really have built a family. Yup. Luffy grinned. Then Perona casually slung an arm over his shoulder, smirking. And we're marrying him, she declared. Makino blinked again. Pardon? Yes, Reiju said sweetly, twirling her pink hair. We're all quite committed. Luffy will be the father of my beautiful children one day. He's mine first. Nami growled in her hybrid wolf form for just a second before blushing and composing herself. We share, okay? Makino swayed. I think I need a chair. Brook chose the worst possible moment to try a joke. Makino-san, may I see your panties? Yo-ho-ho-ho, bazap. A bolt of lightning crackled through the air and hit him square on the bony butt. Smoke curled from his spine. Oh. That wasn't very ladylike. Makino blinked again. Did that skeleton just ask me to? Yes, Sanji sighed. He's got a problem. Unfortunately for Sanji, he didn't help his case when he knelt down before Makino, taking her hand. Makino-san, you are beautiful. Please allow me to. Bonk. A steel frying pan materialized in Reiju's hands out of nowhere, and with the precision of a chef fed up with raw meat, she smashed Sanji over the head. Clang. He crumpled, twitching on the floor. That's for being a pervert in front of our hostess, and my little brother, you embarrassment. Luffy snorted, laughing so hard he fell off the bench outside the bar. Perona stuck her tongue out. You had that coming, Arrow Cook. Zoro looked at Kuina. I give it 10 minutes before he's back on his feet. 5 if there's food, she replied, deadpan. Makino, now seated and sipping a cup of water, smiled warmly despite the chaos. You've really found something special, Luffy. These people, they're insane. But they love you. Luffy scratched his head, blushing slightly. Yeah, I got lucky. Melissa tugged at Makino's dress. Do you got any sweets? Of course, sweetie. Makino smiled and walked her inside. As the crew gathered around for drinks and stories, the village of Fuchsia rang with laughter and warmth again, this time with pirates, fishmen, wolves, ghosts, royals, and a skeleton. And the best was yet to come. 2 months. That's how long they stayed on Dawn Island, anchored just off Fuchsia Village. And for 2 months, Luffy trained his crew like a demon possessed. He didn't hold back, not an inch, not even for the veterans. Lightning cracked across the mountaintop training grounds as Luffy, clad in his signature red vest and worn straw hat, roared across the clearing. Move or get fried. A bolt of golden electricity surged from his fingers, powered by the Guro Guro no Mi. and exploded against a tree stump where Usopp had been hiding. "Why is this training?" Usopp wailed, rolling out of the smoke with singed eyebrows. "Because I said so," Luffy smirked, spinning Ace, the legendary blade once wielded by Gol D. Roger, now resting proudly at his side. "You think Kaido's crew is gonna go easy on you?" He wasn't joking. From dawn to midnight, the Straw Hat Pirates trained, sparred, collapsed, and crawled. Except for 3 certain she-devils, who always had a trick up their sleeves. The unbeatable trio, Nami, Perona, and Reiju. Whenever Luffy tried pushing them as hard as the others, the results were predictable. "No special time with this until you stop being a tyrant," Reiju said coolly, twirling her hair. "You want cuddles or lightning, Captain?" Perona added with a ghost hovering behind her. "It's your choice, lover boy," Nami teased, brushing his chin in wolf hybrid form. "Either you're sweet, or you sleep alone." Luffy would groan and wave them off. Fine, you get a half-day break." Zoro muttered from a tree, "He's completely whipped." Sanji nodded solemnly. "I respect it." While the crew fought tooth and nail, Melissa spent her days with Makino, the quiet heart of Fuchsia. Makino taught her how to cook, read, and even how to dance a little. The little girl followed her everywhere, calling her Auntie Maki. Makino loved her like her own daughter. At night, they'd curl up together in a chair at the bar, a reminder that not all pirates were monsters. By the end of the second month, things had changed. Nami, during a heated spar against Luffy's full power storm barrage, exploded with rage, not at him, but at the pressure. Her scream cracked the air. Boom! A wave of willpower surged from her like a tidal wave. Birds fainted mid-flight. Pedro dropped his sword. Usopp screamed. Even Zoro widened his eyes. Luffy grinned. "So, you've got Conqueror's Haki too." Nami blinked. "Wait. What?" Reiju sighed. "Great. Guess I have to train harder now." 2 months later, with the crew lined up before him on the beach, Luffy stood tall, Ace strapped across his side, lightning quietly crackling around him, the straw hat casting a shadow over his confident smirk. Makino and Melissa sat under an umbrella watching with warm smiles. "All right," Luffy announced. "Time to make it official. These are your roles, and I don't want to hear any complaints." Straw Hat Pirate, official positions: Captain, Monkey D. Luffy. Haki. Conquerors, Armament, Observation, Devil Fruits. Gomu Gomu no Mi, Rubber Fruit. Guro no Mi, Lightning. Moa no Mi, Amplification, Techniques. Geppo, Shigen. Weapon. Ace, the sword once wielded by Gol D. Roger. Vice Captain. Pedro Haki, Armament, Observation Weapon, Twin Swords. Role. Tactical Support, Battle Coordinator, Veteran Warrior. Navigator. Nami Devil Fruit, Dog Fruit, Model. Hattie, Mythical Zone, Wolf of the Moon. Haki. Conquerors, Awakened, Armament, Observation. Weapon. Climatact and Zeus Special. Controls weather, storm manipulation, moon enhanced strength. Quartermaster. Jaws Haki. Armament, Observation Weapon, Warhammer. Special. Mountain level bite force, underwater transport using Laboon. Sniper. Usopp Haki. Observation, Learning. Role. Long range support, Engineer, Coward Hero. Head Cook. Sanji Haki. Armament, Observation Learning, Geppo. Combat. Black Leg Style Special, Emotional damage from Reiju's frying pan. Assistant Cook. Hachi Haki. Observation, Learning Armament. Style. 6 Sword Style. Role. Combat Cook, Good Vibes, Seafood Master. Reiju. Spy Master, Poison Expert Haki. Armament, Observation. Abilities. Poison Control, Infiltration, Assassination. Special. Stylish, Lethal, loves teasing Sanji to death. First Commander. Roronoa Zoro Haki. Armament, Observation. Swords. Shisui, Sandai Kitetsu Style, 2 Sword Style. Second Commander. Vanda Haki. Armament, Observation Weapon, Rapier. Style. Elegant Swordplay. Third Commander. Kuina Devil Fruit, Wind Fruit, Paramecia. Haki. Conquerors, Armament, Observation Weapon, Wado Ichimonji. Style: 1 sword, wind-enhanced slashes. 4th commander, Perona. Devil fruit. Hollow fruit hockey. Armament, observation. Role: ghost user, morale breaker, undead princess. 5th commander, musician, Brook. Devil fruit. Revive fruit hockey. Armament, observation. Weapon: soul sword. Cane roll. Music, Frostblade, comic relief. Cabin girl. Melissa role. Mascot, heart of the crew, future swordswoman. Special: Jaws riding buddy, Makino's apprentice. Mascot, underwater steed, Laboon. Role: travel and sea beast support. Special: can carry Jaws into submerged operations. As the crew cheered and struck poses, Makino clapped proudly, and Melissa raised her arms like a champion. Luffy placed a hand on the hilt of Ace, grinning. The sun was high over Mount Kalubo, and the forest rang with the usual chaos of Straw Hat training hell. Zoro and Kuina were clashing blades so fast the air sizzled. Sanji was leaping through the sky using partial Geppo while dodging flaming dishes thrown by Hachi. Jaws smashed a boulder with a warhammer the size of a cannon. Perona flew through ghost drills. And Nami, silver eyes blazing in her wolf hybrid form, was chasing Usopp and Brook around the clearing for, accidentally, spying during her bath again. Luffy stood at the center, arms folded, Ace sheathed across his back, electricity dancing along his shoulders as he barked orders between yawns and smirks. Usopp, if you trip again, I'm throwing you in the sea. Captain, mercy. Then it came. A sharp voice, full of urgency, cut through the noise. Luffy. Luffy turned just as Makino came sprinting up the trail, huffing slightly but with a wide-eyed expression. Right behind her was Melissa, her little boots thumping against the dirt as she waved. Papa. That single word made Sanji trip mid-flip, Kuina snort in surprise, and Brook's jaw clatter to the ground. Nami, Perona, and Reiju turned in unison, all smirking warmly. She's been calling us Mom too, Perona added with a sly grin. Reiju chuckled. It's quite endearing, almost feels like we're a real family. Luffy scratched his head, still blushing. I'm still getting used to it. Deal with it, Nami said, hands on her hips, she's ours now. Makino caught her breath, then grabbed Luffy's wrist. Luffy. You need to come to the village. Right now. You won't believe what you're about to see. Melissa tugged on his pants. It's a girl. She has white hair and horns. She said she's someone called Odin and wants to fight you. Luffy froze. His heart dropped. Odin? He looked to Makino. She nodded, serious. She says she's looking for the man named Monkey D. Luffy. And she's not exactly quiet about it. Suddenly, Luffy's eyes widened in realization. Oh crap, Yamato. Who is Yamato? Nami snapped, pinching his ear hard enough to spark armament hockey. Ow. Ow. I told you about her a year ago. Luffy yelped, pulling away. She's Kaido's daughter. The one I told you I wanted to recruit. Kaido's. What? Sanji shouted, leaping to his feet. Why is she here? Reiju raised a brow. She's Kaido's kid and she wants to fight? Perona sighed. Oh good. Another beautiful woman to fight over Luffy. Just what we needed. As the crew murmured in shock, a strange, warm presence stirred in Luffy's head. Told you, brat, whispered the voice of Nika, ancient and amused. Your path crosses with hers no matter the world. She escaped Kaido after overhearing Jack and Queen talk about your battle with them. As for how she found you. Fate's got a wicked sense of humor. Luffy clenched his fist, expression hardening. Yamato, he turned to his crew. Let's go. If she's really here, she came a long way. And she's probably not in the mood to wait. Fuchsia Village had seen many strange things over the years. Pirates, bandits, marines, even a dragon once, long story. But nothing prepared it for the group now striding in from the forest. Clad in new training gear, weapons at their sides, and confidence in every step, they marched down the dirt path like a small army. Luffy, wearing his straw hat proudly and Ace strapped across his side, led the charge with thunder sparking from his boots. Makino pointed toward the town square, where a crowd had gathered. And there she was. Standing in front of the well, towering over most of the villagers, was a woman with wild white hair, a majestic blue and white kimono, sharp red eyes, and 2 curved horns jutting from her head. Her presence radiated power and confusion. Yamato. As soon as the crew saw her, it hit them. Sanji and Brook's eyes turned into hearts the size of dinner plates. "My love!" Sanji shrieked, flipping through the air like a missile. A goddess descends to earth. "May I see your panties, goddess-san?" Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook added. Both were stopped instantly by Nami, Perona, and Reiju simultaneously kicking them into a conveniently placed cart of watermelons. The rest of the crew stared in awe. Even Zoro raised an eyebrow. "She's got a crazy aura." Kuina nodded slowly. "That's not Kaido's aura, but it's strong." Reiju crossed her arms. "She really is a looker." Perona floated near, chin resting on her hand. "I'm impressed. Those curves are not fair." Nami scoffed, folding her arms under her bust. "I mean, look at her. Even in that kimono, you can tell she's got a goddess-tier body." I'm jealous." Melissa blinked. "She's shiny." Jaws rumbled. "She smells like power." That's when the woman turned and locked eyes with Luffy. "Are you Monkey D. Luffy?" she asked, stepping forward. "That straw hat, it has to be you." Luffy scratched his head. "Yeah, that's me." The woman broke into a bright smile and bowed deeply. "I am Yamato. I escaped Onigashima, made it to Sabaody, and Rayleigh and Shocky pointed me here. I have come to join your crew." She pointed a finger at him with dramatic flair. "Because I am Kazuki Oden, and you're going to need me on your journey." Sanji blinked. "Wait. Hold on," Yamato beamed. "Also, thank you for beating Jack and Queen. I overheard them talking about you to my father before I escaped." She paused, then tilted her head. "Though, why does your jaw look weird?" Luffy didn't answer. He was too busy watching half of his crew freeze mid-breath. Nami, Reiju, Perona, wide-eyed. Zoro, Kuina, Jaws, stunned. Usopp, jaw on the floor. Brook, literal ghost mode from shock. And then, Sanji. He took one trembling step forward. Wait. Why, you're Kaido's daughter, right?" Yamato smiled. "I'm Kaido's son. I'm a man. I just look like this." Sanji turned white as a sheet. His cigarette fell from his lips. No. Please. I was in love. I was gonna propose," he whispered. "I called you a goddess." He fell to his knees, hands shaking. "I'm confused. I need to reevaluate everything." "Sanji, are you doubting your sexuality?" Jaws muttered dryly. "Yes." Perona burst out laughing and slapped her knee. "This is the best day ever." Nami looked Yamato up and down. "Okay. Yeah, I get it. I mean, if I didn't know any better." Yamato grinned. "Don't worry. You can still fall for me. I'm fine being everyone's Oden." Reiju smirked. "Oh, he's gonna have an identity crisis for a week." Luffy scratched his head again. "Welp, Yamato's here." Then he grinned wide. "Welcome aboard, Oden." After her dramatic arrival and declaration of being Kazuki Oden, Yamato stood proudly in Fuchsia Village's square, arms crossed, horned silhouette gleaming in the sun. Luffy, eyes narrowed but smiling, cracked his knuckles. "All right then. You wanna join?" Yamato nodded eagerly. "Yes, as Oden, I must sail with the Pirate King." Luffy tilted his hat up. "Cool, but first, we fight." Yamato's eyes lit up. "Yes." The villagers fled the square as 2 titans squared off. The Straw Hats watched from a safe distance, behind multiple layers of boulders, ghosts, and Zoro's sword aura. Yamato inhaled, her body flashing with cold mist, her mythical zone awakening. Dog fruit. Model. Okuchi no Mikami. She burst into hybrid form. A towering white-blue wolf woman cloaked in ice and wind, her kanabo humming with haki. Perona shrieked. "Wait. She has a dog fruit too?" Nami screamed louder. "Not fair. I'm supposed to be the only wolf girl." Luffy just laughed, entering gear 4th, Thunderman, black lightning sparking from his arms. "All right, Yamato. Let's go full out." Yamato grinned. "I wouldn't have it any other way." Crack. The shockwave of their first clash split the air. Yamato's Kanabo smashed into Luffy's fist, hockey and ice colliding with rubber and thunder. The battlefield turned into a whirlwind of frost blasts and amplified punches. Luffy zipped through the sky, bounced off a tree, and roared. Gum Gum Elephant Thundergun. Times 40. A storm of amplified fists and lightning came crashing down in a single devastating strike, flattening the earth. Yamato crashed through a hill, rolled once, then stood up laughing. That was amazing. Luffy panted, dropped from gear 4th, and gave her a tired thumbs up. You're in. Yamato, now a full-fledged member of the crew, had become family. She was especially close to Luffy, Nami, Reiju, Perona, Melissa, and Makino. Often found sleeping in their rooms, eating with them, training beside them, or stealing Luffy's meat. But there was one issue. She still insisted she was a man. Nami, Reiju, and Perona tried gently to convince her otherwise. You don't have to pretend to be someone else anymore, Nami said softly. You can still be strong and be a woman, Reiju added. You're already prettier than all of us, Perona muttered with a pout. Yamato blushed a little. I'll think about it. They were making progress, until Makino threw a party. The bar was packed. Drinks were flowing. Sanji and Brook were trying, and failing, not to drool every time Yamato smiled. Then it happened. Yamato, chugging her 5th mug of sake, slammed it on the table and yelled. You think I'm a girl? I'll show you I'm a man. And in one instant of chaos, she untied her kimono and exposed her completely bare chest to the entire bar. Nosebleeds. Everywhere. Zoro and Jaws got hit and went down instantly. Usopp exploded backward in a cloud of red mist. Brook's soul flew out of his skull twice. Sanji screamed, clutched his heart, and flatlined right on the table. Makino dropped her tray and fainted into Reiju's arms. Nami, Perona, and Reiju tackled Yamato to the floor like linebackers. What the hell are you doing? That's not proof you're a man, you idiot. You're gonna kill Sanji. Yamato blinked, confused. I just wanted to prove a point? Reiju sighed. Point made. And now we're all traumatized. Later that night, with everyone calmed down and Sanji breathing again, barely, Yamato sat outside the bar with Melissa curled up on her lap. Luffy sat next to her, arms folded behind his head. You okay? He asked. Yamato looked at him, thoughtful. I think I'm starting to get it. Maybe I'm not Odin. Maybe I'm just Yamato. Luffy smiled. Yamato's already strong. You don't have to be anyone else. Yamato smiled back, softly. Thanks, Luffy. Then she looked back toward the window and frowned. But I still don't trust that skeleton, or your cook. The moonlight bathed Fuchsia village in a soft silver glow, the air cool and quiet after the earlier bar catastrophe. Out behind Makino's bar, Luffy and Yamato sat on a grassy hill, just far enough from the laughter and drinking to hear the crickets. Melissa had fallen asleep inside with Makino. Everyone else was still recovering from Yamato's I'm a man moment and the ocean of nosebleeds that followed. Luffy lay on his back, arms behind his head, staring at the stars. Yamato sat beside him, knees pulled up, still hugging her sheathed kanabo. I never thought I'd feel free, she said after a long silence. Luffy tilted his head. You're free now. You're not chained up anymore. Yamato smiled softly, brushing a hand through her long white hair. Back in Onigashima, my dad never saw me as a daughter. I was locked away, beaten when I defied him, starved unless I agreed to be his perfect heir. The only thing that gave me hope was reading Odin's logbook. She looked down, voice quiet. Odin wasn't afraid. He stood up to monsters. He traveled the world. He wrote that anyone can be free. So I said, if my father calls me a monster, then I'll become Odin. Luffy sat up, staring at her with a calm seriousness rare for him. You're not a monster, Yamato. You're just someone who needed to believe in something stronger than her pain. She turned to him, eyes shimmering with something soft and new. And now, I don't have to be Odin anymore, she whispered, because now I'm just Yamato. She leaned closer, face burning pink, and since I'm a girl now, I can do this. And without waiting for permission, she kissed him. Soft, hesitant, a little awkward, but warm and full of real emotion. Luffy's eyes widened, then slowly closed as he returned the kiss. The air felt still. Then, "So Luffy, we finally got a new play toy?" Luffy flinched. Yamato jumped. A spotlight-sized flashlight cut through the dark, held by Nami, standing just downhill with a deadly smirk. Next to her floated Perona, cackling ghostly. Well, looks like the wolf has some game," Perona said. "And Yamato, girl, I gotta say, your boobs are amazing." Yamato turned red as a tomato. What? Nami stalked forward, eyes gleaming. "No secrets in this crew. Got it? You're with us now." She grabbed Yamato by the cheeks, yanked her down, and gave her a slow, possessive kiss. Yamato made a sound somewhere between a gasp and a moan before Nami pulled back. "Welcome to the club, girlfriend." Luffy blinked, still reeling from both kisses. "Wait, what just?" Reiju stepped out of the shadows, sipping wine. "I knew this would happen," she said. Perona floated lazily in a heart pose. "Yamato, welcome to hell. It's fun, it's flirty, and it's very hands-on." Yamato, overwhelmed and red-faced, collapsed back onto the grass, groaning. "I don't even know what team I'm playing for anymore." Luffy laid beside her, grinning stupidly. "You're on my team." The first rays of dawn painted the horizon gold, casting a soft glow over the peaceful clearing behind Makino's bar. The air smelled of wildflowers and dew, and birds chirped somewhere in the distance. Luffy blinked, his eyes opened slowly, the weight of sleep still clinging to him. His arm was under Reiju, and Nami had her leg draped across his waist. Perona snored faintly, hugging a floating ghost plushie like a pillow. But sitting up nearby, already awake, was Yamato. Hair tousled, the light catching in her horns. She stared off at the sunrise with a quiet, thoughtful expression. She smiled as soon as she noticed Luffy waking. "Good morning. My Toki." Luffy blinked. "Toki? Who's that?" Yamato chuckled softly and leaned in, kissing him gently on the lips. Lady Toki was Odin's beloved, she explained, brushing his hair out of his face. "She was a time traveler. Just like you, in a way." Luffy stared. "Time traveler?" "She ate the time fruit," Yamato said. "She came from the distant past and leapt through time until she met Odin. She gave everything to protect Wano. And her children. To me, she was a symbol of patience and strength." She smiled wistfully. "And now I have you. Someone who comes from a different time. Who carries a past the world doesn't remember." Luffy looked down, lips pressing into a line. Yamato tilted her head. "But, why do you want to ally with my father? Why someone like Kaido?" Luffy sighed. "I didn't, at first." He sat up slowly, careful not to wake Nami or Reiju. "In the timeline I came from, I fought Kaido. I fought him hard. We clashed for days. I lost a lot of people. But during that fight, something changed." He looked up at Yamato. "He respected me, and I respected his strength. I hated him for what he did to Wano, but I understood his pain." Yamato's brow furrowed. "But, Odin. He didn't shoot Odin to kill him," Luffy interrupted. "He shot him to end his suffering. Kaido respected Odin so much, it scared him. He didn't want to see Odin die slowly, screaming in a pot. So he gave him mercy. The world doesn't know that." Yamato looked stunned, her eyes wide. "And there's more," Luffy continued. "Kaido wasn't always a monster. He used to sail on a ship called Rocks, with Whitebeard, Big Mom, Shiki, Captain John. The worst of the worst." Yamato's mouth fell open. "Wait, my dad sailed with Whitebeard and Big Mom?" Luffy nodded. "They were all on the same ship. The Rocks pirates. Back then, they weren't even Yonko. Just monsters looking for power. But Kaido saw what they became, and chose his own path." Yamato slowly lowered her gaze. I never knew any of this." "I wouldn't have either," Luffy said. "But I lived through it once. And I know this. Next time we meet your dad, he'll be begging for your forgiveness." She stared at him, heart racing. "You really believe that?" Luffy nodded. "Yeah. Because you'll be stronger than him. Not just in strength, but in who you are." Yamato leaned closer, eyes warm. "Then I trust you, my Toki." She kissed him again, this time longer. In the background, Nami mumbled in her sleep, No more wolf girls in the bed." Perona stirred, hugging her ghost tighter. Unless she brings snacks. Reiju sighed without opening her eyes. I swear if she's hogging Luffy already, I'm poisoning someone's lipstick. Luffy just laid back and grinned up at the clouds. This family was chaos, and he wouldn't trade it for anything. The sun was rising over Fuchsia village, casting golden light through the open windows of Makino's bar. The crew was slowly waking up and getting dressed, some more grumpy than others after a very cozy night on the floor cushions, bedrolls, and stolen pillows. Luffy yawned, still shirtless, his straw hat tilted lazily on his head as he stretched. Nami pulled on her vest. Reiju reapplied poison lipstick while humming, and Perona floated in a cloud of goth and bed hair. Yamato tied up her kimono awkwardly, cheeks still pink from the girlfriend initiation the night before. They all descended the stairs into the bar, just as Sanji came skipping out of the kitchen with a tray of morning tea and eggs. He caught sight of Yamato holding hands with Luffy and nearly dropped the tray into orbit. "Why, God? Why do you keep testing me?" Sanji wailed, falling to his knees with tears shooting out of his eyes like geysers. Brook, trying to comfort him, placed a bony hand on his shoulder. There, Sanji-san. I too understand the pain of eternal loneliness, yo-ho-ho-ho." Yamato raised an eyebrow, smirked slightly, and crossed her arms. "Don't worry, Sanji," she teased. "At least you've got your friend Brook. You two can be alone together, forever." Critical hit. She just friend-zoned us both at once. Sanji screamed as he and Brook huddled in a corner, crying anime-style rainclouds over their heads. Reiju chuckled. "Ouch. Brutal." Nami sipped her tea. "She's one of us now. That kind of teasing is a love language." That's when Melissa came bounding into the room, arms raised. "Yay. Yamato is mom number 4 now." Everyone froze mid-sip. Yamato blinked. "Wait, what?" Nami nearly spat her tea. Reiju snorted. "She just numbers us now." Perona looked mildly offended. "I better be number 2. Yamato crouched down, blushing, and looked Melissa in the eye. You don't have to call me Mom." Melissa hugged her. "But I want to. You're nice and strong and scary when you yell, just like Mama Nami." Yamato scratched her head awkwardly. "You're a strange little squirt, but I like you." Just then, the sound of a ship horn blew across the village port. Luffy blinked and looked toward the window. "Huh?" From the docks, a noble vessel bearing the seal of House Altera lowered its sails. The crew rushed outside to see the ship finishing docking, and standing on the deck in a long white coat, hair fluttering, was Cornelius Altera, Kaya's father. Right beside him, stepping into the morning sun with poise and confidence, was Kaya? Usopp's voice cracked as he shouted, eyes bulging. The blonde girl turned instantly, spotting him. "Usopp," she cried, waving with both hands. "I missed you." She ran down the gangplank and threw herself into a full-speed hug, right into Usopp's chest, nearly knocking him over. He staggered back, staring at her like she was a stranger. This wasn't the sickly, delicate Kaya from 6 months ago. This Kaya was glowing, healthy, tan, dressed in a flowing white coat over a tight black dress, her eyes sparkling with confidence and her hair done up in noble waves. She had filled out just enough to make Usopp feel very self-conscious. Zoro nudged Sanji. "Still want to cry about Yamato?" Sanji stood up from his corner, eyes burning. "Kaya Swan. You've become a lady of grace and beauty." Usopp smacked him in the face with a slingshot. "Back off, chef." Luffy stepped forward, arms crossed with a big grin. "Glad you made it, Kaya." Cornelius stepped off the ship behind her, nodding to Luffy. "As promised, I brought everything you asked for. The invitations are out. The nobles are coming. And so are Sabo's parents." Luffy's eyes narrowed slightly. "Good. Time to shine some light on rotten roots." The Sea Dragon was docked proudly beside Cornelius Altera's private manor estate, which had been completely converted into a fortress of velvet banners, white lilies, and golden garlands. The noble banquet was just days away. But before the storm came a moment of clarity: Cornelius's apology. In the shade of the garden terrace, Cornelius stood with Luffy under the orange-pink glow of sunset. The noble bowed his head respectfully. "Luffy, I want to apologize. I know you asked for this party months ago, but things of this nature, they take time." Luffy nodded, arms crossed but smiling. It's okay, old man. I get it. Nobles are slower than molasses. Cornelius chuckled. Quite. And yes, the invitations have been sent. To the Goa nobles, to Admiral Garp, and his adjutant. Luffy grinned wide, adjusting the straw hat on his head. Good. Wouldn't be a party without Gramps. The dressing room doors flung open, and Yamato stepped out wearing a sleeveless, pale blue kimono-style gown with silver embroidery. Her white hair was styled up with an ice flower pin, and her horns shimmered with subtle polish. Everyone froze. Even Zoro's sword slipped from his hand. Usopp dropped his goggles. Brook's soul popped out of his body and clung to the ceiling. Luffy's jaw nearly hit the floor. Yamato, he whispered. Is it too much? She asked, cheeks red. I wanted to look like a real woman for once. Nami stared, wide-eyed. Girl, you're not real. You're a divine spirit that got lost on Earth. Perona, floating beside Reiju, slowly clapped. Okay, you win. You're hot. I admit defeat. Reiju smirked. Welcome to the dangerously beautiful club. Yamato laughed shyly. You all really think it looks good? Luffy smiled warmly. Yamato, you look perfect. At sunrise, a massive marine warship docked at the port. 3 figures stepped off. Admiral Monkey D. Garp, in full dress whites, munching rice crackers like a menace. Captain Belle Mere, in a black coat and blue blouse, hands on her hips and one eye narrowed. Sergeant Najiko, dressed in marine blues, sunglasses perched on her head, radiating chill badass energy. The Straw Hats stood in formation near the docks as Garp approached. He scanned the group and whistled. Damn, brat. You really went and put together a crew that could give me a headache. Luffy chuckled. That's the idea. Garp looked at Jaws, Kuina, Pedro, Brook, and the rest, then at Nami. He gave a grandfatherly smile. Glad to see you still got her with you. Luffy rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, well. Then he turned, gestured wide. Gramps, this is Perona, Reiju, and Yamato. Garp blinked. Belle Mere blinked. Najiko adjusted her sunglasses. Wait, Belle Mere said slowly. Did he just say 4? Garp shouted. 4 girls? Luffy nodded nervously. Yeah. Garp's eyes turned into glowing suns. My grandson has 4 girls. He jumped into the air and landed in a pose like a wrestling champ. Truly, he is a man among men. Wham! A hockey-imbued fist rocketed down on Garp's head, courtesy of Belle Mere, whose eyes twitched. You stubborn old goat. Don't go praising him like some brothel pimp. Garp hit the ground with a crunch, twitching. Najiko just muttered, he deserved that. Nami smirked proudly. That's our family. Yamato leaned toward Luffy. Do they always act like this? Luffy chuckled, slipping his arm around her waist. Only when they're in a really good mood. With the ballroom nearly ready and the noble banquet just one night away, the courtyard of the Altera estate buzzed with energy. The Marines and Straw Hats had taken a break from dress rehearsals and etiquette drills. Reiju faked choking just to get out of one. And gathered in the sunny garden to introduce the family, as Luffy so casually put it. Standing with arms behind his head and that goofy, confident grin, Luffy gestured to the group behind him. Gramps, Belle Mere, Najiko, these are my girlfriends. Garp, sitting on a bench eating meat buns, paused mid-chew. You mean besides Nami? He asked, raising a brow. Nami smirked. Still number 1, Gramps. Luffy nodded. Yeah, so this is Perona. Perona floated forward with a lazy spin. And she's got ghost powers. Wanna see? Before anyone could object, she pointed at Brook, who was mid-sip of ghost tea. Negative hollow. FWOOM. Brook collapsed instantly, face buried in the ground, muttering. I'll never be anything, I'm a disappointment, even my afro is sad. Garp blinked. What the hell was that? Perona grinned. My charm. Next, Reiju stepped forward, elegant and smug as ever. And I'm Reiju. Pleasure to meet you all. Belle Mere tilted her head. Wait a sec, Reiju. Reiju what? Luffy answered for her. Vinsmoke. Silence. Garp's meat bun fell out of his mouth. Belle Mere dropped her cigarette. Najiko actually pulled her sword halfway out on instinct. Vinsmoke Reiju? Belmere shouted, as in Germa 66? Reiju raised a finger, smiling. Former. I left that life behind. Now I only poison people for fun. Garp squinted at Luffy. You're dating a Vinsmoke? Luffy shrugged. She's hot and strong. What's the problem? Can't argue that, Garp muttered. Yamato stepped forward, serene in her new royal kimono, and bowed politely. I'm Yamato. And I'm very happy to be here. Belmere gave a little nod. Nice to meet you, sweetheart. Najiko smiled. Beautiful dress. Yamato hesitated, then decided to just rip the bandage off. My father is Kaido of the Beasts. Garp dropped a full rice cracker. Belmere's eyes went the size of cannonballs. Najiko's jaw unhinged like she was trying to eat a sea king. Garp stood slowly. Kaido? Yamato nodded. Yes, but I'm not like him. I'm Yamato. Just Yamato. Perona floated by. She's also hot. Welcome to our team. Later that evening, Nami ran over and hugged Najiko, laughing in excitement. Sis. You look so cool in that marine uniform. You look insane in that dress, Najiko smirked. Wanna spar? You know it. Belmere facepalmed. You two just met again and now you're going to fight? Luffy chuckled. This is normal. In the open courtyard, the sisters squared up. Nami's claws shimmered with moonlight from her mythical zone powers, and Najiko's stance was marine polished and powerful. Garp and Belmere watched with crossed arms. She's been training under us, Belmere said proudly. Luffy winced. Quote. Poor girl. The spar began. Nojiko launched a flurry of rapid strikes. Clean, disciplined, and ruthless. But then Nami's eyes flashed silver, and boom, a shockwave exploded from her body. Conqueror's Haki. Even Garp raised an eyebrow. She awakened it? Huh. Nami didn't stop. Her claws glowing under the moonlight, and unleashed her new signature move. Moonclaw burst. A wave of slicing wind and glowing energy knocked Najiko flat. Najiko lay on her back, groaning. Okay, you win. As things cooled down and everyone clapped, Melissa wandered over to the marine trio with big, curious eyes. Hi. Belmere smiled. Well, hey there, kiddo. Are you my aunt? She asked Najiko, tilting her head. Najiko blinked. Melissa turned to Belmere. Are you my grandma? Belmere. Wait, and you? She looked up at Garp, your great-grandpa. Everyone froze. Garp turned beet red. What? Hey, I'm not that old. Belmere growled, Grandma. Melissa giggled and hugged all three of them. They didn't stand a chance. Garp melted into a pile of mush. She's too precious, I can't be mad. Belmere sighed and picked Melissa up. Fine. I'll allow it, but call me Aunt Belle. Melissa nodded. Okay, Grandma Belle. Belmere. I give up. The sun had just dipped behind the treetops, painting the sky a crimson gold as the party calmed down in the Altera Estates courtyard. Amidst the soft laughter, the crackle of meat cooking, and Melissa dancing around with ghost balloons, Garp's eyes fell on Luffy's side. More specifically, on the sword strapped across it. A long blade with gold detailing and insignia along the hilt. Ace. Garp stepped forward slowly, his brows furrowed deep. That sword, he muttered, voice thick with disbelief. I've seen that before. Luffy blinked. Oh? This? He casually unslung it and held it out. Rayleigh gave it to me. Said, it used to belong to the Pirate King. Garp took the blade in his hand, and froze, everyone around quieted. Najiko and Belmere turned with wide eyes, even Brook stopped playing his violin. This is Roger's sword, Garp whispered. I saw him wield it on God Valley. He looked up at Luffy, stunned, and he gave it to you? Luffy nodded, casually grabbing a meat skewer. Yeah, said it was time the blade chose its next king. Garp exhaled slowly and handed it back. That damn old man. Then, from behind them, Yamato stepped forward, her expression serious. Admiral Garp, she said with a respectful bow. May I ask, what really happened at God Valley? Garp paused, then glanced sideways at Luffy. You told her? Luffy nodded. Bits of it. About rocks. About Kaido. About why I think, maybe, just maybe, he can change. Garp's jaw clenched. You still believe that? Yeah, Luffy said firmly. Kaido's a monster, but even monsters get tired of being alone. Garp studied his grandson's face, saw no hesitation, no doubt. Just belief. Then she deserves the truth, Garp said, turning to Yamato. He took a seat beside the courtyard fountain, everyone slowly gathering around. Even Perona floated closer, unusually quiet. It was chaos, Garp began, voice low and grave. A secret island. Celestial dragons used it for slave auctions. Untouchable by the law. He closed his eyes, and then rocks attacked. He looked at Yamato. Your father. Big Mom. Whitebeard. Shiki. Captain John. Silver Axe. Ochaku. The worst pirates in the world, all on one ship under a lunatic named Rox D. Zebek. Yamato swallowed. And you fought them. Me. And Roger. Garp's voice dropped further. We weren't allies. We hated each other. But for that moment, we had the same goal. Stop Rox before the world burned. He looked Yamato in the eyes. But here's what you don't know. The Rox crew turned on each other. Luffy glanced up. That part one didn't know. Garp nodded. They couldn't take it anymore. Even monsters like Big Mom and Whitebeard saw that Rox was too far gone. He wanted to kill everyone. Rule the world with blood. So a deal was made. Garp's fists tightened. Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom. They all betrayed Rox. Turned on him mid-battle. Shiki tried to protect him, but it was too late. Roger and I finished the job, but only because those lunatics helped us. Yamato's eyes were wide, her breathing sharp. My father betrayed his own captain? Not out of honor, Garp said bitterly, out of fear. Rox didn't care about loyalty. He only cared about power. And when Kaido realized he was just another pawn, he snapped. He looked her straight in the face. Your father didn't become a tyrant because of strength. He became one because he was afraid of ever being weak again. Yamato staggered back, processing. All this time, she had seen Kaido as unbeatable. Unshakable. The shadow looming over Wano like an iron god. Now, he was afraid, she whispered. Luffy stood beside her, placing a hand on her shoulder. He's not who he used to be. I saw that during our fight in the old timeline. Deep down, there's something left. Garp snorted. Maybe. But don't let your guard down, Yamato. A wounded beast is the most dangerous of all. Yamato straightened, eyes gleaming with resolve. Then I'll face him. Not as Odin, but as Yamato. And I'll make him see me. Garp gave a slow nod. You're stronger than he ever was, kid. The Altera Estate's grand hall glittered with gold and polished crystal. The nobles of the Goa kingdom mingled beneath chandeliers, sipping expensive wine and laughing behind fans and masks. Tables overflowed with delicacies. Musicians played soft violin in the background. It was everything a noble party should be, pretentious, hollow, and fake. Garp stood near one of the central tables, arms crossed and scowling. He looked like a bear in a ballroom. Luffy, dressed sharply in a black coat with his straw hat still on, leaned beside him, lazily sipping from a wine glass. Garp gave him a sideways glance. You hate this crap too, huh? Yeah, Luffy muttered. But this ain't just a party, Gramps. Then Luffy's eyes narrowed. Across the room, 3 people entered. A wealthy-looking man in a white cape adorned with gold trim. A woman with a nose so far in the air she might suffocate. And beside them, a young, overly groomed boy with perfectly styled hair and an arrogant sneer. Sabo's parents, and his replacement brother, Luffy stood upright. Garp followed his gaze. That them? Yep. Luffy handed Garp his glass. Hold this. The room continued with its empty chatter until Luffy began walking across the floor. Luffy reached the trio and smiled calmly, utterly unbothered. Hey, he said, voice smooth. You should try the wine. I hear it's good. Sabo's brother wrinkled his nose. A pirate. Sabo's father, Outlook 3, gave him a condescending once-over. You dare speak to us, you filthy peasant? Garp winced. Luffy tilted his head, still smiling. Ooh, coming from a celestial pig lover, that's rich. Silence. Absolute silence. Forks froze mid-bite. Wineglasses trembled. One noble dropped her fan. Outlook the Third's face turned purple. He stammered, "You." Then his eyes widened. He recognized the straw hat. "You're him." Luffy stepped closer, his aura darkening. "Yeah, me." He leaned in, voice now low and lethal. "Tell me, Outlook, how does it feel to burn poor people alive and laugh while your own son is blown up by a celestial dragon?" Outlook paled instantly. What are you talking about?" Luffy's eyes blazed with hockey. "You watched the gray terminal burn. You bribed the guards. You locked the gates. You threw Sabo away like trash. And when that ship fired on him, you smiled." His voice dropped into a growl. "He died screaming, and you didn't lift a finger." Outlook took a step back, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. The nobles were frozen. Garp stared silently. Belle Mare's hand went to her sword. Najiko clenched her fists. Reiju, Nami, and Yamato stood like queens behind Luffy, radiating silent fury. Luffy straightened and stepped back. "I'm not here to kill you, Outlook." He turned to the crowd, raising his voice. "I'm here to let everyone see what kind of noble you really are." Outlook opened his mouth to defend himself, but the crowd had already turned against him. Murmurs rippled. Eyes glared, and Sabo's mother fainted on the spot. The ballroom had gone still. Monkey D. Luffy stood calm as a storm, arms folded, straw hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Outlook 3, Sabo's father, pale and shaking, tried to salvage what pride he had left. This isn't true. Lies. All lies." But when his eyes locked with the towering figure approaching from the other side of the room, his voice faltered. "Admiral Garp. The hero of the Marines. The fist of justice." Outlook stumbled toward him, grasping desperately. "Admiral Garp, please, help me. This peasant is threatening a noble. You know what we represent, the order." Garp looked at him, and something ancient and cold burned behind his eyes. "That kid, Sabo, he was like a grandson to me." The weight of those words crashed through the hall like a hammer. Garp raised his voice. "And I've got proof. Proof that you, and all your sniveling noble friends, here, bribed guards to lock the gates, left the poor of Gray Terminal to burn alive, and then celebrated it with wine and steak." Gasps echoed. Some nobles turned pale. Others began to sweat through their gold-threaded collars. Belle Mere stepped forward, pulling out a document. "Signed and sealed," she said coldly. "Procured and verified. Every bribe, every name." Garp nodded and pointed at the crowd. "So?" His voice boomed like a war drum. "Care to fess up, or do I have to send every single one of you to impel down? I'm an admiral. I can do that." Silence. Then, chaos. "It was Outlook's idea. He made us do it. We didn't know it would go that far. Please, Admiral, mercy, we have families." They were the ones who paid the guards, not me. Fingers flew. Nobles turned on each other like rabid dogs. Every single one of them pointed at Outlook and his family. It was his fault. They shouted in unison. "Please, don't send us to impel down. It was his plan." Outlook collapsed to his knees, his powdered wig slipping sideways. We're nobles. You can't." Garp stepped forward and looked him dead in the eye. "I don't give a damn about your title. You betrayed your own son. You let innocence burn. And now, justice comes." He turned toward Belle Mere and Najiko. "Take him, and every noble who signed." Belle Mere saluted. "With pleasure." Melissa, peeking in from behind a column with wide eyes, ran over to Luffy and hugged his leg. "They're gonna be locked up forever, right?" Luffy smiled down at her and ruffled her hair. "Yeah, squirt. No more fires. No more monsters in silk coats." Garp crossed his arms and smirked at his grandson. "You've really grown up, huh?" Luffy grinned. "I'm not done yet." The nobles were gone. Dragged out in chains and shame. The banquet hall stood quiet now, the lights dimmed, the guests dismissed, and the final echoes of justice still lingering in the air. Out on the balcony, under a sky full of stars, Garp and Luffy stood alone. The sea breeze rolled in, soft and salty. Somewhere below, the crew celebrated. Nami and Perona had stolen a crate of wine. Yamato was showing Melissa how to swing her kanabo properly, which terrified Sanji. Brook played a soft tune on the violin. Luffy leaned on the railing, staring out at the moonlit waves. 6 more months, he said quietly. Then I set sail again. I'll make my move on my 21st birthday. Garp grunted beside him. About time. You've been building up something big. Luffy chuckled. You haven't seen anything yet. Garp turned and looked his grandson in the eyes. You remember what you owe me? Luffy blinked. No? My damn apprentice. Luffy grinned wide. Oh, that. Yeah. I'll send someone, eventually. A small giggle interrupted them. Melissa came running up the steps, her little boots clacking. Grandpa Garp. She ran into Garp's arms, and for once, the old warhound softened completely. He hugged her tightly, eyes closing for a moment. You behave, little squirt, he said with a rumble. And Luffy. He turned with a death glare, if one hair on her head gets hurt. He leaned in, voice full of iron. You are dead. Luffy raised his hands. Geez, I know, I'm not Ace. Garp snorted and gave Melissa one last squeeze before setting her down gently. As Garp stepped back, he sighed. Sangoku's gonna want a report on all this. Especially your crew. I figured, Luffy said casually. He reached into his coat and pulled out a thick folder, clean, black, and stamped with a straw hat symbol. He handed it over. Garp raised an eyebrow and flipped it open. Inside. Names, bios, powers, devil fruits, ranks, hockey levels, combat styles, even crew pairings and ship logistics. All laid out like a marine dossier. This is organized? Nami and Pedro made me do it, Luffy shrugged. They said, if we're baiting a world government dog, we may as well dangle the meat properly. Garp narrowed his eyes. Quote. Bait. Luffy's grin grew fangs. For the magma mutt. Akainu. Garp's face darkened instantly. A slow, wicked smile crept across his weathered features. He's still pissed I took the admiral job, Garp said darkly. And now my grandson is building a crew this stacked. He'll smell blood. Luffy laughed. Exactly. He turned to face Garp, eyes sharp. Let him come. He'll think it's a chance to crush me, to wipe out my crew, to prove he's better. Luffy cracked his knuckles. I won't kill him, not yet. He stepped into the moonlight, eyes blazing like twin suns. But I will break every bone in his body. Garp just grinned back, proud and a little terrified. Damn right, you will. Luffy leaned against the stone railing, looking out toward the distant sea. Garp stood beside him, arms crossed. He was still processing the fallout of the banquet, but he knew his grandson. When Luffy got quiet like this, it meant another storm was coming. He didn't have to wait long. Luffy's voice cut through the silence. Gramps. I'm not just setting sail in 6 months. Garp raised an eyebrow. No, I'm claiming territory. Garp blinked. Luffy didn't stop. Dawn Island. Kokoyashi Island. Gecko Island. All 3 will be under my flag by the time I set sail. Garp whistled low. You planning to fly the skull and straw right in front of the Marines? Yup, Luffy said casually. I'm not hiding anymore. Not who I am. Not what I stand for. I'm gonna protect the people here better than any Marine base or royal puppet ever did. Garp looked at him long and hard. And that's not all, is it? Luffy smirked. Nope. He leaned in closer and whispered something into Garp's ear. The old man's eyes went wide as cannonballs. He staggered back and screamed. Makino. Shush. Luffy slapped a hand over his mouth. Not so loud, old man. Garp yanked Luffy's hand away. You want to put a bartender on the throne of Goa Kingdom? Luffy nodded with a gleam in his eye. She's kind, smart, and has more guts than that sorry excuse of a king ever did. And I've got good arguments to keep her there. Garp raised an eyebrow. Which are? She's loved by the people, already runs the only place in Goa worth visiting, knows everyone in the capital and the Grey Terminal, and she raised me better than the king raised his own son. Also, Luffy added, rubbing his chin, she's hot, that helps. Garp palmed his face. You idiot, but then, he laughed. A real, roaring laugh. Ha! You know what, Luffy? He turned to face him fully. Even if I should stop you, I'm not gonna. Luffy blinked. Wait, really? Garp's grin sharpened. This whole world needs a shake-up. That king in Goa, he's weak. Cowardly. Keeps the nobles fat while kids burn in the trash heap. If you've got the strength to protect people, use it. He slammed a fist into his palm. And we made a deal, didn't we? Luffy nodded. Yeah, to never let that future happen again. Garp's voice turned gravelly. Then do it. Be the change. Lead like they never could. He glanced up at the stars, eyes twinkling like a younger man. And I can't wait to see Sangoku's face when he hears. First, you arrested every noble in Goa, then you deposed the king. And now you're crowning a sweet bartender queen of the kingdom. Luffy cackled. He's gonna lose his mind. Garp just smirked. Good. He's overdue. The music inside the Altera estate picked up again as Garp returned to the banquet, bellowing about meat, justice, and how many nobles he'd punched in his career. Out on the balcony, Luffy remained for a few seconds longer, gazing into the stars, planning, calculating, building an empire from the shadows of freedom. Then he heard heels clicking, and giggles. Luffy. He turned around just in time to see Nami and Perona approach, cheeks flushed, eyes glinting with wine and wicked intent. Nami leaned into his arm, wrapping it between her cleavage. So, you told your Gramps, huh? Luffy grinned. Yep, and he didn't even punch me for once. Perona floated around behind him, arms coiling around his shoulders from behind. So when do we start taking over the East Blue, honey? Luffy raised an eyebrow, cocky as ever. 1 month. I haven't told Gramps everything yet. Some of it's gonna blow his old marine brain wide open. Nami slid a finger down his chest. I still can't believe your plan to put Makino on the throne, and you're pulling the "she's my big sister and Shanks's lover" card? Luffy smirked. SSSHHH. That's a secret. Even she doesn't know yet. It'll be part of the reveal. Perona raised her eyebrows. Since when are you so calculating? Luffy grinned, tapping his head. The Moa Moa no mi. It doesn't just amplify my strength. It boosts my brainpower too. I think faster. See things more clearly. I'm still me, just sharper. Nami purred, lips brushing his jawline. Well, let's see what else it amplifies. Perona grinned wide. We were hoping you'd say that. With zero warning, the two girls grabbed him by the collar, dragged him across the hallway, and yanked him into a nearby broom closet. The door slammed shut with a loud click. Inside, it was dark, except for the faint pink glow of Perona's ghost aura and the moonlight from a tiny vent above. Luffy chuckled nervously. Girls, this closet's not very. Nami pulled his hat off and kissed him. Shush. Perona followed. Let the Moa Moa brain rest. Luffy barely had time to grin before the mop bucket tipped over in the dark, and the real party began. Elsewhere in the hallway, Yamato passed by with a wine glass and blinked at the door. She paused, listened, then turned red. Should I wait my turn or knock? 1 month later. The sea wind howled. Waves slammed against the base of the high cliffs of Dawn Island, where the stars burned bright and cold in the night sky. The sea dragon sat at port, her sails folded, her hull glowing in the moonlight. The crew slept soundly in preparation for tomorrow. But one man stood alone. At the edge of the cliff, cloak snapping in the wind, hand resting on the hilt of Ace, was Monkey D. Luffy. No straw hat on his head tonight, no laughter in his voice. Only fire in his eyes. He stared into the horizon like he could see the whole world from there. And maybe he could. This time, Luffy murmured, I won't fail. He clenched his fists. Ace, Sabo, I'll stop them all. Akainu. Teach. This time, I'll stop them before it begins. He thought back to the moment it all started to unravel. The chaos, the war, the loss. If I could just stop Teach from getting the Yami Yami no mi, none of this would have happened. Then, a voice, warm, ancient, teasing. Nika. True. But you don't know where the fruit is. And neither do I. Luffy frowned. Then what do I do? Nika laughed in his head. Let it happen. Luffy blinked. What? Let it happen, Nika repeated. You're stronger now. Smarter. More complete. Teach might get his little gravity toy. But he doesn't have the Guro no Mi this time. And he doesn't have 2 years to master anything. Nika's voice dropped into a growl of pure amusement. You could wipe the floor with that fat slob. Luffy grinned slightly, lightning sparking off his fingertips. You're right. Of course I am. And think about it. Back then, you were unprepared. But now? Nika's voice curled with wicked joy. Now you've got armament hockey strong enough to punch through Kaido's hide. You've got Conqueror's hockey like a blade. You've got the Moa no Mi to amplify it all. And most of all? Luffy's eyes lit up with cold determination. You're no longer chasing fate. You're riding it. Luffy smirked. So, I let that bastard take the fruit. Yup. And then when he thinks he's invincible, you gift wrap his sorry ass, Nika said with a grin, and hand deliver him to Whitebeard. Luffy laughed. A low, dangerous sound. Think that'd earn me points with the old man? If you bring him down alive, might just earn you a seat at the table, or a family you never expected. Luffy turned his eyes to the sea. The wind blew stronger now. Tomorrow, the sails would rise. Tomorrow, the shadow dragon would take flight. And Teach. He'd finally learn what it felt like to be hunted. The wind rolled heavy off the sea cliffs of Dawn Island. Luffy stood, cloak rustling, staring out into the horizon one last time before his new era began. But suddenly, his eyes narrowed. A powerful aura surged into the edge of his observation hockey. Calm, deadly, wrapped in silence and revolution. He didn't even flinch. Hello, Dad. From the shadows of the trees behind him, a figure stepped into view. A long, dark cloak. Wind tattoo on the side of his face. The air around him thick with intent and command. Monkey D. Dragon, the world's most wanted man. He pulled down his hood, revealing sharp green eyes and that unmistakable family jawline. Hello, Luffy, he said with a faint smile. You've gotten older. Luffy sighed, folding his arms. How much do you know? Dragon stepped beside him, hands tucked in his sleeves. The fact that you're from another timeline? That you somehow possess 3 devil fruits? That you're about to claim the entire East Blue as your personal empire? He smirked. Let's say, enough. Luffy exhaled. So you've been tracking me. Hard not to, Dragon said dryly. You haven't exactly been subtle. Blowing up slavers, defeating warlords, conquering islands, exposing nobles. He chuckled lowly. A rookie with the strength of an emperor of the sea. That kind of chaos shakes the world, Luffy. Those 5 bastards on the Holy Land are probably shitting bricks. Luffy tilted his head. And that amuses you, immensely, Dragon said, dead serious. They never saw it coming. A straw hat rising from the East Blue, again. He paused, then looked sideways at Luffy. But what surprises me the most is Garp. How in the hell did you get that stubborn old dog to play along? Luffy was quiet for a moment. Then, his tone dropped, heavier, more human. I told him the truth, Luffy said. About what happened to Ace, in the other timeline. Dragon's face darkened. I told him how Ace died at Marineford, saving me. How Akainu, who becomes Fleet Admiral, stabbed him through the chest with a magma fist. Dragon's fists clenched slightly at his sides. I told him how he died too. Killed by Akainu during a war meeting. Took a blow to the back of the neck. No honor. No fight. For a long moment, neither spoke. Only the crashing waves below them. Then Dragon exhaled, slowly, and smirked. So, he said quietly. My old man's not the loyal lapdog I thought he was. Luffy gave a tired grin. He called it a deal with destiny. Said if I was really from the future, then we had a chance to stop it from happening again. Dragon looked out at the ocean, voice softer now. You know, I started the Revolutionary Army to destroy the system. To burn it down and free the people. He turned to Luffy, eyes burning with pride and awe. But you're going to change it from the roots up. You're the king they never saw coming. Luffy smirked. So, are you gonna try and recruit me again? Dragon raised an eyebrow. No, you're past that now. He placed a hand on Luffy's shoulder. You're already a revolutionary, son. Luffy stared at the waves below, trying to focus, but something tugged at his mind. Something that had always bothered him. His past. His origin. He turned to Dragon. Hey, can I ask you something? Dragon, arms still folded behind his back, raised an eyebrow. Go ahead. Who's my mom? Dragon blinked. Then he smirked. What, I didn't tell you that in your original timeline. Luffy shook his head. Nope. You weren't exactly father of the year, remember? Dragon laughed. Smart ass. He reached into the inside of his coat and pulled something out, old, faded, but unmistakable. A wanted poster. He handed it to Luffy. Luffy took it in his hand, confused. Then he saw the name. Charlotte Custard, dead or alive, 500 million berry. His eyes widened. No, it can't be. Dragon nodded calmly. Oh, it is. Luffy's jaw dropped. Wait, you mean, you were with one of Big Mom's daughters? That makes that crazy woman, my grandmother? Dragon smirked with the smug satisfaction of a man who had to deal with this knowledge for years. Yup. Luffy stumbled back a step like he'd been punched. Big Mom is my grandma. That insane cake-obsessed hag who tried to kill me and marry Sanji. Technically she's your young grandma, Dragon added helpfully. She had a lot of kids in rapid succession. Luffy stared at the sky like it might offer answers. I need a drink. Dragon chuckled. Before you panic, let me clarify something. You weren't raised in Toto Land. Custard was smarter than her siblings. When she realized how twisted the family was becoming, she smuggled you out as a baby, gave you to me to protect you. Luffy blinked. So, I was born in Toto Land? Dragon nodded. Right in the capital, Sweet City. Luffy sat down hard on a nearby rock. So my mom was a Charlotte, my grandma is Big Mom, and I'm part of the most dysfunctional family tree in the entire sea. Dragon sat next to him and shrugged. Could be worse. How? You could have been born a Tenryubito. Luffy shivered. You win. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Dragon added, almost casually. Oh, and one more thing. Custard didn't just hand you over because of Big Mom's madness. Luffy looked over. She said one day, her son would burn the world clean. That he'd be the storm to destroy the world government and make the seas free again. Luffy slowly grinned. Looks like she was right. Later the door creaked open to Luffy's room in the inn. He stumbled in like a zombie, dragging his feet and wearing the haunted look of a man who had seen too much. The girls were already inside. Nami was lying on the bed reading nautical charts. Reiju was sipping tea on the couch. Perona floated midair in her ghost form. Yamato was half undressed already, grinning. All four turned as he entered. Luffy, dear, Reiju said, concerned. What's the matter? You look like you just saw a ghost. Nami smirked. I know what'll cheer him up. Yamato raised an eyebrow. Wild sex. She started slipping off her kimono. Luffy held up a hand like a dead man. Not in the mood. All four froze. That stopped them cold. Perona blinked. Wait. Luffy not in the mood for sex? Something's seriously wrong. Luffy walked past them, straight to the corner where a dusty bottle of sake sat. He popped the cap, downed half of it in a single go, wiped his mouth, and said, I met my dad. The girls leaned forward. Nami crossed her arms. Dragon? Okay, and? Luffy sighed and took another long swig. He told me who my mom is. Now that got everyone's attention. Reiju sat up. Ooh, come on, honey. That can't be so bad. Luffy said nothing. Instead, he pulled a wanted poster from inside his coat and tossed it across the room. It landed face up on the table. Charlotte Custard, dead or alive, 500 million berry. There was silence. Four pairs of eyes widened in sync. Then, what? The girls all screamed. Charlotte? Nami choked. You mean as in Big Mom's daughter? Perona hovered backward into the ceiling. That means, that crazy cake-obsessed old woman is your grandma? Reiju's jaw dropped. So, wait, does that make me the granddaughter-in-law of Big Mom? Luffy sat down on the bed, already reaching for a second bottle. Yes, he muttered. All four of them stared at him, minds short-circuiting. Yamato covered her face. Oh gods, your grandma is the woman who tried to marry Sanji with one of her daughters and kill everyone over a wedding cake. Luffy popped the bottle. Yup. Nami blinked. That means you were born in Toto Land? Sweet City, Luffy confirmed. Right under the noses of the Charlotte family. My mom smuggled me out and gave me to Dragon to protect me. Perona slowly floated down, still dazed. Well, she finally said, rubbing her temples. At least this explains your appetite. Luffy dropped back onto the bed with a groan. Someone get me a third bottle. Yamato grabbed it wordlessly and handed it to him like passing a weapon to a soldier in the trenches. The next morning the warm scent of eggs, fried fish, and fresh bread wafted through Makino's bar as the crew gathered around for breakfast. Makino, wearing her usual soft smile, balanced trays of plates while Sanji moved like a hurricane behind the bar, shouting instructions to Hachi, who was doing his best not to slice ingredients instead of dicing them. The atmosphere was cozy, laughter bubbling as Melissa bounced in her seat and Brook played a quiet morning tune on his violin. Then, the door creaked open. Luffy walked in, flanked by Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato. All four looked slightly disheveled but composed. Luffy? He looked like death warmed over, sunken eyes. Dark circles. Blank stare. Hair still damp from the cold shower he probably took trying to recover. The bar went silent. Pedro blinked, stood, and saluted like an officer. Good morning, Captain. Then he paused. Sir, why do you look like someone punched your soul out? Vanda sipped her tea and sang sarcastically, Okay, what kind of sick, twisted thing did you four do to him last night? Nami, blushing and pouting, waved her hand. Hey, we didn't do anything. Our captain drank himself into a coma. Zoro, mouth full of rice, gave a grunt of approval. Nice. Kuina scowled and jabbed him in the ribs. Not funny, Zoro. Melissa, worried, tugged on Luffy's sleeve. Dad? What's the matter? Reiju, calmly sipping tea, glanced at him. You should tell them, dear. This isn't something you can hide. Luffy groaned, dropped into his seat, and raised a hand. Makino, coffee. Now, Makino blinked, worried, of course. A few moments later, Luffy took a long sip of hot black coffee, then a second, then. He slammed the cup down and sighed. All right. I met my dad last night. The crew leaned in. Luffy continued. He told me who my mom is, and where I was born, and who my grandmother is. He tossed the wanted poster of Charlotte Custard on the table. The room went dead quiet. Sanji blinked. Wait, what? Pedro's jaw dropped. Charlotte Custard? As in? Luffy nodded. Yep, my mom. That makes Big Mom, my grandmother. A beat. Sanji stood up so fast his chair fell. Wait, you're Big Mom's grandson? Luffy nodded again. Tired. Defeated. Coffee-fueled but emotionally drained. Sanji held his head. No, wait, that means, oh my god. In the previous timeline, I almost married your aunt? Luffy buried his face in his hands. Don't remind me. Sanji paused, then leaned in. Was she pretty? Luffy slammed the table. Not helping here, Sanji. The whole crew erupted, either laughing, screaming, or just shocked. Brook dramatically collapsed. Yo-ho-ho, does this mean we have cake privileges? Zoro, smirking, jabbed a chopstick toward Luffy. So, when do we start calling you, Prince of Cake Hell? Melissa, wide-eyed, tilted her head. So Grandma is crazy? Like Perona? Hey, Perona floated up indignantly. I am delightfully creepy, not cake crazy. Luffy downed the rest of his coffee in one gulp. Guys, he said flatly, I need 6 months. Then we're going to shake the world, but right now. He groaned. I need either a nap or 10 more cups of this. Makino just smiled gently from the kitchen. You'll always be my Luffy, she whispered to herself. Later that afternoon the sun hung high over Fuchsia Village, warm and golden, as the mighty sea dragon rocked gently in the harbor. She was a true monster of the sea, an enormous black and gold galleon reinforced with steel, triple-mast sails bearing the straw hat Jolly Roger, and a figurehead carved in the shape of a dragon with open jaws and glowing crimson eyes. And now, she was ready to fly. Laboon, now full-sized, bobbed joyfully in the bay beside them, bellowing a farewell song. He was their sea guardian, their mobile fortress in whale form, and the ultimate mascot. On the deck, Luffy stood proud at the bow, surrounded by his queens, Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato. All dressed in sleek new sailing gear, Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Behind them, Brook and Sanji, moaning and dragging mops across the freshly waxed deck, both with massive lumps on their heads. Perona floated nearby, snickering. That's what you get for calling him Prince Luffy, you idiots. Yo-ho-ho-ho, I meant it as a compliment, Brook groaned. Sanji whimpered. Why are all the beautiful women psychopaths? Luffy raised Ace, the legendary sword once wielded by the Pirate King himself. The blade caught the sunlight as he lifted it high, the sea breeze whipping through his hair and coat. Set sail. He roared. 5 months until my birthday, and we're gonna celebrate it at the Goa Palace, as the rulers of the East Blue. Yeah. The crew roared behind him. Pedro, Zoro, Kuina, Jaws, Vanda, Usopp, Hachi, and even little Melissa raised fists, weapons, and cheers. Even Brook and Sanji paused mopping long enough to give a half-hearted, woo. The Sea Dragon's sails unfurled. The anchor rose. Her hull groaned with anticipation. Makino stood at the edge of the pier, waving with tears in her eyes. Be safe, Luffy. The ship began to glide forward, majestic and unstoppable. On the deck, Nami leaned into Luffy with a teasing smile. So, honey, what do we do first? Luffy reached into his coat and pulled out a new wanted poster. The face on it was familiar, smug, round, and sneering. Iron Mace Alvida Bounty. 5 million berry. Luffy's eyes narrowed. His tone turned sharp. She's our first target. She has something I want. The queens shared a look, intrigued, competitive, excited. Nami purred, revenge, treasure, or both. Luffy grinned. Both. The Sea Dragon sliced through the waves like a living monster, her hull groaning with pride, her black sails catching the wind like wings of war. On the forecastle, Luffy stood alone, coat fluttering in the wind, ace sheathed on his side. His mind wasn't on the ship. It was in the past. He remembered standing on the cliffs of Toto Land in the previous timeline, facing down Big Mom as her terrifying scream shattered the sky. He remembered Charlotte Custard, that oddly kind-eyed daughter of Big Mom, throwing herself between him and the shattered portrait of Mother Caramel, screaming at him not to do it. He'd dodged her, launching himself past her with gear forth. But in that one, brief moment, when their eyes locked, he saw it. Tears. She knew who he was. She knew he was her son. But she said nothing. Maybe out of fear, maybe out of loyalty. Maybe she was protecting him. Luffy exhaled. I'll deal with that when the time comes. Right now. I've got a sea to conquer. He turned, steel in his eyes, fire in his heart. From the crow's nest, Usopp shouted, Luffy, ship spotted, docked on the island ahead. Luffy ran up to the deck rail and peered through a spyglass. He saw it. That hideous tub of rusted iron and grease-covered sails. The giant pink scrawled over a fat silhouette. Alvida's ship. Luffy's eyes narrowed. I'll never forget that ship. Or the pain she caused Kobe. The humiliation she dumped on others. He turned to the crew, his voice echoing like a war drum. Change course. Head for that island. The crew leapt to their stations. Zoro cracked his knuckles. Yamato grinned and took her kanabo. Reiju applied new poison to her nails. Perona floated overhead with a devilish grin. Nami flicked her claws, her eyes glowing under her black wolf hood. Sanji lit a cigarette. Melissa squealed, Are we gonna fight? Luffy stood at the front, arms crossed, wind at his back. Let's show these sorry excuses for pirates, what real pirates look like. The Sea Dragon loomed just off the coast of a small, forested island. The scent of burning meat, spilled wine, and cheap perfume wafted across the waves. Pirates were partying. Drunken shouts echoed across the jungle. Luffy leaned against the railing, arms crossed, his hat casting a shadow over his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar voice tickled the inside of his skull. Nika. Yo, Luffy. I got some intel for ya. Luffy blinked. Now's a good time, Sunshine God. Nika, your target. That fat oinker Alvida. She's still stuck in her I'm the most beautiful woman in the East Blue delusion. Her crew just raided a merchant ship, and guess what was on board? Luffy raised an eyebrow. Devil fruit. Nika. Bingo. The slip fruit. And the idiot doesn't even know what it is. She's too busy getting wine drunk and bragging about her beauty. Luffy snorted with a smirk. This is gonna be too easy. He turned to gaze at the island, eyes narrowed, but as the wind tugged at his coat, his mind drifted to the past. He remembered the alliance of misfits, Crocodile, Moria, Hancock, Mahawk, even Buggy. Enemies turned desperate allies. In the final war, they stood shoulder to shoulder against Akainu's naval purge. Even Buggy had shown up, dragging Alvida and a battalion of misfits in clown makeup. Buggy, for all his cowardice, helped Luffy sneak through the Grand Line's final storm. Buggy was an idiot, but a loyal idiot, I'll keep that in mind. Alvida, though, never took anything seriously, she just wanted to be beautiful and feared. Let's see how she likes the truth now. Then Luffy's eyes fell on Sanji, who was humming while chopping herbs, daydreaming about Nami and Yamato. Luffy's brow twitched. This bastard, called me Prince Luffy, ruler of all cakes, peeked at Nami and Yamato in the shower, and made Brook draw fan art of me in a damn crown. A grin crept across Luffy's lips. A diabolical, scheming grin. I'm gonna let him see what true beauty means, and then let karma handle the rest. The sea dragon dropped anchor just off the coast, and a row of black rowboats reached the sandy shore. The Straw Hats disembarked in formation, Zoro, Yamato, Pedro, Kuina, and Jaws leading the way, weapons sheathed but ready. Luffy walked front and center, flanked by Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Sanji. From deeper in the jungle clearing, boisterous drunken laughter echoed across the palm trees. Music, slurred shouting, bottles smashing, and the guttural chants of drunk pirates. At the center of the mess, sitting on a giant throne of stolen gold and barrels of wine, was Alvida. Still massively overweight, still smug, and still tragically delusional. She hiccuped, holding up a mug the size of a cannonball. WHO is the most beautiful woman in the East Blue? Her pirates, pale, sweaty, drunk, and terrified, shouted in unison. You, Lady Alvida. A second of silence passed, then a calm, mocking voice rang out from the trees. If beauty looks like an overweight hippo wearing a tent, then yeah, sure, totally. The clearing froze. All heads turned. There, in the shadows of the tree line, emerged Monkey D. Luffy, arms folded, cape fluttering, ace sheathed at his side. Behind him stood the Straw Hats, glowing with hockey, and in front of them. Alvida's eye twitched. Her face twisted into rage. You dare insult me? I am the most. She swung her massive iron mace with all her weight, roaring like a boar in heat. But before the mace even reached Luffy, crack! Luffy grabbed it mid-swing with one hand, and with a casual grunt, he crushed it in his palm using armament hockey, shattering the entire mace like a brittle biscuit. Alvida's eyes bulged. No, you monster, wrong, Luffy smirked. I'm the man who's going to rule the East Blue. He slammed a gear second enhanced kick into Alvida's gut, launching her like a cannonball into a pile of jagged boulders. Boom! Rocks exploded. Dust flew. Her scream echoed for miles. Her crew dropped their weapons. No one moved. Jaws cracked his neck. Zoro sighed in boredom. Nami picked her nails with a clawed finger. Yamato grinned. Luffy walked slowly to Alvida, now groaning in a crater. He picked her up by the collar like a bag of trash. You surrender? She winced. I surrender, don't kill me. Luffy smiled sharply. Good answer. He turned to her trembling crew. You're all pirates, right? I don't need trash. But if you want to live, you're part of my fleet now. That means loyalty. Discipline. And you never touch civilians again. They all saluted. Aye, Lord Luffy. From the back, Perona muttered, oh God, he's getting drunk on power again. Nami crossed her arms and smiled, he's hot when he's scary. Reiju whispered, it's the Pirate King in him. Yamato grinned, this is gonna be fun. As the dust from the shattered mace settled, Alvida was bruised, humiliated, and stunned. She groaned and clutched her ribs as Luffy opened a nearby locked chest sitting among her stolen loot. Inside was a strange, slippery-looking pink fruit with swirls across its smooth surface. Huh. Jackpot. Luffy smirked. He turned to face Alvida. Hey fat ass. Guess what? That fruit you thought was valuable is more than treasure. It's a devil fruit. Alvida blinked. What? Perona floated over with a bored face. It's the slip fruit, genius. Eat it, and your body becomes frictionless. No more chafing thighs or getting stuck in doorways. Alvida blinked again. I was gonna sell it. Luffy turned to Sanji. He remembered. The title. The insult. The crime. Prince of all cakes, Sanji had called him. And for peeking at Nami and Yamato in the shower? Time for revenge? Luffy put a hand on Sanji's shoulder. Hey, Arrow Cook. I've got a brilliant idea. Since Alvida and her crew are now part of my fleet, why not make this alliance official? He pointed at her. You, marry her. Sanji's face went paler than Brook's skull. What? No, I'm a gentleman. I have standards, please no. Alvida, on the other hand, turned slowly to Sanji, her cheeks flushed a deep red. He's skinny, but I accept. Sanji shrieked. Luffy, I swear to the gods of cooking. Luffy laughed. Fine, I'm just kidding, kinda. Then, without warning, he shoved the devil fruit straight into Alvida's mouth. Swallow it. Alvida gagged, sputtered, then her eyes rolled back. Her body began shimmering, glowing faintly. The fat melted away in an instant. Her skin smoothed, her form reshaped, her waist narrowed. A moment later, Alvida stood there, a literal goddess. With long, sleek black hair. A curvaceous figure. Sharp, seductive eyes. Her ragged clothes now hanging loosely on her stunning new frame. What happened to me? Perona smirked and handed her a compact mirror. Behold the power of vanity incarnate. Alvida gasped. I'm beautiful. Sanji now had hearts in his eyes, steam flying out of his nose. I accept. I take it back. Marry me, goddess. But Alvida, now flipping her hair back, scoffed. Sorry, Blondie. You missed your chance. I like men who take initiative. Sanji collapsed. A puddle of broken dreams on the sand. Luffy patted him on the back. That's for calling me Prince of all cakes, you Arrow Cook. Brook leaned over. Yo-ho-ho-ho. So can I marry her then? Bonk. Yamato clubbed him in the back of the skull with her kanabo. The moon was high, and the campfire crackled on the beach of Alvida's island. Barrels of rum had been cracked open. Alvida, now reborn in her stunning new form, clinked her cup against Luffy's, the firelight dancing in her eyes. Luffy. To new allies and the future rulers of the East Blue. Alvida, smirking, and to never being called fat ass again. The crew laughed, even Nami, Reiju, and Perona. Though Nami whispered something about never letting Alvida near Luffy unsupervised. Meanwhile, Sanji sat in the corner, arms wrapped around his knees, eyes blank and heart shattered. She turned me down, he whispered to himself. Luffy spotted him and rolled his eyes. He turned to Alvida and smirked. Luffy. Hey, partner. How about you give me that little shrimp over there? Alvida, confused. Shrimp? Who? Luffy motioned with his cup toward the frightened pink-haired boy hiding behind a crate. Luffy. That wimp. Kobe froze like a deer in headlights. He had been trying to stay out of sight, but now all eyes turned to him. He stammered, shaking like a leaf, as Luffy motioned him forward. Luffy, grinning. Come on, shrimp. I don't bite. Well, not unless I'm drunk. Kobe. You I. Alvida laughed and stepped in. Alvida. We picked him up almost a year and a half ago. Poor fool thought our ship was a fishing boat, hopped right in. The Straw Hat crew burst out laughing, tears in their eyes. Even Zoro chuckled, and that was rare. Kobe's face turned beet red, his knees wobbled, and he looked like he wanted the sea to swallow him. Luffy, still smiling, but eyes serious now. So, shrimp. Tell me something. What's your dream? Kobe tried to respond, but his voice came out as a squeak. He looked like he was about to cry. Luffy leaned closer. You want to be a marine, don't you? Kobe's jaw dropped. His eyes widened in horror, as if Luffy had read his soul. The moment those words hit his ears. Thud. Kobe fainted on the spot, eyes rolled back and everything. The crew stared in stunned silence. Luffy. Hey, thought so. Perona. I think he actually peed himself. Nami. Yup. That's a puddle. Luffy turned to Reiju. Wrap him in something. Tomorrow, we send him off in a special barrel with a note to Gramps. I still plan to take Shellstown, but I've got a role for this shrimp. He's going to become a marine. My marine. Alvida raised her cup again, chuckling darkly. Alvida, you're one twisted bastard, Straw Hat. The sun rose lazily over the ocean, its golden rays shimmering across the deck of the Sea Dragon. The crew was already up and moving, though some moved slower than others, mainly those who had really enjoyed last night's wild party. Luffy stretched and yawned loudly, Nami smacking his arm as she passed him. Reiju, Yamato, and Perona were all glowing suspiciously, while Alvida walked by with a satisfied grin that had Nami smirking like a cat with cream. Nami, whispering to Luffy, told you she'd be fun. Luffy just groaned and rubbed his face. Meanwhile, Kobe was on his knees scrubbing the deck. Kobe, muttering, I'm thankful, I'll be a marine, just survive, Kobe. Luffy walked by and smacked the back of his head with a mop. Luffy, scrub harder, shrimp. If you're here, you're gonna be useful. Kobe. Why yes, Captain. Standing nearby with her arms folded was Melissa, who had the smuggest smile on her face. Melissa. Oh, this is perfect. My chores are getting done for me. She stomped a foot and pointed dramatically at the boy. Melissa. Scrub faster, shrimp, or you'll regret it. Kobe. I'm already regretting everything in my life. But Melissa was just getting started. She noticed that Luffy and the others were walking out from below deck, all four women looking radiant after the night's activities. An evil little plan formed in Melissa's mind, and her eyes glimmered mischievously. She dropped to her knees, clutching her chest, and started fake crying loudly. Melissa, sobbing. Ah, Papa, that meanie Kobe is being rude to me. Luffy froze. Nami, Yamato, Perona, and Reiju stopped dead and turned slowly, their faces all darkened. Luffy. What did you say, Melissa? Melissa, pointing at Kobe, he's so mean to me. Kobe's heart sank. Suddenly the deck erupted in killing intent. Luffy exploded into lightning, crackling with deadly voltage. Nami and Yamato both entered their hybrid zone forms, claws and fangs bared. Perona summoned her ghastly ghosts, cackling in eerie unison. Reiju calmly drew back her glove, venom dripping from her fingertips. They all glared at Kobe in unison. Everyone. What did you do to sweet little Melissa, you punk? Kobe turned pale as snow. Kobe. Wait. I didn't, she's lying. Melissa smirked wickedly behind her fake tears and shoved her tongue out at him. Melissa, whispering. You're dead. Kobe's screams could be heard echoing for miles as the crew closed in on him. After being zapped, ghosted, clawed, and nearly poisoned for daring to make little Melissa cry, Kobe now sat tied to the mast, still twitching from residual lightning while Melissa sat nearby sipping juice like a smug little queen. Melissa. Good shrimp. Now bark. Kobe, groaning, kill me. Luffy strolled by with a toothpick in his mouth and a stupid grin on his face. Luffy. Tisk tisk. That's what you get for messing with my little girl. Pirates don't make princesses cry, shrimp. Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato sauntered over, all of them grinning down at the broken boy. Nami. You know, Kobe, pirates are way sexier than marines. Reiju. Smirking. If you joined us, maybe someone would finally hug you. Perona. You'd have girls clinging to you like ghosts on a grave. Yamato. Like flies to honey, baby. Kobe looked up, nose bleeding slightly, then snapped out of it and waved his hands frantically. Kobe. No, I want to be a marine, a noble defender of justice. The girls burst out laughing. Luffy leaned down beside him, pulling on his cheek like a piece of gum. Luffy. Fine. We'll drop you off at Shell's Town. Kobe perked up with a huge relieved smile. Kobe. Really? Thank you, Captain Luffy. Luffy raised a finger. Luffy. But after I kick out the Marines, Shell's Town is going to be my territory. Kobe's face turned ghost white again. Kobe. Wait, what? Luffy. You'll leave with whoever Marine is left standing, if anyone survives. Kobe. That's not how transfers work. Luffy ignored him, walking toward the bow of the ship and raising his hand dramatically. Luffy. Let's see if those idiots at Marineford send someone worth punching. I want the attention. Let them come. Let the world try to stop me. He turned to the crew with a devilish grin. Luffy. Let's see if I can break the record for the biggest first bounty in history. The entire crew cheered, shouting and stomping. Zoro, grinning, sounds like fun. Sanji. If the Marines send a girl admiral, I'll protect her with my life. Everyone laughed. Everyone except Kobe, who now looked so pale he could have passed as one of Perona's ghosts. Kobe. I'm gonna die before I even enlist. As the Sea Dragon sailed closer to Shell's town. The energy on deck was electric. Luffy stood at the bow, arms crossed, wind blowing through his messy hair like he was waiting for fate to pick a fight. Vanda leaned on the railing nearby, her sharp eyes focused ahead. Vanda. Captain, do you really think he will show up? Kobe, who was trying to mop while still recovering from the Melissa incident, blinked and tilted his head. Kobe. He? Who's he? Luffy gave a sly smirk, his eyes lighting up like storm clouds. Luffy. Oh, my future ally. Kobe's mop clattered to the floor. Kobe. Future, what? Luffy grinned wider, arms out as if addressing the heavens. Luffy. I beat up a couple of his officers almost a year ago, told him to find me after I got my first bounty. Once I've made my mark, we'll work together. After I beat him, of course. Kobe blinked, confused. Then froze. Kobe. Who? Luffy leaned down beside him, almost whispering in his ear like a ghost story. Luffy. Kaido. King of the Beasts. Kobe screamed like a 5-year-old girl seeing a spider wearing a clown mask. Kobe. Kaido? Are you insane? That's the strongest creature in the world? He dropped to the floor, trembling like jelly in a storm. His eyes darted around like Kaido was about to land on the deck with a lightning bolt. Luffy, unbothered, calmly covered his ears. Luffy. Yep, that scream confirms it. He slapped Kobe on the back hard enough to nearly launch him off the ship. Luffy. You're definitely Admiral material. The entire crew burst out laughing, except for Kobe, who was now trying to crawl under a barrel for safety. Perona, mock whispering. Don't worry, Kobe. If Kaido shows up, I'll just give you a ghost and let you cry like a baby before he crushes you. Nami. Assuming Kaido even notices someone with a bounty under 10 belly. Yamato, smiling. I hope he does show up. I haven't seen Dad in ages. Kobe. In horror. Dad? Luffy laughed so hard he had to wipe tears from his eyes. Luffy. Oh yeah, forgot to mention. Yamato's Kaido's daughter. You really should take notes more often, shrimp. Kobe fainted. Again. The Sea Dragon cut through the waves like a predator, its massive hull casting a long shadow over the waters leading to Shell's town. The crew stood at the ready, weapons drawn, grins plastered on their faces. The black and crimson straw hat flag fluttered in the wind for everyone to see. Pedro stood near Luffy, calm and collected, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Pedro. Orders, Captain? Luffy's smile turned feral. Luffy. Let them see us. Fire the cannons. Pedro nodded sharply. Pedro. Usopp. You heard the captain. Usopp, now manning one of the forward cannons, gulped but grinned like a madman. Usopp. Oh, this is going to be loud. Fire. Boom. 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 The cannons roared, sending fiery shells streaking toward the marine dock. Explosions erupted as the first line of defenses was obliterated. On the docks, panic broke out. Marines scrambled in every direction, their rifles shaking in their hands. Marine. We're doomed. Another. Hold the line, Lieutenant Morgan will save us. Amid the chaos, a towering figure with a giant axe for an arm barked orders, his voice thundering across the battlefield. Morgan. Hold your ground, you cowards. Aim at the ship. Do not let them set foot on marine soil. But then Morgan saw the figure leaping toward him with impossible speed. Luffy was in the air, using Geppo. Boom boom boom. Each step cracked the air as he soared over the panicking marines, his sharp grin wide and unbothered by the gunfire below. Morgan's eyes widened in recognition, rage boiling over. Morgan. You? I know you. You're the Straw Hat bastard that cost me my rank. You turned in Kuro and got me demoted. Luffy landed gracefully in front of him, the ground cracking under his feet. He tilted his head lazily, his straw hat casting a shadow over his sharp eyes. Luffy. Oh? Looks like Axe-Hand Morgan isn't as great as he thought. Morgan roared and charged, raising his axe arm for a killing blow. Morgan roared, swinging his massive axe arm down with all the fury of a man desperate to reclaim his lost pride. But Luffy didn't even move. He stood still, arms crossed, hat tilted forward, watching the axe descend like it was happening in slow motion. The blade struck his shoulder. Zeet! A surge of blinding lightning exploded from Luffy's body, surging up the metal axe and into Morgan's body. The man's scream was drowned out by the crackling thunder as electricity burned him alive. When the light faded, Morgan was a smoking, twitching husk on the ground, his axe arm melted in places from the intense heat. A Marine nearby screamed in horror. Marine, Lieutenant Morgan. Luffy looked up slowly, eyes glowing with residual electricity, a predator's grin stretching across his face. Luffy. You're next. He reached into his pocket, pulled out 6 tiny pebbles, and with the power of the Moa Moa no Mi, amplified their speed and force. Luffy. Bang. He flicked them. Thwip 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 thwip. In less than a second, 6 Marines dropped like rag dolls, each pebble hitting with the force of a cannonball. The rest of the Marines froze in terror. Marine 1. We can't stop him. Marine 2. He's a monster. Marine 3. Retreat, retreat. Gunfire was abandoned, rifles clattering onto the docks as Marines fled in every direction, screaming. Luffy stood amidst the chaos, the wind tugging at his coat, watching them scatter like insects. Luffy, grinning, Shell's Town belongs to me now. The surviving Marines sprinted deeper into Shell's Town, screaming orders, desperation written all over their faces. Moments later, the rest of the Straw Hats appeared at the gates, walking calmly and deliberately like wolves closing in on cornered prey. Zoro, Pedro, Kuina, Nami, Perona, Reiju, Sanji, Brook, Vanda, Yamato, Jaws, and Hachi stood side by side, taking in the horrifying sight before them. The Marines had barricaded themselves behind lines of terrified civilians, using them as human shields. Mothers, fathers, and children were held at gunpoint, their tears mixing with the dirt on their faces. One Marine pressed the barrel of a pistol against a small girl's temple, the child's wide eyes filled with terror. The Straw Hats' expressions turned to absolute disgust. Zoro, growling. These bastards. Pedro, calm but seething, using children as shields. Unforgivable. Reiju. Pathetic excuses for Marines. Suddenly, one of the Marines screamed in relief as he spotted something on the horizon. Marine. A warship. Reinforcements. We're saved. The others turned eagerly, hope flickering in their eyes. Crash. That hope died instantly. From the depths of the sea, the colossal figure of Laboon burst forth, his roar shaking the island. The massive planetary whale came down like a living meteor, crushing the Marine warship into splinters in a single catastrophic impact. The surviving Marines stared with wide, horrified eyes, frozen in place. And then Luffy stepped forward. Lightning still danced faintly across his body as he glared at the cowering Marines, his voice calm and lethal. Luffy. Drop your weapons. Let these people go, or you'll all die, very, very slowly, and very painfully. The sheer malice in his words made even the Straw Hats' skin prickle. The Marines' hands trembled, guns wavering, sweat dripping down their faces as they realized there was no escape. The Marines stared at the towering whale behind the Straw Hats and the storm of death in Luffy's eyes. One by one, weapons clattered to the ground. Civilians were released, and mothers grabbed their children, pulling them away from the trembling Marines. Luffy stepped forward, his presence filling the plaza like a thundercloud. He glanced at Kobe, who was standing off to the side, pale and shaking. Luffy. Shrimp. Remember this sight. This is what it looks like when people live in fear, when Marines abuse their power. Kobe clenched his fists, shame washing over him. Luffy. Go with them. Be better than them. Be the Marine who protects people, not terrorizes them. Kobe swallowed hard and nodded. Kobe. I promise I'll be a true Marine. I'll be honorable. Immediately, Vanda, Pedro, Zoro, Nami, and Sanji all smirked and leaned in. Vanda. Honorable? Oh, that's cute. Pedro. He'll probably cry on his first day. Zoro. I give him a week before he gets himself killed. Nami. Maybe less. Sanji. I'll send you flowers, shrimp. Kobe's face turned bright red as the crew teased him, but instead of snapping, he bowed deeply. Kobe. Thank you, Straw Hat Pirates, for showing me what real strength looks like. Luffy grinned and waved him off. Then he turned to the civilians of Shell's town, his voice booming across the plaza. Luffy. Was Morgan charging you taxes? Stealing your money? The villagers all shouted in unison. Villagers. Yes. Luffy raised his fist into the air. Luffy. From this day forward, you're under my protection. Alvida and her crew will take control of this island, and you won't pay a single dime. You'll live free, not in fear. The villagers erupted into a loud, thunderous cheer, tears streaming down their faces as hope returned to their eyes for the first time in years. Marineford. 5 days later. The massive doors of Garp's office rattled as Fleet Admiral Sangoku stormed down the hallway like an enraged bull. He was so furious he could have chewed through the stone walls themselves. Marines scrambled out of his way. He reached Garp's office and kicked the door so hard it nearly flew off its hinges. Sangoku. Bellowing. Garp. Belmere. Inside, Belmere immediately snapped to attention, standing as stiff as a mast, while Garp sat casually at his desk munching on a bag of crackers. Garp. Nonchalantly. What's with the noise, Sangoku? Sangoku. Face red with rage. Don't play dumb. Why didn't you tell me about your grandson? Garp blinked innocently, crumbs on his chin. Garp. About what? Sangoku slammed his hands on the desk so hard it cracked. Sangoku. That brat. He's raised his flag on 4 islands in the East Blue. One of them was a marine base. Reports confirm his entire crew knows hockey, and several have devil fruits. Belmere's jaw dropped, eyes wide in shock. Garp just chewed another cracker. Garp. Oh. So Luffy's already started, Sangoku, roaring. This is serious, Garp. Do you have any idea the embarrassment your grandson is causing the Marines? Sangoku yanked out 3 wanted posters and slapped them onto the desk. Pedro, former captain of the Nox Pirates, 382 million belly. Jaws, former 3rd in command of the Sun Pirates, 257 million belly. Humming Brook, former member of the Rumbar Pirates, 33 million belly. Presumed dead Sangoku. These 3 are with him. Garp didn't even flinch. Garp. Ah, that's interesting. Sangoku. Interesting? He reached into his coat and pulled out a 4th poster, practically shoving it in Garp's face. Sangoku. This will hit tomorrow's papers, along with the entire crew's new bounties. Garp finally leaned forward. The poster read, Monkey D. Luffy, dead or alive, 450 million belly. Belmere gasped audibly. Garp, however, burst out laughing. Garp. Boy, Sangoku, don't you think that's a little overboard for a first bounty? Sangoku. Overboard? This is necessary. Vice Admiral Sakazuki is already en route to the East Blue with a full marine warship. He'll be assisted by Captain Smoker from Loguetown. They will bring your grandson in. Garp's laughter stopped cold. Garp. No, let me handle this. Sangoku. It's already been done, Garp. You're not stopping this. Garp stood up slowly, his presence filling the room like a mountain about to fall. He leaned across the desk, his voice dropping to an icy growl. Garp. Then remember this, Sangoku. If you're sending that many people against my grandson, bring a good supply of body bags. Sangoku froze. Sangoku. What? Garp, coldly, you're going to need them. The room went silent. The morning sun shone brightly over Shell's town, now calm and peaceful under Straw Hat rule. Luffy reclined lazily on a massive cushioned chair in what used to be Morgan's office. Perona was floating behind him, kneading his shoulders with ghostly hands. while Nami fed him grapes one by one like he was some kind of emperor. Luffy sighed contentedly. Luffy. This is the life. The doors burst open, and Pedro strode in, a stack of wanted posters tucked under his arm. Pedro. Captain. We're in the papers, and we all got bounties. Luffy cracked one eye open lazily. Luffy. Seriously? Pedro nodded and stepped aside as the rest of the crew filed into the office. He dropped the stack of posters on the desk with a thud. The entire crew gathered around as Pedro began to read out loud. Monkey D. Luffy. Dead or alive 450 million belly. Jaguar Pedro 423 million belly. Yamato 257 million belly. Jaws 300 million belly. Wolf Witch Nami 100 million belly. Zeus 40 million belly. Ghost Girl Perona 77 million belly. Poison Pink Reiju 89 million belly. Blue Hair Kuina 77 million belly. Dog Girl Vanda 85 million belly. Pirate Hunter Zoro 88 million belly. Octopus Hachi 67 million belly. Hummingbrook 84 million belly. Laboon 30 million belly. Long Nose Usopp 35 million belly. Melissa 2 million belly. And last but not least, Arrow Cook Sanji 77 million belly. The room exploded. Luffy, screaming, "Wow! We're wanted! This is awesome!" Then everyone noticed Melissa's tiny poster. The entire crew froze, mouths wide open. Zoro. 2 million. Nami. How the hell did she get a bounty? Usopp. She's a kid, Vanda. That's kinda impressive actually. Melissa puffed her chest out proudly and waved her poster in the air. Melissa. Papa, look, I'm officially a criminal. Luffy, grinning. That's my girl. The crew snapped out of their shock, but new arguments erupted. Kuina, Vanda, and Usopp immediately started yelling at the posters in unison. Kuina. Blue hair? That's the best they could come up with? Vanda. Dog girl. I'll bite whoever wrote this. Usopp. Long nose? They could have at least called me something cool like Sniper King. Sanji was shaking like a volcano ready to blow. Sanji, howling, Arrow Cook? Now the entire world will think I'm a pervert? Nami and Perona smirked at Sanji. Nami. Well, they're not wrong, Arrow Cook. Perona. Yeah, your nickname fits perfectly. Sanji fell to his knees, shaking his fists at the heavens. Sanji. Why does the world hate me? The rest of the crew was laughing, but Pedro kept a serious tone as he placed the last poster on the desk. Pedro. The Marines won't let this slide, Captain. These numbers are high. They'll come for us, hard. Luffy leaned forward, smirking with a glint in his eye. Luffy. Good. Let them come. I want the challenge. The room shook with thunderous sobs and the sound of sake barrels being shattered. Kaido, Emperor of the Sea, lay sprawled on his throne, red-faced and absolutely wasted, swinging a sake jug the size of a cannon around like a rattle. Kaido, crying, "Where's my Soon? Yamato, you ungrateful brat? You were supposed to fight me, not abandon me." King, standing nearby with his arms crossed, sighed deeply. King, dryly. You mean daughter, boss. Kaido, wailing, "Shut up, King." Suddenly the door slammed open, and in rushed Queen, panting and wide-eyed. Queen. Boss. Boss. We found Yamato. Kaido immediately stopped crying and shot upright, knocking over 3 barrels and a table. Kaido, furious. Where is he? Queen, sweating profusely, approached cautiously and held up 2 wanted posters. One of Yamato, and the other, Monkey D. Luffy. Queen. She's not alone. This came in today's paper, look. He handed King the newspaper, who began reading aloud. King. New pirate threat rises in the East Blue. Rookie pirate Monkey D. Luffy recruits legendary veterans such as Jaguar Pedro and Jaws. Takes control of 5 islands, including a marine base. Navy HQ declares full response. Kaido raised an eyebrow and reached for the poster. Kaido, squinting, wait, isn't that the punk who captured you and Jack last year? Queen winced. Queen, muttering, why yeah, he beat us both, said he wanted to challenge you, and if you won, he'd ask to make an alliance. Kaido, laughing. Bahahaha. He wanted to fight me? And now he's back for more? Queen, nervously, boss, I think, maybe we should. Kaido, roaring. I decide what we do, Queen. Kaido. Now tell me, why the hell is Yamato with him? Queen suddenly started shaking, not wanting to say it. He held out the paper to King like it was cursed. Queen pleading, boss, please promise you won't freak out. King, tired, too late. He grabbed the paper and read the section aloud. Besides Monkey D. Luffy being a growing threat, he is also possibly the luckiest man alive. According to an escaped marine source, Luffy is currently in an open relationship with 4 known pirates: Wolf Witch Nami, Poison Pink Reiju, Ghost Girl Perona, and Yamato, believed to be the daughter of the Yonko Kaido. Silence. King, reading slowly, the same source claims Luffy openly calls Kaido a joke, and too scared to face him directly. The newspaper burst into flames in King's hand. The room darkened as Kaido's conqueror's haki exploded, shaking the walls and shattering nearby glass. Even Queen hit the floor from the pressure. Kaido, screaming. He's in a relationship with Yamato? He mocks me? His muscles tensed. His body bulged and shifted as he began transforming into his colossal azure dragon form. Storm clouds formed overhead, thunder booming in every direction. Kaido, in full dragon form. I'm going to the East Blue. I'll kill that punk on the very same place Roger died. The fortress trembled as Kaido shot out of it like a comet, roaring into the sky, leaving only fire and fear in his wake. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom's castle. The air inside the Grand Cake Palace was thick with sugar, cream, and the rumbling sound of Big Mom's laughter echoing through the halls. Charlotte Linlin, the infamous Yonko Big Mom, was reclined in a throne made of hardened icing, surrounded by towers of cake, tea, and trembling ministers. She had just finished reading the latest newspaper report. Big Mom, laughing hysterically. Mama mama ma. Oh, I like this brat. Challenging that old drunk dragon like that. The East Blue hasn't seen this kind of fun since Roger. She stuffed a whole cheesecake into her mouth and choked a little before Charlotte Smoothie, one of her top commanders, gently patted her back. Smoothie, deadpan. Mama. Please chew. Standing at the side was Baron Tamago, monocle gleaming and hat tilted politely. Tamago. Forgive the interruption, Mama, but we may have a much bigger problem. Big Mom stopped chewing. The room quieted. Her 4 sweet commanders all turned to face Tamago. Charlotte Katakuri, the stoic and powerful eldest son. Charlotte Smoothie, the calm and cool powerhouse daughter. Charlotte Cracker, loud and arrogant with biscuit clones lined behind him. Charlotte Snack, the once disgraced but recently reinstated commander. Big Mom, curious. What is it, Tamago? Tamago. After this news broke, I contacted our spies in the East Blue, and what I discovered is shocking. Big Mom narrowed her eyes as Katakuri raised a brow. Katakuri. Spit it out. Tamago cleared his throat and adjusted his gloves. Tamago. It appears this rookie, Monkey D. Luffy, has already awakened all 3 types of haki. A low murmur rippled through the room. That alone was rare enough, but then Tamago added. Tamago. And he has consumed not 1, not 2, but 3 devil fruits. The entire hall froze. Big Mom, screaming, what? Even Katakuri's composure slipped, his eyes widening slightly. Cracker dropped his cup, and Smoothie squeezed her glass until it shattered. Snack. That's impossible. You can't eat more than 1, let alone 3. Big Mom, sweating. Which ones? Tamago read from his notes with the tension of a man announcing the end of the world. Tamago. According to our sources, the Gomu Gomu no Mi, the Guro Guro no Mi, and the Moa Moa no Mi. The silence was deafening. Even Big Mom was speechless for a full 10 seconds. Katakuri, low voice. He has rubber, lightning, and force amplification. That's a walking natural disaster. For the first time in years, Big Mom sweated. Big Mom, serious, that brat, might actually be useful. If we can get him on our side. From behind a column, a soft figure stood hidden, eyes wide. It was Charlotte Custard, quiet and shaking, clutching a tray of sweets she had dropped when she heard the name. Custard, whispering, Luffy, My son, be safe, somewhere in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick. The sun was shining over the legendary ship of the Whitebeard pirates as waves gently rocked the deck. Most of the crew was relaxing, laughing, and enjoying the day. Until Marco sat bolt upright, his eyes locked on the latest newspaper. Marco, shouting, "Oi, Ace, didn't you say your little brother's name was Monkey D. Luffy?" Ace, lounging lazily in a hammock between two barrels, cracked open one eye. Ace. Yeah, that's him. Last I heard, he was still on Dawn Island, said he'd set sail when he was ready. Marco walked over and slammed a wanted poster in Ace's face. Marco. Well, he's ready. Ace grabbed the paper, blinking as he pulled the poster off his nose. His eyes scanned the bounty. Ace, jaw-dropping, huh? 450 million? My little brother is conquering the East Blue? He flipped through the paper, stunned. Ace, grinning. Wait, who's with him? Pedro, Jaws, and Yamato. How? He burst out laughing at the absurdity. Ace. He's already got a damn powerhouse crew. That's my bro. Haha, wait, what else? And then he saw it. He froze. Ace, staring. He's in a relationship with 4 girls. One of them is Yamato? He stood up, mouth agape, pointing wildly at the paper. Ace. And, wait. Why does he look older than me now? What the hell is going on here? What the actual F? Whitebeard's booming laugh cut through the moment like thunder. The old titan sat at the helm, having picked up the paper himself. Whitebeard, laughing. Gurararara. Boy, Ace, your brother's already steamrolled past you with his first bounty. The crew laughed alongside their captain, though Ace was still standing there, half proud, half exploding with confusion. Then Whitebeard's smile faded as his eyes scanned the rest of the article. Whitebeard, serious now, he's mocking Kaido, challenging him, taking the East Blue for himself. He looked up, his face grim. Whitebeard. If Kaido saw this, I guarantee he's already on his way to the East Blue. The laughter stopped. Ace, clenching his fist, that idiot, he's strong, but Kaido's a monster. Marco. If Kaido gets there before the Marines do, it's going to be a massacre. Whitebeard folded the paper and leaned back, looking up at the sky. Whitebeard. Your brother's making waves, Ace. Big ones, and this sea is about to boil. Shellstown, former commander's quarters 3 days later. The newly redecorated master bedroom, once belonging to Axe-Hand Morgan, now served as Luffy's personal suite, though it had quickly become a shared den of mischief. The sound of running water and laughter echoed from the luxurious private shower. Inside, Luffy, Yamato, and Perona were crammed together under the steaming water, voices echoing off the tile walls. Perona, giggling. Hey, be gentle, you two. Luffy, teasing. Yamato, your boobs are so soft, like steamed buns. Yamato, blushing but grinning. You're one to talk, you squishy rubber man. Suddenly, the door slammed open and Nami's voice thundered from outside. Nami, yelling. Hey, you 3 can have fun later. We're scheduled for a war council in the conference room, now. Perona, sticking her head out of the shower, party pooper. Luffy, Yamato, and Perona, in unison, fiend. A few minutes later, all 3 arrived at the makeshift war room, towels now replaced with coats and belts, still drying their hair. The rest of the Straw Hat pirates were already seated around a large table, maps and notes scattered across it. Pedro stood and saluted. Pedro, Captain. The Sea Dragon is fully stocked and battle-ready. The men are awaiting orders. Luffy, nodding. Good. Jaws leaned forward, arms crossed and voice gruff. Jaws. So, Captain. Mind telling us why you basically dictated what Kobe was supposed to say to the Marines? Luffy grinned like a fox with a secret. Luffy, 2 reasons. 1. It's to send a message. When we flatten their response, they'll realize the East Blue isn't theirs anymore, it's mine. 2. I want Kaido to show up. I want the whole world to see me beat an emperor, and then make him my ally. The room went quiet. A heavy pause. Pedro, low voice, that's bold, risky. Zoro, smirking, so basically business as usual. Yamato, smiling. I'd pay to see my father's face when that happens. Perona. Kaido with a leash. I'm sold. Pedro. We trust you, Captain. Just don't get yourself killed before your birthday party. Luffy nodded seriously. Then he pointed at the map. Luffy. First stop. Orangetown. I want to pay a certain clown a visit. A few crewmates flinched at the name. Luffy. We offer Buggy the same deal we gave Alvida, his life and loyalty, in exchange for joining the fleet. Nami leaned close to Reiju, whispering with narrowed eyes. Nami. But no sex with him, right? Reiju, shuddering. Thank God for that. The sea dragon pulled away from the Shell's town port, its grand sails catching the morning wind. Civilians waved from the docks, cheering their new rulers and protectors. Standing at the edge of the pier, Alvida, now elegant and powerful in her new form, saluted the departing flagship. Alvida. Good luck, Captain. I'll whip this island, and my crew, into shape. You'll be proud to call this territory yours. From the deck, Luffy, Nami, Yamato, and Reiju stood at the railing, waving back. Reiju. Smirking, shame, she was so much fun in the sheets. Nami, chuckling. Yeah, nice and slippery, like being covered in warm oil. Yamato, laughing. I still can't believe she used coconut-scented soap. Just then, Melissa strolled up behind them, blinking innocently. Melissa. What are you talking about? All four of them immediately broke into song. All together. Nothing, Melissa, suspicious. Right. Okay, I'm gonna go finish my chores and then play tag with Brooke and Usopp. She skipped away happily, leaving the adults to sweat nervously. Nami, whispering. We need to be more careful what we say around her. As the sea dragon hit the open sea, the wind picked up and the crew scattered to their stations. Luffy stepped beside Nami at the helm, gazing ahead. Luffy. Set a direct course for Orangetown. I want to see that clown. Nami grinned, placing her hands confidently on the wheel. She leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Nami. Aye, honey. The ship surged forward, heading for the next conquest and the next recruit. The sea dragon cut steadily through the east blue waves, but there was no lazing around on deck today. The training deck echoed with the clash of blades as Luffy sparred against Zoro, Kuina, and Vanda. Luffy was shirtless, sweat glistening as he held his cutlass, his form improving with every strike. His blade crackled subtly with armament hockey, showing his growing control. Zoro. Blocking a strike. You're getting better, Captain. Vanda. Ducking a slash and grinning. Yeah. Not bad for someone who started late. Luffy. Panting, smiling. Thanks, and thanks for going easy on me. Kuina landed beside him lightly, her blade glowing faintly with wind energy from her wind fruit. Kuina. Captain, are you sure the Marines will send a whole armada after us? Luffy nodded seriously, twirling his cutlass once before sheathing it. Luffy. Yeah. And they'll probably get reinforcements from Shell's town and the other bases nearby. Then he paused, rubbing the back of his head with a grin. Luffy. Oh, that reminds me, Kuina, don't freak out about what I'm about to tell you. The three sword fighters leaned in, curious. Luffy. There's a Marine captain named Smoker who's heading our way. He's bringing someone else, too, a Marine swordswoman. Kuina tilted her head, confused. Luffy, carefully, her name is Tashigi. And, she looks exactly like you. Silence. Then, Kuina, deadpan. What? Luffy. Yeah, like, clone level identical. Kuina. Kuina, exploding. What? A Marine looks like me. Oh no. She grabbed Wado Ichimonji, her hockey flaring lightly as a breeze spiraled around her. Kuina. Captain. Request permission to handle Smoky Boy myself. I'll blow him halfway across the sea with my wind powers. And as for that copycat, I'll show her who the original is. Luffy burst out laughing, hands on his hips. Luffy. Permission granted. But keep me posted. I want to see that showdown. Zoro, smirking. This'll be good, Vanda. Hope someone brings popcorn. Orangetown was in chaos. The townsfolk cowered in their homes as cannons fired into the sky for no reason, and circus-themed pirates rampaged through the streets, laughing like lunatics. At the center of the madness stood Buggy the Clown, sitting on a gaudy throne inside the town's captured mayor's office, which he'd converted into a circus like HQ. Buggy, cackling. Mawahaha. This town belongs to Captain Buggy the Genius Jester, nobody can stop me now. Suddenly, one of his crewmates rushed in, pale and panicking. Buggy Pirate. CC Captain Buggy. A ship's approaching, and it's huge. Buggy. So? Just blow it up with, wait, what flag does it fly? The pirate shakily handed him a telescope. Buggy looked through it, and froze. It was a black flag, with a familiar straw hat motif. Buggy's skin turned blue. Buggy. No way. That's his flag, Monkey D. Luffy? Here, already? Buggy, screaming. Someone get me out of here, suddenly. Boom. The doors to his headquarters exploded open, wood flying everywhere. Luffy walked in, grinning ear to ear. He was flanked by Zoro and Pedro, but his arms were already full. He casually tossed 3 bodies into the room like they were trash bags. A bruised and unconscious Moji, a twitching Richie the Lion, and a half-conscious Kabaji, still groaning from a beating. They landed in a pile at Buggy's feet. Luffy, grinning. Hey, clown face. I think these 3 belong to you. Buggy, horrified. Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy took 1 step forward, and the entire room seemed to darken. His smile remained, but his conqueror's haki seeped out just enough to make the walls tremble. Luffy. We need to talk. Buggy trembled, sweat pouring down his painted cheeks. Buggy, whimpering. Please don't kill me. Inside the former mayor's office of Orangetown, the air had turned heavy. Buggy the Clown, once shouting and laughing, now sat frozen with terror. His eyes locked not on Luffy's face, but on the blade sheathed at his side. A long, curved cutlass with gold trim, humming faintly with armament haki. Buggy, panicked, and no, it can't be. Luffy took a step forward, shadow falling over Buggy. Luffy, coldly. Oh, this? He tapped the sword. That's ace. Given to me by Silver's Rayleigh. And you know what, Buggy? He leaned forward, eyes glowing with restrained fury. Luffy. You're a joke. I bet Goldie Roger is turning in his grave seeing what you've become. Buggy's breath caught in his throat. That line hit deeper than any blade. He looked around, his men were unconscious, his lion out cold, and his so-called empire just burned down in minutes. In that moment, death felt close. His pride shattered. His clown makeup couldn't hide the tears, and then he knelt. Buggy, sobbing. Please. Don't kill me, I surrender. Just don't slice me up. I'm sorry. The Straw Hat crew stood in the doorway behind Luffy, watching in sheer embarrassment. Zoro, disgusted, this is hard to watch. Usopp, cringing, he really was on the same ship as Roger? Reiju. I've seen slimes with more spine. Perona, deadpan, ghosts have died with more dignity. Luffy frowned, his expression growing annoyed as Buggy clung to his boots, wailing. Luffy, shouting, hey, stop whining like a little girl. He kicked Buggy off his leg and growled. Luffy, honestly, I came here for 2 things. To put this town under my flag, to recruit you and your circus into my fleet. Buggy sniffled, confused and surprised. Buggy, our recruit, me? Luffy, flat, yeah. I could have just killed you. But you've got name recognition, a mobile crew, flashy powers, and worst case, you're a good distraction. Buggy blinked. Then slowly stood up, still trembling, but now confused between fear and possibility. Buggy. You want me, in your fleet? Luffy nodded. Luffy, grinning now, as the East Blue's resident clown. But if you ever betray me, Buggy, I won't be nearly this nice again. With Buggy sufficiently humbled, and still twitching from Luffy's conqueror's haki, the Straw Hats moved through the now quiet streets of Orangetown. Civilians peeked nervously from behind doors and broken windows, unsure whether to celebrate or run. Luffy and the others eventually found the mayor, battered but alive, tied up in one of Buggy's makeshift circus cages. Vanda sliced the ropes free while Luffy helped the old man to his feet. Mayor Boodle, weakly. Who are you people? Luffy, grinning. Monkey D. Luffy. And as of today, this town is under my protection. The mayor blinked in shock. Luffy, pointing at Buggy, and he's going to rebuild every wall, every house, every shop that his crew damaged. Or I'll personally turn his nose into a beach ball. Buggy, still sweating, nodded furiously. Buggy. Why yes. Absolutely, I'll even repaint the fountain. Perona. You'd better. A moment later, the straw hat flag was raised high above Orangetown's tallest building, its dark sails fluttering with pride. The townspeople watched in awe, some even cheering now as hope returned. Standing on a rooftop, Nami folded her arms, brow furrowed. Nami. This feels too easy. Luffy stood beside her, arms crossed, coat flapping in the breeze. Luffy. I know. He looked toward the distant sea, eyes narrowing. Luffy. But I think I know where we'll meet that magma bastard. Nami, tense. You're talking about him, aren't you? Akainu? Luffy, nodding. Yup. He'll be entering the East Blue any day now. But when he hears I'm attacking a kingdom capital, he'll have to take the bait. Nami's eyes widened. Nami. You mean, the Goa Kingdom? Luffy, grinning darkly, time to shake that rotten kingdom to its core. The sea dragon cut through the calm waters like a silent predator. The sun was rising, casting a golden hue over the horizon. In the distance stood the Goa capital, proud and arrogant atop its cliffs, still a symbol of noble power and corruption. On the deck stood Luffy, coat billowing in the sea breeze, staring at the distant city with fierce determination. His eyes glowed with resolve. He whispered to himself. Luffy, softly, if I take this city, the East Blue is mine. A quiet voice echoed in his mind. Nika, chuckling, so, you're really going for it. Luffy blinked but didn't flinch. He was used to hearing the whispers of the sun god now. Nika. Impressive. But be warned, if you take that city, the 5 elders and Emu will make you their target. Luffy didn't hesitate. Luffy. I know. But it's time those 5 relics and that hag Emu learned, they're not the top dogs anymore. For a moment, there was silence, then the laughter returned. Nika, grinning in his mind. You've sure grown up, boy. Luffy smiled. Just a little. Luffy, thanks, Nika. Nika. At this rate, you'll be branded an Emperor-level threat before you even reach the Grand Line. Luffy's grin widened. Luffy. Good, let the world tremble. Behind him, the crew was getting ready. Pedro, Zoro, Yamato, Reiju, and Nami stood at the railing, gazing at the Goa Kingdom. Pedro. Ready when you are, Captain. Nami, serious. This is where everything changes, isn't it? Luffy, nodding. Yeah. This is my war now. The Goa Kingdom, mourning. The peaceful, noble calm of the Goa capital was shattered by a terrifying roar. The sea dragon had docked just beyond the city walls, and the Straw Hat Pirates were tearing through the defenses like a tidal wave of chaos and purpose. King Starry, pale and sweating in his golden robes, stood on his palace balcony overlooking the chaos below. His crown shook on his head as he pointed furiously toward the battlefield. King Starry, screaming. Stop them! Stop them, you fools! Deploy the entire garrison. Throw everything at them. Where are the Marines I paid for? His royal guards and hired Marines surged through the city streets, only to be met by storms, blades, and shockwaves. In the city streets below, Luffy charged forward, body crackling with lightning and stretching with rubber force, his face a mixture of fury and glee. Buildings cracked as thunder roared behind him. Luffy, grinning. Let's go. We take the palace, then the people will be free. His fist launched forward, punching a Marine commander through 2 stone walls. Beside him, Reiju released clouds of poison gas, Pedro sliced through lines of armored guards, and Nami summoned lightning down upon towers with Zeus cackling. But then, Yamato, shouting, Luffy, Marine ships, approaching fast. Vanda, eyes narrowing. They've got Marine war banners, a full fleet. Luffy turned to the sea, standing atop a ruined balcony, and saw them, massive Marine warships, flying the world government's emblem, fast approaching from the eastern horizon. He laughed. Loud and fearless. Luffy. Looks like the Red Dog and the White Chase are joining the party. He slammed his fists together, electricity dancing across his skin. Luffy. Bring it on. Behind him, Kuina stepped forward, one hand on Wado Ichimonji, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Kuina, smiling. Finally. Time to have some fun, Captain. She cracked her neck and pointed toward the ships. Kuina. You promised. Smoker is mine. And as for that copycat who dares look like me. She tightened her grip, wind beginning to swirl at her feet. Kuina. Declaring, I'll show her what a real swordswoman can do. As marine warships began closing in on the kingdom's main harbor, sirens blared from towers, and panicked noble guards scrambled to coordinate a defense. But from the upper level of a shattered watchtower, a single figure stood poised. Kuina, her long blue hair whipping wildly in the wind she herself conjured. Her Wado Ichimonji gleamed in the rising sun, and her observation haki locked onto two approaching presences with razor precision. Kuina, smiling. There you are, the smoke guy, and the red mutt. She remembered the insult from her bounty, blue hair, her grip on her sword tightened. Kuina, coldly, let's see how they like a little payback. Then, without a word, she vanished, propelled forward at incredible speed by her wind fruit. A violent gust erupted from the spot where she stood, shattering the stone beneath her. Luffy, still near the palace steps, turned as he felt her presence vanish. Luffy, eyes wide. Kuina. Zoro, frowning, Oi, is she doing what I think she's doing? Nami, stunned. She's heading straight for the docks. Luffy facepalmed, shouting toward the sea. Luffy. Kuina, isn't this a little overkill? Zoro, deadpan. You're kind of proving their point, you know. Marine cannons locked onto the coastline. Vice Admiral Akainu stood near the bow of the lead ship, arms crossed, lava dripping from his fists. Captain Smoker stood beside him, resting one hand on his jeet, his expression focused. Akainu, growling. When we land, we erase that brat from existence. Smoker, quietly, just give me 5 minutes with him. Suddenly, the wind shifted violently. Whoosh! A massive air vortex struck the bay. Kuina appeared in midair, glowing with raw armament haki, the wind spiraling around her blade. Kuina, smiling. Let me show you something a red-haired drunk once taught me. She raised her sword high. A spiritual silhouette formed behind her, an ethereal blue wind griffin, made from pure energy and haki, spreading wings that seemed to split the sky. She slashed downward. Kuina, shouting, divine departure. Boom. A colossal air blade, infused with swirling wind currents and black haki, ripped through the sea, cutting through waves and air like a divine judgment. The sky above the marine fleet exploded into wind tunnels, tearing sails and toppling masts. The shockwave reached the decks of 3 ships, blasting marines off their feet and leaving Akainu's and Smoker's ships shaking violently. Marine, screaming. What the hell was that? Akainu's eyes narrowed, magma rising from his body. Akainu. So that's how it is. Smoker, gritting his teeth. She's mine. Don't interfere. The sea churned violently. 3 ships had been completely capsized, sails shredded, and decks torn apart. What remained of the once formidable marine fleet was reduced to a handful of survivors, clinging to their posts in terror. Kuina floated gently in the air, her blade resting on her shoulder, a smug smile on her face. Wind swirled around her like a royal cloak. Kuina, mocking. What's wrong? That little breeze too much for the great navy? Marines cowered behind broken railings, too afraid to shoot. Then her eyes locked onto someone. A girl standing on the flagship, coughing from the smoke, sword in hand. She looked just like Kuina. Down to the hair, stance, and build, only with glasses. Kuina's smile widened. Kuina. Oh, so you're the copycat. She pointed her sword directly at Tashigi. Kuina. Watch closely, little clone. This is what a real swordswoman can do. Tashigi's eyes widened, stunned by the resemblance, but before either could react further. Boom. Akainu launched himself at Kuina in a blast of molten rock and fury, magma arm raised to strike. Akainu, roaring. You brat. But Kuina vanished in a cyclone, wind whooshing so violently that it extinguished some of Akainu's flames midair. The battle was nearly over. King Starry's elite guard and most of the local marine defense had already fallen. The Straw Hats stood amidst the broken ruins, panting but victorious. Then, Kuina landed with a gust of wind, boots touching down with a soft thud. Kuina, grinning. "Miss me?" The crew turned to her, stunned. Yamato, pouting. "Not fair. We were fighting actual trained guards, and you go and take out a fleet?" Jaws, grumbling. "Oi, who said you could sink almost the entire navy backup?" Zoro, half impressed, half annoyed. "Show off." Nami, hands on hips. "You could have told us first. What if you got hurt?" Brook. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. That was Wind Urfel." Sanji, of course, was on his knees in tears, hearts in his eyes. Sanji. "Kuina Swan. That elegance. That grace. That hockey. My soul is yours. Step on me." Perona, rolling her eyes. "Get a grip, Cook." Kuina just flipped her hair back with a smirk. Kuina. "Well, I did promise I'd leave the red mud and smoke guy standing." Luffy walked up, grinning. "Luffy. Not bad, Kuina. Just don't steal all the fun next time." The marine flagship, partially damaged from Kuina's divine departure, finally limped into the docks. Flames still flickered on the broken sails, and tension hung in the air like storm clouds. The Straw Hats, weapons ready, stood their ground, until Luffy suddenly raised his hand. Luffy, calmly. "Stand down." Yamato. "What?" Zoro. "Captain." Pedro. "Are you serious? We could finish this right now." Nami, concerned. "Luffy, you could go Gear 4 right now and blast that ship in Akainu into ash." Luffy simply sat down in the middle of the destroyed palace square, legs crossed, waiting. Luffy. "Let the ship come." Everyone stared, stunned. At the dock. As the Marines disembarked, they saw Monkey D. Luffy just sitting there. Akainu, molten rage dripping from his fists, charged the moment he stepped on land. Akainu, snarling. "You think you can sit there and mock me? I'll kill you." But just as he neared, Luffy, roaring. "Wait." A thunderous blast of Conqueror's haki erupted from Luffy, shaking the ruins, warping the air, and dropping nearly every Marine soldier on the docks. Several passed out on the spot. Even some officers hit the ground, unconscious. Akainu stopped, his lava crackling, more stunned than hurt. Luffy, firmly. "We don't need more bodies here, so I'm offering you a deal." Luffy. "A duel. 3 on 3. Winner takes Goa." The air went still. Luffy. "You want to prove the Marines are the top dogs? Fine. Let's make it official. You pick 2 champions, I pick mine. You and I fight last." Akainu clenched his jaw, hate bubbling inside him, but the idea of a public navy victory was irresistible. Akainu. "HMPH, fine. Pick your champions, but when I win, I'm turning you and your pirate circus into ash." Luffy, grinning. "Feeling generous today. If even one of mine loses, we surrender. Do what you want with us." The Marines murmured in disbelief. Smoker, stepping forward, "Then I'll be first." Tashigi, furious. "I'll go too, I have to fight her." Akainu, frowning. "You sure, girl?" Tashigi. "She ruined my life. I got arrested by my own men because they thought I was her." She pointed her sword at Kuina. Tashigi, yelling. "You, thanks to you, I was stripped, interrogated, humiliated, I want satisfaction." Luffy blinked. Luffy, muttering. "Is she serious? She's going to get creamed." Kuina stepped forward, hand already on her blade, an amused smirk on her face. Kuina. "You want satisfaction, copy girl. Fine." She casually unsheathed Wado Ichimonji, and let the wind flick around her lightly. Kuina, mocking. "As an olive branch, I won't even use haki or my devil fruit." "Try to survive more than a minute," the Marines gasped. Brook, laughing. "Yo-ho-ho-ho. That's cold, Kuina-san." Sanji, nose bleeding. "So strong, so merciless, marry me." The crowd of Marines and Straw Hats had formed a wide circle on the palace battlefield, destroyed pillars, shattered flags, and broken tiles littering the stone courtyard. The sky was still gray from Kuina's earlier divine departure, the tension thick in the air. At the center stood 2 women, practically mirror images. The only difference, glasses and aura. Tashigi, clad in jeans, a white blouse, and a marine coat, gripped her katana tight. Her jaw was set, eyes focused. Across from her stood Kuina, calm, dangerous, wearing a black tank top, tight black jeans, and an easy smile that oozed dominance. Her long blue hair whipped in the wind. Kuina, smirking. Well, that settles it, 4 eyes. Tashigi, blinking. What did you just call me? Kuina. It's obvious. I'm the better looking one, the stronger one, the more confident one. She slowly drew her blade, the white sheath gleaming in the morning light. Kuina, taunting. Let's prove it. Tashigi's eyes widened in shock, her jaw dropped. Tashigi. Wato Ichimonji, that's one of the 21 great grade swords. She looked over at Zoro, recognizing the other 2 blades. Tashigi, gasping, Shisui, and Sandai Kitetsu. Luffy, grinning. Hey sword nerd, you recognize this one? He motioned to the blade at his side. Tashigi froze. Even Akainu stiffened. Tashigi, gasping. No, not that one. Ace. Luffy, proudly. Yep. Given to me by Shanks and Rayleigh themselves. Tashigi's confidence shook, but Kuina wasn't done yet. Kuina. And while you were smacking training dummies at the Marine Gym, I was in the New World. Fighting warlords. Killing slavers. And training under red-haired Shanks himself. She twirled her blade, wind dancing around her like a curtain. Kuina. He taught me that attack I used to destroy your fleet. Tashigi's hands trembled. For the first time, she realized. This wasn't an East Blue pirate. This was a New World-bred monster with a Yonko's mentorship. Tashigi, screaming. I don't care. Those blades don't belong to filthy pirates. Give them here, now. Kuina, grinning. Come take them then, 4 eyes. Blades clashed. The air cracked with steel as Tashigi swung wildly, yelling with each strike. Her blade slashed in wide arcs, furious and desperate, trying to land anything on her calm, smiling opponent. But Kuina didn't even look like she was trying. She dodged and parried with graceful ease, her expression bored, her movements fluid. She hadn't even activated Haki or her devil fruit powers. Zoro, watching. She's not even breaking a sweat. Nami, crossing her arms. Tashigi's too emotional, she's swinging like a rookie. Brook. Yo-ho-ho, this is hard to watch. Tashigi, enraged, lunged in close. That was a mistake. Kuina's fist shot out, slamming straight into Tashigi's stomach with brutal force. Tashigi, choking. Gak. She fell to her knees, clutching her stomach, gasping in pain. Her blade hit the ground with a soft clatter. Kuina walked forward, and with a scoff, kicked the sword back toward her. Kuina, coldly. Get up. I'm not even trying yet. Tashigi, red-faced and furious, snatched her sword off the ground and screamed. Tashigi. Shut up, she charged again, full force. Kuina didn't even draw her sword. She stepped aside, grabbed the blade mid-swing with her bare hand. No Haki, no wind, just sheer raw skill. Kuina, calmly, too slow. And then, bam, she headbutted Tashigi, full force, right in the nose. A wet crack echoed as blood poured from Tashigi's face. Tashigi collapsed, face first onto the ground, blade slipping from her fingers. Her glasses shattered. Blood dripped from her nose, mixing with the tears forming in her eyes. Tashigi, choked, and no. Kuina threw her sword down beside her with disgust. Kuina, coldly. You're pathetic. Don't ever call yourself a swordswoman again. Without another word, she walked away. The Marines stood in stunned silence. Some looked away in shame. Others were just frozen. Tashigi tried to rise, trembling, blood covering her mouth. Akainu, furious. Enough. His voice silenced everything. Akainu, snarling. Sergeant Tashigi, you've disgraced the Marines. You're done. I'll deal with your failure later. He turned his molten gaze to Smoker, who now stood with jeet in hand. Akainu. You'd better win. Or you, and that embarrassment over there, are dead. Is that clear, Captain? Smoker, gritting his teeth, crystal. The courtyard was still as Brook stepped forward, the wind catching the edge of his coat. Despite his skeletal appearance, He radiated calm composure as he bowed gracefully before his opponent.
Smoker, squinting. So, humming Brook. Former vice captain of the Rumbar Pirates. Thought your crew disappeared over 50 years ago. Brook, bowing. Yo ho ho ho, at your service, good sir. And yes, I've been dying to fight again. Get it? Dying? Smoker, unimpressed, cracked his neck and readied his jeet, smoke already hissing from his body. Smoker. I'll be damned if I let a bag of bones like you beat me. Brook slowly drew his elegant cane sword, the blade shimmering slightly with armament hockey. Brook, softly. Let's find out, shall we? The duel erupted into motion, Brook moving with elegant speed, each step gliding across the battlefield like a dance. Smoker countered with brute strength, powerful swings and smoke bursts attempting to corner him. Their blades clashed again and again, but it quickly became clear. Brook was holding back. With a flash of speed, Brook appeared behind Smoker, slicing a thin line across his cheek with pinpoint accuracy. Smoker froze. Brook. Oh my. Did I leave a scratch? Seems like your smoke is quite ineffective against someone with hockey. Gasps erupted from the Marines. Many didn't even see the strike. Brook. And since you don't have hockey yet, I seem to be at an advantage. Smoker snarled, clearly irritated. He surged forward with a wild smoke-powered thrust, jeet swinging toward Brook's ribcage, but... Luffy. Shouting from the sideline. Brook. Watch that jeet, it's got sea stone. Brook, grinning. Understood, Captain, I'll treat it like a venomous fang. The battle resumed, and Brook began pressing the offensive. His footwork was flawless, his strikes precise, his fencing style graceful and sharp. Smoker was strong, but Brook was making it look like a performance. Then came a comedic break in the action. Smoker charged, but Brook spun behind him, hooked him by the coat and with one swift motion threw him through a wall and into a horse trough. Brook turned and walked casually across the field, whistling, until he reached a very startled Tashigi, who was still sitting on the ground with blood still dripping from her nose. Brook knelt down beside her, elegantly offering her a handkerchief. Brook, gently, pardon me, young lady. On behalf of Miss Kuina's, aggressive behavior, I sincerely apologize for her lack of restraint. He leaned closer. Brook, whispering, and, may I see your panties? Time. Stopped. Every Marine on the field froze. Akainu blinked. Zoro's jaw dropped. Reiju snorted. Even Luffy was wide-eyed. Tashiji's face turned crimson. Pervert. Just then, Smoker, roaring, hey! I'm your opponent, damn it. Brook turned around with dramatic flair, hand on his chest. Brook. Oh, forgive me, I don't want your panties. Brook, sword raised. Now, shall we resume? The battlefield echoed with steel clashing and boots scraping. Smoker, bruised and bleeding, panted heavily as steam rose off his body. His jeet, laced with sea stone, was chipped. Brook, ever graceful, stood calmly with his cane sword resting against his shoulder. Smoker, gritting his teeth, you're fast for a sack of bones. Brook, bowing. Yo ho ho ho, why thank you. My bones are rather light, after all. Smoker lunged again, swinging wildly. Brook stepped aside with elegance, narrowly dodging the jeet. He flashed forward, gliding across the ground, his blade glowing with chilling energy and lined with armament hockey. Brook, calmly, I believe it's time we end this waltz. He took a deep breath, well, metaphorically, and then... Soul-solid encore slash. In a blink, Brook disappeared. A white flash shot across the battlefield like a winter gust. Suddenly, a long cut formed across Smoker's chest, deep, cold, and precise. For a brief moment, the Marine captain stood frozen in place, and then collapsed to one knee, coughing. A frosty steam rose from the wound. His jeet fell from his hand. Brook, gently, forgive me, but I had to hit the final note. He bowed theatrically. And now, if you'll excuse me. Brook turned toward the Marines, stepping gracefully.
I must return to my dear audience. Encore complete.
The Marines were stunned. Even Akainu, watching, clenched his fists. The battlefield was cracked and scorched. Smoker collapsed on one knee, gasping from the gash across his chest. while Brook gracefully twirled his cane sword and sheathed it with a flourish. Brook, bowing. Yo ho ho ho, that was fun, but I fear I've had enough excitement for one day. The Marines stared in stunned silence. Brook, the skeleton swordsman, had cleanly defeated Smoker, one of the most feared captains in the Navy. Akainu, fists clenched, jaw twitching, was already trembling with rage. He turned his molten glare on the fallen Smoker and Tashigi. Akainu, growling. Disgraces, both of you. I should burn you where you stand. He raised his magma-covered fist, ready to incinerate his own subordinates. Tashigi, frightened. Sir, Smoker. Wait, Vice Admiral, don't. Wham! Before Akainu could even launch his attack, a jet-black, armament hockey-coated fist exploded across his jaw with the force of a cannonball. Boom! Akainu flew through the air like a magma rocket, smashing through 3 stone buildings, tearing through roofs and walls until he crashed into the ground, leaving a crater and a trail of smoke and fire. Silence. Everyone turned to the one who had thrown the punch. Monkey D. Luffy. Standing tall, electricity flickering across his arms, his expression hard as steel, the straw hat of the East Blue raised his fist. Luffy, growling. Hey, Mutt, no you don't. You and me, we've got a score to settle. You want to talk about disgrace? Look in the damn mirror. You're the Navy's rabid dog. Now let me show you what embarrassment really looks like. The dust around the wreckage stirred. Akainu emerged. Half of his coat burned away, magma leaking from his fists and shoulders like a volcanic geyser. His eyes burned with hatred. Akainu, roaring, Straw Hat. You are dead. He charged forward, his entire body turning into living magma, a blazing comet of destruction. Luffy, cracking his knuckles. Let's dance, hothead. The battlefield was littered with steam and broken weapons. Kuina stood tall, Wado Ichimonji gleaming as Tashigi lay unconscious at her feet. Brook's sword cane slid back into its sheath with a soft click. Smoker sprawled behind him with a deep cut across his chest. The onlookers barely had time to breathe before the ground boiled. Sand turned to glass, trees caught fire, and the air itself grew heavy with suffocating heat. From the smoke marched a towering Marine officer, his white coat dragging against the scorched ground. His face was locked in a scowl carved from stone, his fists dripping molten magma like living volcanoes. Vice Admiral Sakazuki. The Red Dog. Whispers rippled through the Marines. It's him. Why send that man here? Does the brass really think this rookie is worth it? Akainu's voice cut through the fear, deep and merciless. Akainu. Monkey D. Luffy, you've made a lot of noise for a brat from East Blue. Slavers, nobles, Marines. Everywhere you go, you leave corpses and chaos. That ends today. His gaze swept over the fallen Smoker and Tashigi, and his lip curled. Akainu. Pathetic. Beaten by children. I'll clean this mess myself. He stepped forward, every stomp leaving pools of magma hissing on the dirt. Luffy didn't flinch. He walked out to meet him, lightning crawling over his arms, his aura flaring like a storm. The brim of his hat cast his eyes in shadow, but his smirk was sharp and dangerous. Luffy. So you're the dog they sent, huh? His voice carried across the battlefield, calm but crackling with fury underneath. Akainu. Dog or not, boy, I bite, and I don't let go. The magma around his fists roared, the earth trembling from the heat. Luffy's knuckles sparked with armament hockey, black lightning snapping through the air as storm clouds gathered overhead. Luffy. Good. I was hoping for a real fight. The moment their eyes locked, a shockwave burst out, the sheer pressure of two conquerors' wills colliding. Marines stumbled back, shouting in panic. And then, boom, both charged, one wreathed in fire, the other in lightning. The battle between storm and volcano had begun. The ground split apart as magma and lightning collided, shockwaves ripping through the port town. Marines clutched their rifles and stumbled back, unable to get close to the two monsters trading blows. Luffy grinned, fist wreathed in sparks, hockey coating his skin like obsidian armor. Luffy, thinking. He's strong, yeah, this is good. But I can't finish him yet. Not until I see what he can really do. He darted forward in a blur of speed, holding back his full Moa Moa boosts, just enough to keep the tempo sharp. His fist crashed into Akainu's guard with a thunderclap, lightning spraying across the battlefield. Akainu. TCH. Fast, but reckless. The Vice Admiral swung his magma-coated fist, forcing Luffy to twist back as molten rock sizzled across the ground. The heat was suffocating, the air itself bending under the intensity. Luffy laughed, even as sparks burned his cheek. Luffy. Hey. You pack a punch, old dog. Not bad. He sprang back, rubber muscles coiling, then snapped forward. Gomu Gomu no. Lightning whip. His arm stretched wide, electricity crackling along it before snapping down at Akainu like a thunder serpent. The Magma Man raised his fist, roaring, Hellhound Fist. The two forces met with a blinding flash, lightning hissing against molten fire, each refusing to give way. Marines shielded their eyes as the shockwave blasted them back, sending bodies tumbling like rag dolls. For a moment, neither yielded. Then both were hurled back, sliding across the scorched ground, feet digging trenches into the earth. Akainu wiped magma dripping from his chin, scowling. Akainu. You fight better than the reports said, Monkey D. Luffy, but you're still just a boy playing pirate. Luffy smirked, cracking his knuckles as sparks danced between them. Luffy. Then keep talking, mutt. Let's see how long you last before I stop playing. The crowd shuddered, because even holding back, their captain's aura was growing heavier, darker, and hungrier for battle. The battlefield shook as magma rivers and lightning storms tore through the port. Buildings melted, the sea boiled, and Marines could only watch in horror. Akainu wiped magma from his jaw, his eyes narrowing. Akainu. Thinking. This brat, he shouldn't be this strong. A paramecia? A logia? He fights like both at once? He lunged again, magma fist surging forward. Luffy met him head-on, sparks flashing as their blows collided, the shockwave knocking soldiers unconscious just from the pressure. But then, Luffy laughed. Not nervous laughter, but wild and fearless. Luffy. He, what's wrong, dog? You look confused. Akainu growled. No boy should have lightning and strength like this. What devil fruit did you eat? The Marines whispered from the sidelines. Rubber, he's rubber, right? No, I saw him use lightning, but he made that stone grow and explode too. What the hell is he? Luffy tilted his head, grin wide under the shadow of his hat. Sparks of lightning coiled around his arms while his muscles rippled like stretched rubber. Behind him, the ground he stepped on cracked and swelled unnaturally, Moa energy amplifying the terrain itself. Luffy. Oh, that? Simple. He raised 3 fingers slowly. Luffy. I don't have 1 fruit. I've got 3. The world went silent. The Marines froze, eyes bulging. 3? That's impossible, he should be dead. No human body can survive that. What kind of monster is he? Even Akainu staggered, his scowl faltering for the first time. Akainu. 3, you expect me to believe that madness? Luffy's grin turned feral, his aura bursting out in a wave of Conqueror's haki that dropped half the onlookers instantly. Luffy. Believe it, rubber, lightning, amplification. His voice thundered across the battlefield. He cracked his fists together, sparks and black haki lightning surging into the sky like a storm. Luffy, laughing. You wanted to know what kind of pirate I am. I'm the kind who breaks every rule this world has. The Marines collapsed in terror, and even Vice Admiral Sakazuki felt his skin prickle as the storm around Luffy grew darker and heavier. For the first time, the Red Dog realized he wasn't hunting prey. He was staring at a predator. The battlefield crackled with tension. Marines clutched their rifles, too terrified to move, their eyes darting between the boiling magma of Vice Admiral Sakazuki and the storm of lightning dancing around Luffy. Luffy tilted his head forward, the brim of his hat shadowing his eyes. His grin widened, quiet and dangerous. Luffy, low, steady, watch this, mutt. He slammed his fists together. Boom. A shockwave of Conqueror's haki erupted, splitting the sky. Black lightning laced with golden sparks crawled across his body. His muscles inflated, rubber body stretching and compressing with rhythmic ba-dum thumps like a beating drum. Clouds of steam swirled around him as his form shifted. The earth trembled as Luffy's voice roared. Gear forth, Thunderman. When the smoke cleared, he stood transformed. A towering figure cloaked in arcs of crackling electricity, rubber skin jet black with armament hockey, every movement leaving afterimages of lightning bolts. His heartbeat thundered through the air like war drums. The Marines gawked. What is that form? He's like a storm given shape. No one can fight that. Akainu snarled, magma fists bubbling hotter. Tricks. Just parlor tricks. You think a flashy form will save you, boy? He charged, fists blazing with volcanic fury, but Luffy moved. In a blur, faster than sight, Luffy vanished. Crack. He reappeared behind Akainu, fist slamming into his jaw with enough force to send magma and blood flying. The Vice Admiral crashed through 2 stone buildings, his body buried in rubble before the lava hardened around him. The Marines gasped. Marine. He just manhandled the Vice Admiral. Before Akainu could rise, Luffy's silhouette flickered again. Thunder Kong gun. A fist the size of a ship, wrapped in lightning and hockey, smashed into Akainu's chest. The Magma Man howled, blood spraying from his mouth as he was launched skyward like a cannonball. But Luffy wasn't done. He rocketed upward on jets of compressed rubber and electricity, appearing above Akainu mid-air. Luffy, grinning. Not done yet, lightning rhino stampede. Both legs crackled like thunderbolts as he kicked downward, slamming Akainu from the sky and cratering him into the earth so hard the ground split for miles. The Marines stumbled, many fainting from the sheer shockwave. Akainu lay in the crater, coughing magma, his body smoking and broken. Luffy hovered over him, steam and lightning wreathing his form like a god of storms. Luffy, smirking, voice echoing with power. You came here barking, mutt, but looks like all you can do is whine. The battlefield was in ruins. Half the port was glassed over from Akainu's magma, the other half scorched black from Luffy's storm. Marines clung to walls, bleeding, shaking, barely able to stay on their feet. Above it all, Luffy floated, steam rolling off his body as arcs of lightning licked across his blackened hockey form. His eyes shone golden beneath the brim of his hat. Akainu roared one last time, magma fists swelling into a volcanic inferno. But Luffy's grin stretched wide. Luffy. Guess I'll show you what happens when I stop holding back. He cocked his fist back, muscles coiling, the air around it twisting from sheer power. Electricity shrieked like thunder, compressing tighter, brighter, deadlier than anything he'd unleashed before. Luffy. Thunder Kong gun, times 80. Boom. The sky exploded. A fist like a thunder god's hammer smashed into Akainu with cataclysmic force, lightning tearing the heavens apart as the ground cracked and split for miles. The impact buried the Vice Admiral deep into the earth, magma hissing into nothing under the overwhelming storm. A crater the size of a town yawned open, black smoke rising from its heart. When the dust cleared, Akainu lay unconscious, bloodied, broken, and entombed in the very earth he sought to scorch. Silence. Every Marine left standing froze in disbelief. Some dropped their rifles, others collapsed outright, unable to process what they had just seen. Luffy exhaled, steam pouring off him as his body shrank back down. The thunder faded, but his presence only grew heavier. He turned his head slowly, hat shadowing his eyes, and looked directly at the trembling Marines. Luffy, calm but commanding. Get him. Get out of here, now. The Marines hesitated. He stepped forward, voice like thunder. Luffy. And when Fido wakes up, he pointed into the crater where Akainu lay crushed. Tell him this. Once his bones are healed, if he still wants a rematch. Luffy's grin widened into something feral, electric sparks crawling across his teeth. Luffy. He knows where to find me, and next time he challenges me. He tipped his hat back, eyes blazing. Luffy. I'll shove him up the Gorosei's asses. The words rang out across the battlefield like a death sentence. The Marines scrambled, dragging their broken Vice Admiral from the crater with terrified hands, retreating as fast as their legs could carry them. None dared to look back. Luffy stood alone at the center of the storm, the victor, the Pirate King reborn. Smoke still hung heavy over the shattered capital. The Marines were gone, dragging their broken Vice Admiral with them, leaving behind only silence and the stench of burnt earth. Luffy stood at the heart of the ruin, lightning fading from his shoulders, his hat tipped low. His crew regrouped around him. Nami wiping blood from her cheek, Kuina's blade still gleaming, Brook humming softly to ease the tension. Then came a heavy thud. Jaws emerged from the side street, dragging something across the cobblestones with one massive hand. His shark grin gleamed as he hauled his prize into the open. Jaws. Hey, Captain. Recognize this sad excuse for a human? He flung the struggling body down. The crowd gasped. There, squirming and red-faced, was none other than the king of Goa. His fine robes were torn, his crown dented, his hands bound like a common criminal. King, screaming. Unhand me, you filthy fish freak. I am the sovereign of this land. You'll pay for this insolence. Jaws slammed a webbed hand down, rattling the ground. His jagged teeth gleamed as he snarled. Jaws. Shut up. If it were up to me, I'd rip you apart for the cowardly, whining pig you are. But the captain wants you alive. With a grunt, Jaws threw the king forward like garbage. The royal parasite tumbled and landed face first in the dirt, sprawling at Luffy's feet. Luffy looked down, shadowed by his straw hat. A slow smile curled across his face as thunder rumbled faintly overhead. Luffy, quiet, dangerous. Well, well. The king of Goa, the bastard who wanted to be a celestial pig. The king coughed, scrambling weakly. Why, you can't do this. I have the world government's favor, Luffy pressed a sandal down on his chest, pinning him to the ground with effortless weight. The crew looked on in silence. Nami's lips curled in disgust, Perona rolled her eyes, Zoro cracked his knuckles, and Brook muttered a low, yo-ho-ho, what a pitiful sight. The entire capital held its breath, waiting to see what judgment their captain would pass. Pedro tilted his head, ears flicking as he studied the trembling king. Pedro. Captain, why keep him alive? I thought you hated nobles like him. Vanda crossed her arms, tail flicking sharply. Vanda. Yes, you called him a greedy parasite. Why not end him here? Luffy crouched slightly, Straw Hat shadowing his eyes, then he grinned. Luffy. Easy. Even though he's way down the food chain, he's still a king. And all kings, even the pathetic ones. He nudged the royal with his sandal. Have a special Den Mushi. One that dials straight to the Holy Land, to the Gorosei. Gasps rippled through the crew. The king's face went red, veins bulging as he screeched. King Sari. How dare you, a peasant like you ordering me around? Crack. Luffy's foot smashed across his face, sending him flipping through the air before crashing down hard beside a gathering crowd of Goa citizens. Luffy, snarling. You shut up, waste of air. The king spat blood and shrieked in desperation. King Sari. Get him, protect your king, but no one moved. The crowd only stared, some wide-eyed, others trembling, and a few beginning to whisper. Luffy stepped forward, his voice rising like rolling thunder so every ear could hear. Luffy. Citizens of Goa, my name is Monkey D. Luffy. He pulled his hat back, letting his face show fully, lightning crackling faintly behind him as if the storm itself bowed to his will. Luffy. And you are all free. This bastard has no hold over you anymore. The words rang through the streets like a cannon shot. The citizens froze, then slowly, one by one, voices rose in disbelief. He said we're free. Did you see what he did to the vice admiral? The king can't protect us, but maybe he can. The king scrambled on all fours, screaming at them. King Sari. Silence. I am your sovereign, obey me. But the citizens didn't bow. For the first time, they stood tall, their eyes turning not to the crown, but to the man in the straw hat. The square trembled not with fear, but with fury. At first, it was only whispers. Then it became shouts. Then the people of Goa surged forward. Citizen number 1. You let our homes burn while you hid in your palace. Citizen number 2. You stole from us while we starved. Citizen number 3, spitting. You're no king, you're just a parasite. Stones and garbage flew. The once proud monarch stumbled as commoners pelted him, their rage finally unleashed. Some shoved him to the dirt, others kicked at his ribs. The sovereign, who had demanded obedience, now cowered like a rat under his own people's wrath. Luffy didn't even look back, he smirked faintly, tipping his hat. Luffy, calmly. He's theirs now. The crew parted as he strode forward, lightning crackling faintly around him. Pedro fell into step at his right, hand on his twin blades. Nami walked on his left, wolf eyes sharp and cold, her klima tact humming with suppressed storms. Behind them, Jaws lumbered, massive warhammer slung over his shoulder, a living wall of muscle and teeth. The crowd, still venting their fury on the fallen king, parted instinctively, making way for them as they advanced. Every step echoed with authority, not of a conqueror, but of a liberator. Ahead, the palace loomed, tall white walls, golden banners, the symbol of Goa's royal family fluttering in the wind. Nami's lip curled in disgust. Nami. All that wealth stolen from starving people, locked up in a castle, typical. Pedro's ears twitched, his eyes narrowing. Pedro. A den of corruption. If the king had a direct line to the Gorosei, it'll be here. Jaws cracked his knuckles, his shark grin wide. Jaws. Good. I'd rather smash down the gates than carry that weakling another step. Luffy's smirk grew sharper as he gazed at the palace gates. Luffy. Then let's go. We're not just tearing down his walls. He placed a hand on Ace's hilt, lightning sparking across the blade. Luffy. We're sending a message straight to the top. With that, the four strode up the marble steps, storm at their backs, while the cries of rebellion echoed from the city behind them. The marble halls of the palace echoed with shouts and steel. Loyal guards tried to bar their way, but Jaws' hammer smashed through their shields. Pedro's twin swords flashed, and Nami's storms cut down resistance like wheat before a scythe. Within minutes, the halls were silent, the throne room theirs. After searching, they found it. A golden den mushi, perched on a velvet cushion behind the throne, unlike any other snail. Its shell bore the emblem of the celestial dragons. Luffy's smile widened dangerously. Luffy. Found you. He lifted the receiver and pressed it to his ear. The snail blinked, its eyes shifting. Then 5 voices, old and heavy, filled the chamber at once.
Gorosei, in unison, who dares use this line? The weight of their authority pressed through the connection, but Luffy just chuckled.
Luffy. Name's Monkey D. Luffy. You know, the pirate who just buried your Vice Admiral Akainu in the dirt. Nami, Pedro, and Jaws stiffened in shock. They hadn't expected him to actually call the 5 elders directly. The Gorosei's voices deepened, overlapping with scorn. Gorosei. You insolent brat. Do you realize what you've done? For this insult, your punishment will be absolute. We will wipe you and your filth from the seas. But Luffy only laughed harder, tilting his head with that wild grin. Luffy. Punish me, please. I did you a favor. That bastard king wanted to be a celestial dragon. You know as well as I do he was a liability. He's gone. And now. He let the words hang, smirk widening. Luffy. I'm putting someone new on the throne. Someone useful. And you're going to give your blessing. Nami's eyes widened. Nami, whispering. He's negotiating with the Gorosei? Pedro's tail lashed. Pedro. He's either brilliant or insane. Jaws leaned on his hammer, grinning. Jaws. Both. Back on the line, one voice rose louder, Saturn's, deep and venomous. Saturn. You dare mock us? Then hear this. The God Knights are already moving. They will be in the East Blue soon. Do you think you can defy them? Luffy's grin sharpened into something feral. His eyes glowed beneath his hat as he leaned closer to the snail. Luffy, quiet, dangerous. Oh, you don't want that. Because if the God Knights come sniffing around Goa, the truth comes out. The chamber fell silent. Luffy. And we wouldn't want the world to learn there's a child of a God Knight living here in Goa, would we? The snail froze. Even the Gorosei's breath caught for a moment. Nami, Pedro, and Jaws exchanged stunned glances, completely lost. Nami, thinking. Child of a God Knight, how does he even know that? Pedro, thinking. He's playing them like prey in a trap. Saturn hissed through the line. Saturn. You overstep, boy. You have no idea what you're dealing with. But Luffy only laughed, the sound echoing through the Golden Hall. Luffy. I know enough. So here's the deal. Goa gets a new ruler, chosen by me. You nod and smile, and we all pretend this conversation never happened. Otherwise. He tipped his hat back, letting the thunder spark behind him. Luffy. I'll drag your little secret into the light of day. The snail was silent. The weight of the world government itself hung on the line. The Den Den Mushi blinked, 5 sets of furious eyes staring back through its snail face. Jupiter's gravelly voice cut through the silence. Jupiter. Straw Hat, what do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Luffy tilted his head, then pulled the receiver away from his mouth. He turned to his crew, Nami, Pedro, Jaws, all tense, staring at him with wide eyes. Luffy, calmly. What you're about to hear, swear you won't tell anyone. Not even the crew. Not a soul. The 3 exchanged glances, then nodded solemnly. Nami. I swear. Pedro. On my honor. Jaws. You have my word, Captain. Luffy grinned faintly, then uncovered the receiver and spoke into the line, his voice ringing clear in the golden throne room. Luffy. The new queen of Goa will be Makino. The Gorosei muttered among themselves, confusion, irritation, disbelief. Luffy, smiling wider. You know her. The bartender of Fuchsia Village. But here's what you don't know, she's not just a nobody. He leaned closer, his words slow and sharp as blades. Luffy. Makino is the lover of red-haired Shanks, Yonko of the New World. The son of Saint Garlig, leader of your precious god knights. The Den Den Mushi froze. For a moment, silence ruled the palace, then. Saturn. Furious. How do you know that? The snail face twisted with rage, steam hissing from its shell. The other 4 voices pressed in like thunder. But Luffy only laughed, loud and unafraid. Luffy. That's my secret, but here's your chance, you 5 idiots. You bless Makino's ascension as Queen of Goa. Say she's some long-lost princess, whatever story makes you happy. And in return, I don't tell the world that the son of the leader of the God Knights is a pirate. A Yonko pirate at that. Nami's jaw dropped. Pedro's ears flicked in stunned disbelief. Jaws blinked slowly, then grinned with all his teeth. The Gorosei hissed, their unity cracking. Saturn growled loudest, but the others spoke low in council, voices overlapping. Mars. If this truth spreads, Warkery, the Holy Land would riot. V. Nusjiro. The bloodline of the Knights, polluted by pirates. Jupiter, grim. This cannot be allowed to reach the light. Back in Goa, Luffy tipped his hat, golden eyes gleaming beneath. Luffy, mocking. So what's it gonna be? A quiet blessing for Makino, or the biggest scandal the world's ever seen?
The Den Den Mushi's 5 faces shifted, whispering among themselves. At last, it was Mars who spoke, his voice heavy with resignation.
Mars. Very well, we accept. But there will be conditions. Goa will remain under the world government flag. That is non-negotiable. Luffy chuckled, leaning back in the throne as though he owned it already. Luffy. Fine. But I've got conditions too. The snail's eyes blinked as the elders went silent, listening. Luffy, firm. You 5 won't touch my Gramps, or Belle Mere. Not a hair. In return, I'll leave the East Blue in 3 to 4 months. But the islands under my flag stay mine. World government merchants can trade there, but the people are free. The Gorosei muttered, displeasure thick in their tone. Saturn, snarling. You dare dictate terms to us. Luffy cut him off, grinned sharp. Luffy, and one more thing. Keep an eye out for a pirate named Blackbeard. The elders exchanged confused glances. Warkery, puzzled. Blackbeard? Never heard of him. Luffy's expression darkened, his voice low and certain. Luffy. You will soon. And trust me, you'll want to keep both eyes on him. A pause. The Gorosei, usually immovable, actually hesitated at the weight in his tone. Finally, their voices rose together. Gorosei. Then it is agreed. You have 4 months to leave East Blue forever. If not, we will personally intervene. Luffy smirked, lowering the receiver. Luffy. Deal. Click. The line went dead. The golden Den Den Mushi fell silent. For a long moment, the throne room was still, the only sound the crackling of distant fires. Nami exhaled sharply, eyes wide. Nami. Luffy, you just negotiated with the 5 elders. Pedro shook his head slowly, tail twitching. Pedro. No, he threatened them and won. Jaws grinned his jagged grin, resting his hammer on his shoulder. Jaws. Huh. That's our captain. Even the Gorosei blinked first. Luffy stood, tilting his hat, lightning sparking faintly along his shoulders. Luffy. Good. Then we've got 4 months to shake this world upside down. Later that night the bedchamber still reeked of heat and sweat, curtains half torn, clothes scattered across the marble floor. Luffy lay sprawled on silken sheets, chest rising and falling. Nami draped across his arm, Perona nestled against his chest, Reiju on his other side, and Yamato still catching her breath at the foot of the bed. For a rare moment, there was peace. Until, voice, echoing, hello? Hello? All 5 froze. Perona blinked, wide-eyed, then sat up with her hair a mess. Perona. Wait, am I crazy, or is that coming from the mirror? Luffy's eyes narrowed. He dragged himself up, hat tipped over his sweaty hair. Luffy. No, no way. He padded across the floor, still naked, and glared at the tall gilded mirror on the wall. Luffy, lo. Show yourself. The glass rippled like water. A face pushed through, angular, scarred, with raccoon-like markings. Brûlé. Charlotte Brûlé, at your service. Then her eyes went wide, and she instantly slapped her hands over her face. Brûlé. Kaya. Have some decency, you 5, Luffy, Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato all looked down at themselves, still very much naked. Luffy. Scratching his head, oops, sorry about that. But inside, his mind screamed, oh crap, my aunt just saw me naked. The girls scrambled for sheets, blushing furiously, though Yamato only grinned like it was nothing. Brûlé cleared her throat, refusing to lower her hands. Brûlé. I didn't come here to peep. I have a message from Mama.
That made the air turn heavy. Luffy stiffened. His girls glanced at him, sensing the shift in his expression.
Brûlé. Big Mom offers you an alliance, and to seal it, she offers the hand of one of her daughters in marriage. The chamber fell silent. Nami's jaw dropped, Perona's face went pale, Reiju's eyes narrowed, and Yamato cracked her knuckles, ready to smash the mirror. But Luffy just stood there, staring into the glass, his stomach twisting. Oh shit. If that old hag finds out I'm her grandson, this could get ugly real fast. He forced a grin, masking the storm in his gut. Luffy. Tell your mama I'll think about it, but I want an audience first, face to face. Brûlé peeked through her fingers, nodded quickly. Brûlé. I'll arrange it, don't keep her waiting. The mirror rippled and went still, leaving only their reflections behind. For a moment, no one moved. The chamber was still tense from Brûlé's visit when Nami leaned back against the pillows, a sly smirk curling her lips. Nami, teasing. Sue, what's your plan, Luffy? I know you like kinky stuff, but marrying your own aunt? Luffy shot upright, eyes bulging. Luffy. What? Ew. No. Gross. Before he could say more, Reiju smirked wickedly, running a finger along his chest. Reiju. But maybe that's your thing, Captain. Keeping it all in the family? Perona floated up slightly, her cheeks puffed, her ghostly tones sing-song. Perona. Hara hara hara, Uncle Luffy, the family man. Even Yamato barked out a laugh, wagging her finger like a teasing older sister. Yamato. Don't worry, if you want to keep it in the bloodline, we won't judge much. The 4 of them leaned in, voices overlapping as they teased him mercilessly. All 4, in unison. Ooh, Luffy. Luffy's face turned red as he flailed his arms. Luffy. Yelling. Are you 4 insane? The mere thought makes my stomach turn. I'm not suggesting incest. He planted his feet on the floor, glaring at them with rare seriousness. Luffy, firm. I'm going to get my mom out of that crazy old woman's clutches. That's what this is about. The room went silent. The girls blinked. Then, almost as if rehearsed, they straightened, their smirks fading into realization. Nami, Reiju, Perona, Yamato, together, ooh. They exchanged glances, and for once, their teasing stopped. Nami folded her arms, speaking softer. Nami, so, this is about family. Luffy tipped his hat, his voice low but steady. Luffy. Yeah. If Mama finds out who I really am, everything changes. So we move carefully, until I can get her out. The four women nodded, their expressions serious now. For the first time in hours, there was no laughter, no teasing. Just quiet understanding, and a shared resolve. The smoke of battle had barely cleared when Goa bent beneath the weight of a new ruler. Not a king with a gilded crown or jeweled scepter, but a pirate in a straw hat whose fists crackled with thunder.
Monkey D. Luffy. By day, the kingdom's courtyards thundered with training. The ruined palace grounds echoed with the sound of steel, explosions, and roars.
Zoro and Kuina crossed blades until sparks lit the air, each strike heavier than the last. Jaws swung his warhammer like a mountain collapsing, shattering stone practice dummies into rubble. Sanji leapt skyward again and again, trying to master Geppo under Luffy's merciless watch. Higher, arrow cook. If you can't reach the clouds, how are you gonna fight Kaido's crew? Sanji spat a curse, legs burning, but he pushed off the ground again, sweat soaking his shirt. On the opposite field, Nami stood with her Kleem attacked, silver eyes aglow in her wolf hybrid form. She screamed, unleashing her conqueror's haki in a blast that dropped half the recruits training nearby. Lightning cracked overhead as Zeus cackled, hee, Nami's scary. Reiju and Perona didn't escape Luffy's punishments either. Reiju was made to spar blindfolded, dodging Luffy's amplified pebbles, while Perona had to summon armies of ghosts while dodging Kuina's slashes. Brook played his violin in between, his music steadying the tempo of battle. Even his bones rattled with exhaustion by the time Luffy barked, again. The people of Goa whispered from the walls. They had never seen soldiers train like this. Not nobles. Not marines. Only monsters. And at the center of it all, their captain, Luffy, bare-chested, muscles scarred from a lifetime of battle, straw hat tipped low, grinning like a demon. He pushed them without mercy, striking with lightning bolts or amplified strikes that could level trees. You think Kaido's crew is gonna take a break? Move your asses or get fried. Melissa cheered from the sidelines, waving a wooden sword that Jaws had carved for her. Papa, do it again. Blow up the tree. Luffy laughed, blasted a trunk into ash, and Melissa squealed with delight. The daylight hours belonged to thunder and sweat, but the nights. The nights belonged to something else entirely. When the palace grew quiet, when the flames of the rebel torches burned low, the Straw Hat Captain returned not to war or drills, but to the warm chaos of his lovers. Nami, sharp-eyed and sly, always the first to pull him into bed. Captain, you've worked hard enough. Time for me to take control. She teased him mercilessly, her claws scratching down his chest, making him roar louder than he did in battle. Perona never let the mood stay serious. Floating upside down above the bed, she'd giggle, negative hollow, before dropping ghostly hands that tied him down, only to kiss him fiercely the moment he struggled. You're mine too, Luffy-sama. Reiju preferred poison and sweetness. She'd drag a fingertip along his jaw, whispering, a taste of danger makes everything sharper. Before pulling him into kisses laced with venom, she neutralized herself. Each time left him dizzy, helpless, and burning. And Yamato. Yamato was fire and ice, horns glinting in the moonlight as she wrestled him like a beast. Come on, Luffy. Don't hold back just 'cause it's me. Her laughter filled the halls whenever she pinned him, only to be flipped moments later as Luffy showed her exactly why he was captain. They tangled together until dawn, leaving sheets torn, the room reeking of sweat and passion, their laughter echoing into the palace corridors. More than once, Zoro, Jaws, Pedro or Vanda stormed out of their chambers groaning, "Can you guys keep it down? Some of us need sleep." The only response was Perona's ghostly giggle, or Nami's smug, "Jealous much?" The days forged soldiers, the nights forged bonds. And between both, Luffy's rule grew heavier over Goa. He had no crown. No throne. Yet everyone, Marines, villagers, even the broken nobles, whispered the same thing whenever they saw lightning dance across the sky. The Pirate King has come. The palace had grown quiet after a day of training. The crew members Luffy had whipped into shape collapsed into their rooms, too sore to dream. In the great hall, laughter and the faint creak of beds still echoed from where the captain and his women tangled long into the night. But in one wing of the palace, far from the chaos, Makino sat alone. She had traded her familiar tavern apron for a simple green dress. Her hands, used to pouring ale and polishing glasses, now fumbled with quills and papers. A queen's study had been prepared for her, though she still thought of it as borrowed space. The firelight flickered against her face as she sighed, staring out over the ruined city of Goa. Luffy's already changed everything, and yet somehow, this feels heavier than when I ran the bar. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. A marine courier entered, trembling, clutching a scroll sealed with the black insignia of the world government. His eyes darted nervously around the room as if afraid to linger in the presence of pirates. Message. F from Mary Joise, he stammered, bowing low. For Lady Makino. Her brow furrowed. Lady? The word felt strange in her ears. When the courier scurried away, she broke the seal and unfolded the letter. The parchment smelled of wax and seawater, the words etched in ink as dark as blood. To Makino of Dawn Island. The truth long hidden is revealed. By bloodline, you are the last living heir of House Solaria, the royal line that once ruled Goa. Though usurped generations ago, the bond of blood cannot be denied. In recognition of this truth, and by decree of the 5 elders, you are hereby restored as the rightful sovereign. From this day forward, you are Queen Makino Solaria, ruler of Goa Kingdom. May your reign restore order where chaos has taken root. Her breath caught. The paper trembled in her hands. Q, Queen. Melissa, perched on a stool nearby, swung her legs idly and tilted her head. What's wrong, Auntie Maki? You look like you saw a ghost. Makino lowered the letter slowly. Her voice cracked. Melissa, I'm not just a bartender anymore. The girl's eyes widened. So, what are you? Makino swallowed hard, tears pricking her eyes. A queen. Melissa gasped, then beamed, clapping her hands. Does that mean I'm a princess too? That made Makino laugh through her shock. She pulled the girl close, hugging her tight. You'll always be more than that to me, little one. But inside, her thoughts raced. Why me? Why now? She had poured drinks for villagers, comforted widows, raised children who weren't her own. But ruling a kingdom, that was another world entirely. Still, as she looked out the window, watching lightning flash across the training fields where Luffy drove his crew past exhaustion, she felt the weight of the letter settle in her chest. And come dawn, she would have to tell Luffy. Morning broke with thunder still echoing faintly over Goa's skies. On the palace training grounds, sweat steamed off the earth where Zoro and Kuina had already resumed their sword drills. Luffy stood nearby, shirtless and grinning, cracking his knuckles as lightning snapped around his arms. That's when Makino marched across the courtyard, clutching the letter so tightly her knuckles were white. Luffy, she called sharply. He turned, smile wide. Morning, Makino. You look mad. She shoved the letter into his chest. Read it. He skimmed it once, then again, and instead of shock, he started laughing. Hey. So they really did it. Makino's brow furrowed. What do you mean, they did it? Luffy looked up, still grinning. This is my doing. The words hit her like a slap. Your doing? Before anyone could react, Makino lunged forward and grabbed him by the throat. You mean to tell me you made some kind of deal with those monsters, and now I'm their pawn? Luffy wheezed, eyes bulging comically as he flailed. Gah, wait, Makino. Nami shouted, rushing over. Makino, stop, you'll kill him. Melissa ran up, tugging desperately at her arm. Auntie Maki, don't strangle Papa, he's turning purple. Even Yamato had to wrap her strong arms around Makino's waist, hauling her back with effort. Damn, you're stronger than you look. Finally released, Luffy coughed and rubbed his neck, but still smiled. See? That's why you're perfect for this. You've got the guts for it. Makino glared, cheeks flushed with fury. You manipulated me, Luffy. I never asked for this crown. His grin softened, eyes steady now. I know. But the deal with the elders was simple. I get free reign in the East Blue until I'm ready to leave, and in exchange, they needed someone they could stomach ruling Goa instead of me. He tapped the letter. That's you. They think putting a kind face on the throne will calm people down, but they don't know the truth. Makino frowned, still trembling with anger. And what truth is that? That you're not their pawn, Luffy said, voice calm but fierce. You're my queen. The people's queen. And if anyone, celestial dragon, elder, or marine, tries to touch you, I'll burn their fleets and bury their palaces." The words hit harder than any fist. For a long moment, Makino just stared at him, her hands still shaking. Finally, her voice broke. "You idiot, you really mean that, don't you?" Luffy grinned and tipped his hat back. "Of course. I promised I'd protect you when I was a kid. Nothing's changed." Silence lingered, until Melissa, puffing her cheeks out, tugged on Makino's dress. "Auntie Maki, can we keep the crown? Please? It's shiny." That earned a laugh from the whole crew, breaking the tension. Even Makino had to cover her face with one hand, exhaling hard. "Fine. I'll do it. But if this blows up in my face, Luffy." He cut her off with his usual fearless grin. "Then we'll blow them up first." Later that day the plaza outside the palace was packed. Nobles, villagers, former slaves, marines, and merchants filled the square, whispering and waiting. The last king of Goa had been dragged out screaming, beaten and spat upon by his own people. Now, the throne stood empty. On the marble steps, Makino knelt, head bowed. The dented golden crown, salvaged from the old king's treasury, gleamed in the morning sun. The Archbishop of Goa raised it high, his voice trembling. "By decree of the world government, and by the will of her people, we crown Makino Solaria, rightful heir of House Solaria, Queen of Goa." The crown settled onto her hair. The crowd erupted, cheers, gasps, and cries of relief. At last, a ruler they could trust. But before the applause could settle, a voice cut through the air like thunder. "Oi, everyone! Listen up!" Luffy stepped forward, lightning still crackling faintly over his arms. His grin was wide, his aura heavier than any noble's presence. He pointed at Makino, his voice booming so even the farthest villager could hear. "That woman up there isn't just your queen, she's my big sister." The crowd froze. Whispers rippled like wildfire. "Sister of Monkey D. Luffy? The pirate with the thunder fists? Isn't he the one with the 450 million bounty already?" Luffy wasn't done. His grin grew sharper, almost wicked. "And she's the lover of red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the sea." Gasps rang out louder than cannon fire. Nobles clutched their robes, paling as the truth sank in. Villagers shouted in disbelief. Even Marines stiffened at the name. Makino's face turned scarlet. In a flash, she stormed over, grabbed Luffy by the ear, and yanked hard. "Luffy! Why in the seas would you say that in front of everyone?" He winced, crouching from the pain but still laughing. "Ow, ow, for your protection, sis." Her eyes narrowed dangerously. "Protection? By embarrassing me in front of an entire kingdom?" Luffy smirked despite the ear pulling. "Yup. Now none of these blood-sucking nobles will dare even look at you the wrong way. They'll know if they try anything shady, they're messing with me, and with Shanks." The nobles in the front row bowed instantly, terror plain in their eyes. Some even dropped to their knees. Makino groaned, covering her face with one hand, the crown tilting awkwardly. "I swear, you're impossible." But the villagers cheered louder than ever. A queen with a pirate brother, and the Yonko's lover. No one will touch Goa again. Lightning flashed overhead as if to punctuate it. Makino sighed, defeated but smiling faintly. "Fine, Luffy. But if I'm the queen, I reserve the right to punish you for your mouth." Luffy grinned wider, rubbing his ear. "Hey, guess that makes me the queen's punching bag." The crowd laughed, the tension breaking, and for the first time in centuries, Goa roared not in fear, but in hope. The coronation of Makino Solaria sent ripples far beyond Goa's shores. By the time the sun dipped low, newspapers were already inked and stamped, carried by gulls across the seas. In the New World, aboard the Red Force, Shanks lounged on the deck with a bottle of sake. His laughter rolled as loudly as the waves. Until Ben Beckman strolled up, paper in hand, pipe clenched between his teeth. "You might want to see this, Captain." Shanks raised an eyebrow and took the paper. His single eye scanned the bold headline. "Queen of Goa, Makino Solaria, adoptive sister of Monkey D. Luffy and lover of red-haired Shanks crowned by world government." The bottle slipped from his hand, shattering on the deck. His face turned crimson red, a vein throbbing on his temple. What the hell did that brat say?" The deck roared with laughter. Lucky Roo slapped his belly, howling, "Captain's lover, huh? Guess we should start calling her Lady Shanks." Usopp nearly choked on his drink, tears streaming from his eyes. "Huh? And Luffy's her adoptive little brother. Oh, this is priceless." Even Ben cracked a rare grin. "Gotta admit, Captain, it makes you look respectable for once." Shanks buried his face in his hands, groaning. "That idiot, I told him to keep quiet about that." The crew's laughter echoed over the waves, while their captain burned redder than his hair. Far across the seas, near the entrance to East Blue, storm clouds churned. Waves heaved as a monstrous shadow glided beneath them. From the maelstrom burst a massive blue dragon, scales glistening like sapphires, eyes burning with rage. Lightning danced across his horns as his roar split the heavens. Kaido. He tore through the skies, livid, his every breath crackling with fury. Luffy, Yamato, his voice boomed like thunder, shaking the clouds themselves. "You dare defy me." His fangs snapped, and fire spilled from his jaws. "I'll rip your heads clean off your shoulders." The seas boiled in his wake. The Beast King had set his sights on East Blue, his prey close, his wrath unstoppable. Back in Goa, Makino sat quietly on her new throne, crown gleaming under torchlight. The cheers of her people still rang outside, but her thoughts lingered on Luffy. Adoptive sister or not, she had always thought of him as her own little brother. She raised him when no one else could. Now, the boy she once fed in her bar was the shield of her kingdom, and the storm that drew enemies like Kaido from across the world. She whispered under her breath, fingers clutching the arm of her chair. "Stay safe, Luffy, please." But the storm was already coming. The night after Makino's coronation, the Sea Dragon's great hall was alive with firelight, laughter, and mugs of rum. The crew had gathered, tired from training but restless with the weight of what had just happened. Luffy sat at the head of the table, straw hat tilted back, arms crossed. For once, he looked serious. "Listen up. We're not staying in Goa forever." His eyes swept the room, Zoro sharpening his swords, Nami sipping wine with Perona and Reiju, Yamato leaning against the wall with her club, Jaws and Pedro looming like shadows, Brook strumming faintly on his violin. Luffy continued, his voice calm but edged with authority. "The deal I made with the 5 elders, it has a deadline. When I turn 21, it's over. That's when they'll stop pretending to look the other way. If we don't leave East Blue by then." He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eye. "We'll have every marine in the sea crawling here. Or worse, Gramps himself will show up to drag me out by the ear." The crew murmured. They all remembered what Garp was capable of. "So, Captain," Pedro asked from the corner, flicking his ears back, "what will we be doing until then?" Luffy grinned, leaning back in his chair. "The usual. Training, getting stronger. But," he stretched his arms wide, nearly knocking Brook's hat off, "we're also taking a vacation." The room went silent. Then Nami blinked. Vacation? Did I hear that right?" Perona hovered upside down over the table, smirking. "Since when do pirates take vacations?" Reiju giggled softly into her glass. "Since our captain decided he likes mixing battles with bed sheets." Yamato slammed her mug down, grinning wide. "A vacation sounds perfect. We'll train harder if we get to relax too. Where are we going, Captain?" Luffy's grin widened. "Anywhere we damn well please. We've earned it." The crew cheered, mugs slamming together. For a moment, the weight of the deal, of Kaido, of the world government faded into the firelit laughter. But the clock was already ticking. Luffy's 21st birthday would come sooner than any of them expected, and with it, the end of peace in East Blue. 2 days later, the crew was far from Goa, the Sea Dragon anchored off a lush jungle island. The air was thick with the scent of salt and blooming flowers. For once, there were no drills, no battles, just peace. On the beach, the Straw Hats sprawled across the sand like carefree children. Zoro and Kuina were locked in yet another drinking contest, mugs piled around them. Brook strummed a lively tune, skull-bobbing with the rhythm. Jaws and Hachi roasted an entire boar over a fire while Pedro and Vanda argued about whose fur looked better in the sun. And at the center of it all, Luffy lay back in swim trunks, hands behind his head, laughing lazily as the waves lapped at his feet. On either side of him, Nami and Perona reclined in bright bikinis, smirking every time he glanced their way. Out in the shallows, Melissa squealed with delight as she rode on Laboon's massive head. The great whale splashed playfully, his booming cries shaking the coast. "Papa! Look, I'm higher than the trees," Melissa shouted, waving down at him. Luffy chuckled, tipping his sunglasses down. "Hey, good job, Melissa." Then he froze. The laughter died in his throat. His smile slipped. His blood turned to ice. Above the horizon, the sky was splitting apart. Clouds churned like storm-racked oceans, lightning flashing through their bellies. A vast shadow writhed among them, scales glinting like burning sapphires. A dragon. Kaido. His massive form coiled through the heavens, eyes blazing with fury. His roar rolled across the sea, shaking the island to its roots. Melissa blinked, confused by her father's sudden change. "Papa, what's wrong?" Luffy sat up, eyes sharp, sunglasses sliding down his nose. His voice cracked like a whip. "Melissa, get in Laboon's mouth. Now." She tilted her head, puzzled. "But Papa, why?" Now, his shout rattled the beach, harsher than she'd ever heard. Melissa jumped, fear flashing in her eyes. She obeyed instantly, sliding down Laboon's head and into the whale's protective maw. Luffy rose slowly to his feet, the lazy grin gone, replaced by the heavy, dangerous silence of a storm before it breaks. His crew started to move. Zoro reaching for his swords, Sanji lighting his cigarette, Reiju's eyes narrowing as venom welled in her hands. But Luffy's voice cut through, low and commanding. "No one interferes. This fight's mine." The beach fell silent, the crew freezing in place. Even Yamato, who clenched her club so tightly it cracked, hesitated, torn between rage and respect. High above, Kaido's voice bellowed like a hurricane. "Straw Hat, Yamato, your heads are mine." The sky turned black. The air grew heavy. And Luffy faced down the Beast King at last. And so, under the blackened skies of the jungle island, the storm finally came. Kaido the Beast King descended in his dragon form, his roar shaking heaven and sea alike. Luffy stood alone on the sand, hat shadowing his eyes, his crew frozen by his command. The dragon descended. Kaido of the beasts. His serpentine body coiled through the heavens, scales gleaming like black steel, eyes blazing with the fire of rage and anticipation. His roar shattered trees, the sound vibrating in their bones. Kaido's voice rolled over the island like a storm. "Monkey D. Luffy, I've come to tear off your head, and Yamato's, I'll mount them together on the same platform where Roger was executed, and remind the world that no one defies me." Yamato's face drained of color. Her fists clenched around her kanabo. "Father," she hissed, rage and fear warring in her chest. The crew bristled, weapons drawn, but Luffy stepped forward alone. His straw hat shadowed his eyes, lightning crawling lazily across his fists. He smirked. "Kaido, you talk too much." Kaido's grin split wide, jagged teeth gleaming. "Then shut me up, boy. Show me if you can." The dragon lunged. Luffy launched forward in the same breath, fist wreathed in armament hockey and thunder. The ground beneath him exploded from the force of his takeoff. Their blows met. Kaido's massive kanabo club against Luffy's lightning-coated fist. The heavens screamed. A dome of black and gold lightning burst from the collision, splitting the sky like Odin's clash decades ago. Trees tore from their roots, waves crashed against the island's shore, and the crew staggered just from the aftershock. Kaido laughed, eyes wild. "Yes, that's it, that's what I wanted to feel." Luffy gritted his teeth, muscles straining against the monstrous weight of Kaido's strike. "You're not taking Yamato, and you're sure as hell not taking my head." The clash broke, and both warriors launched into the next exchange. Kaido roaring with savage joy, Luffy's fists sparking with storm and resolve. The battle for East Blue had begun. The first shockwave faded, trees still falling, smoke and sparks clinging to the air. Kaido dragged his kanabo back to his shoulder, a cruel grin on his face. "Tell me, boy," his voice rumbled like an earthquake. Why challenge me here, in this weak little sea? Do you think the East Blue can stomach our fight?" Luffy rolled his neck, steam already hissing from his body. He chuckled, the sound careless, but his eyes were sharp. "Because," he said, tightening his fists, "I still think there's a warrior in you, not just some crying drunk who hides at the bottom of a bottle. Kaido's grin twitched. The words hit like a hammer. The dragon's aura spiked, thick waves of conqueror's haki rolling across the island, dropping birds from the sky. Yamato's eyes widened. She had never heard anyone speak to her father that way. Kaido's grin twisted into a snarl. His fangs gleamed as his laughter curdled into fury. "You dare," he growled, every word dripping with killing intent. "You dare mock me like Odin did." He swung his kanabo again, the air cracking like glass around it. Luffy met him head-on, slamming a thunder-coated fist into the descending club. Their blows rang out like war drums. Kaido's rage boiled over, but beneath it his eyes shone with something else. A spark of joy, the thrill of finding an opponent reckless enough to spit in his face. Luffy grinned wider, lightning snapping from his teeth. "Yeah. I dare." The ground split open as Kaido's club smashed down again, sparks and black lightning roaring from the impact. Luffy barely shifted in time, the kanabo carving a crater the size of a house where he had stood. Luffy reappeared above him in a blur, muscles coiled, arms stretched back and glowing with electricity. "Gomu Gomu no. Thunder Pistol." Kaido tilted his massive dragon head up just in time to take the fist across his jaw. The punch cracked like a thunderclap, sending scales flying and blood spraying. Kaido staggered, then laughed, a booming, terrifying laugh that shook the skies. "Yes. That's it, Straw Hat. Show me more." His body rippled, shrinking and twisting. Smoke and fire burst as he shifted from dragon to hybrid, towering like a demon with scales wrapping his chest, horns gleaming, kanabo burning with haki. His muscles swelled, his grin wide with savage delight. "You're no Odin, but you've got the same fire in your eyes." He lunged. The kanabo swung sideways with terrifying speed. Luffy crossed both arms, armament crackling black and gold as he blocked. The blow hurled him across the island, smashing through 2 hills before he dug his sandals into the earth to stop himself. "Captain!" Nami screamed, lightning dancing wild around her Klima tact. But Luffy only laughed, wiping blood from his lip. "He's strong, yeah, this is good." He stomped once, his body inflating, muscles coiling. Steam hissed from his pores. Gear forth, Thunderman, in a heartbeat, he was upon Kaido, rubber body blackened with haki, lightning sparking across his frame, every movement thrumming with amplified force. "Gomu Gomu no. Thunder Kong Gun." The colossal fist slammed into Kaido's chest, amplified by the Moa Moa fruit until the air itself cracked apart. The ground cratered, trees uprooted, shockwaves tearing the sea into towering waves. Kaido skidded back, coughing blood, but his grin never wavered. "Ha ha ha ha. Yes. You're worth killing after all." He raised his club overhead, red-black haki dripping from it like molten steel. His eyes glowed with bloodlust. "I'll smash your skull and your little Yamatos, and I'll mount them where Roger died, so the world remembers my name forever." Yamato's eyes burned with fury. "Over my dead body, father." Luffy stepped in front of her, lightning flashing so bright it blinded half the crew. He grinned, wide and fearless, even as blood dripped from his knuckles. "Try it, Kaido. I'll tear that dream of yours to pieces." The 2 monsters lunged again, emperor and would-be king, and the heavens split a second time. The air still trembled from their second clash, dust and sparks swirling like a storm. Kaido's chest heaved, laughter echoing deep and wild, shaking the island itself. From behind, Nami's voice cut through the chaos. "Luffy, catch." She hurled the blade, the black and silver cutlass ace, its edge gleaming with armament haki from her touch. The sword spun through the air like a lightning bolt. Luffy caught it clean, sparks dancing along the steel the moment it touched his hand. Kaido's eyes narrowed, then widened in recognition. His grin broke into thunderous laughter. "Yahahaha. That sword, that cutlass, boy, do you even know what you're holding? That was Gold D. Rogers' blade. And now some snot-nosed brat swings it like a toy?" He slammed his kanabo against his shoulder, laughter shaking the clouds. How pathetic. Rogers' legacy in the hands of a child. But Luffy only smirked, tilting the cutlass lazily over his shoulder, sparks crackling down its edge. His eyes gleamed beneath the brim of his hat.
"How's your jaw, Kaido?" he asked. Kaido's grin froze.
Luffy stepped forward, voice sharp as lightning. Did my Gramps hit you hard enough back at God Valley? The words hit like another blow. Kaido's laughter died for a moment, replaced by a twitch in his cheek, a flare of anger in his eyes. Memories of Garp's fists. The hero of the Marines, the man who, alongside Roger, had shattered rocks and carved Kaido's pride into scars, flashed like ghosts across his mind. He snarled, eyes narrowing, fury burning hotter than magma. You, little brat. Luffy raised the cutlass, thunder curling down its blade, his grin widening. Guess not. Looks like I'll have to finish the job myself. Kaido's rage boiled over, but behind it, the spark of excitement only grew brighter. The boy was taunting him, yes, but in those words, he heard echoes of the old days. Odin's defiance. Roger's laughter. Garp's fists.
For the first time in years, Kaido felt it again. The joy of battle.
Kaido's snarl twisted into something darker, then split into a grin. His chest heaved, blood dripping from his lip, but his laughter rolled like thunder. Giahahahaha. You've got some guts, brat. First you mock my drinking, then you wave Roger's sword, and now you spit Garp's name in my face. Good. He spun his kanabo with one hand, the air shrieking from the weight of its swing. His aura burned hotter, Conqueror's haki wrapping him in a storm of black lightning. Luffy dashed in, cutlass sparking with both armament and electricity. Their weapons met in a savage crash, steel ringing against iron, haki detonating into shockwaves that split the sky a third time. The ground quaked. Mountains cracked. The sea boiled at the edges of the island. But through the roar, Luffy caught it. Kaido was smiling. Not just the grin of a drunk or the sneer of a tyrant. No, this was the sharp, wicked grin of a warrior who had finally found someone worth swinging at. His eyes gleamed with the same hunger Luffy had seen in Zoro, Kuina, even Shanks. Damn, Luffy muttered between strikes, cutlass blazing with sparks as he parried the crushing blows. You're actually enjoying this, aren't you? Kaido laughed, a booming roar that shook the heavens. Of course I am. For years I've searched for it, the one who could push me to my limits, who could make this empty world burn bright again. Their weapons locked, faces inches apart, haki crackling between them like a storm. Kaido's grin stretched wider, blood and fire in his teeth. You might be that one, Straw Hat. Luffy's jaw tightened, sweat and blood streaking his face. He's not just angry anymore, he's having fun. That's even worse. Still, Luffy's grin came back, wild and fearless. Good. Then I'll make sure this fight is the last one you enjoy. Kaido's laugh shook the sky again, and they broke apart, weapons raised for the next strike. The island shook with every exchange. The cutlass ace blurred with sparks as Luffy swung, each strike amplified by Moa Moa energy, each slash splitting trees and stone. Kaido's kanabo met it with brutal precision, his monstrous strength turning every clash into an earthquake. For every cut Luffy landed, Kaido returned 3. A fist like a boulder slammed into Luffy's ribs, rattling his bones. He coughed blood but spun midair, slashing across Kaido's chest with a thunder-coated arc. The Dragon Man roared in pain, then grinned wider, staggering only half a step before driving his knee into Luffy's gut. Not bad, brat. But you're slowing down already. Luffy skidded across the dirt, boots carving trenches as he tried to brace himself. His breathing was ragged, his muscles screaming from Gear 4's strain. Steam hissed from his skin, his body struggling to hold the power together. Damn it, even with 3 fruits, even with everything I've trained for. Kaido loomed closer, hybrid form radiating power. His scales glistened with blood and sweat, but his movements only grew sharper, his swings heavier. Each strike carried the weight of decades of battle, rocks, Odin, Marines, Yonko wars. You thought power alone would let you climb to my level? Kaido roared, swinging the kanabo down. Luffy crossed the cutlass and his arm to block. The impact drove him to his knees, the ground spider webbing beneath him. His arms trembled, teeth gritted as blood trickled from his forehead. The crew shouted from the sidelines. Captain! Nami screamed, lightning crackling uncontrolled from her staff. Luffy! Zoro's voice barked, hand on his swords, but Kuina caught his wrist. No, this is his fight. Yamato's grip on her Kanabo was white-knuckled, her face twisted in conflict. Luffy's mind spun as Kaido pressed harder, the weight of the club threatening to crush him into the dirt. His muscles burned, gear fourth faltering at the edges. His heartbeat pounded like war drums, but slower, weaker with each beat. He's a monster. Even with Gum Gum, Lightning, Moa Moa, I'm still falling behind. Kaido's grin was savage, eyes blazing with joy. This is the weight of an emperor, boy. Feel it in your bones, the despair of fighting a true king of the seas. The Kanabo slammed again, shattering the ground. Luffy barely dodged, rolling away in a cloud of smoke, chest heaving. For the first time since the fight began, his grin faltered. Kaido's Kanabo swung again, faster than his size should allow. It caught Luffy in the side and sent him flying. His body smashed through a ridge of stone and skidded across the dirt, carving a trench before he came to a stop. Luffy! Yamato shouted, her eyes wide, every instinct screaming to rush forward. But Luffy staggered back to his feet. His body swayed, steam pouring from his shoulders, his skin paling as Gear 4th strained against its limits. His cutlass ace trembled in his grip. Kaido's shadow fell over him. The Beast Emperor laughed, the sound booming like cannon fire. Pathetic. Even with Roger's sword, you can't stop me. What good are 3 devil fruits if your body crumbles under the weight? He lifted his Kanabo high, the weapon dripping black lightning, ready to finish it. I'll crush you here, Straw Hat, and when you're gone, Yamato's head will follow yours. Luffy's knees buckled. His vision blurred. The weight of Kaido's presence was suffocating. Decades of battle. Scars from countless warriors. The weight of an emperor's throne. He's too strong, even with everything I have, the Kanabo descended. Luffy tried to move, but his body failed him. His muscles gave out, steam hissing weakly. His knees hit the dirt, the cutlass slipping from his fingers. The ground quaked as Kaido's strike stopped inches above his skull, not from mercy, but because the Emperor wanted him to see it coming. Kaido sneered. This is the end, brat. And in that heartbeat of silence, when despair closed in like a coffin, a voice echoed inside Luffy's mind. Bright, mocking, sharp as laughter. Nika. Hey. Look at you, flat on your face again. Didn't I tell you, back at the start, that you couldn't use Gear 5? Luffy's eyes widened, breath-catching. And Nika, the voice chuckled, cruel and amused. I suppose I should have been clearer. What I meant was, you couldn't use it yet. If I gave you everything from the start, this would have been boring. Kaido's roar shook the air as his Kanabo lifted again, but Luffy barely heard it. His mind was on fire, Nika's laughter rattling through his skull. Now, though, now you're bleeding, broken, out of tricks, and finally, boy. The voice roared with joy, like the sun itself was laughing. You're ready. Become me. Use my true power. Awaken, Gear 5. Luffy's eyes burned, a grin sparking to life even as blood dripped from his lip. His heart pounded, louder, faster, like drums beating in the distance. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. The drums of liberation. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. The drums of liberation thundered, shaking the heavens. The battlefield glowed with a strange light, playful, mocking, unstoppable.
Luffy's body stretched, bent, and snapped back like reality itself was rubber. His hair flickered white with streaks of lightning. His sandals bounced comically on the fractured ground as he twirled Roger's cutlass like a toy sword.
He grinned so wide it looked ridiculous, and yet, everyone who saw it felt their knees weaken. Kaido stared, Kanabo lowered, his jaw twitching. What, in the hell, is this? Luffy tilted his head, his face comically stretching like a cartoon. His eyes bulged, then snapped back as he stuck his tongue out. Shishishi. It's me, Nika, the warrior of liberation, or, if you like history class, you can call me Joy Boy. Kaido's hand shook on the Kanabo. The name was a dagger in his gut. His aura faltered, just for a breath, before roaring back in fury. Don't you mock me with that name, brat. Luffy bounced in place like his body was a spring. Mock you? Nah, Kaido. I'm here to make you laugh while I beat your face in. He lunged, but not in any normal way. His legs wound up like a corkscrew, spinning comically before launching him forward like a rocket. His fist stretched absurdly wide, rubber turning into thunderclouds as it grew the size of a battleship. Gomu Gomu no, lightning balloon punch. Kaido swung his kanabo, roaring, but when the two collided, the world bent. The impact warped the ground like waves on the sea, trees stretching like noodles before snapping back. The shockwave was so strong half the crew was flung into the air like rag dolls, and then gently bounced back down on a rubbery ground Luffy created without even thinking. Woohoo! Melissa squealed as she bounced 3 times, giggling. Do it again, Papa. Kaido staggered back, blood dripping from his mouth, but his grin stretched wider. Giahahaha. Yes. This is it. This is the fight I've been craving. Luffy pulled his face into a ridiculous expression, cheeks puffed out, eyes crossed. You're smiling too, big guy. See? I knew there was a warrior hiding under all that booze. Kaido roared and swung again, but this time Luffy grabbed the kanabo mid-swing. His rubber body absorbed the shock, stretching like a hammock. He yanked it back, slingshotting Kaido's whole massive frame into the ground with a comical boing. The island shook. The sea rose in waves, and still Luffy laughed. Shi. Look at you, Kaido. You're just like a toy now. Kaido spat blood, but his laughter joined Luffy's, wild, feral, and unstoppable.
Joy boy, you really did come back. Luffy stood tall, cutlass ace glowing with white-hot lightning, his grin burning like the sun.
Damn right I did. And this time, Kaido, I'm ending you with a smile. The island was no longer an island, it was a war drum. Every step Luffy took made the ground bounce, every clash split the sky. Kaido swung his kanabo, snarling, but Luffy bent backward like a rubber sheet, the weapon whooshing past his face with a comical whoop. Sound. His head stretched like taffy and snapped back, cracking Kaido on the nose with a headbutt that sent blood flying. OWWW. Kaido staggered, clutching his face. What kind of fighting style is that, brat? Shi. The kind that works. Luffy shot back, his arms ballooning into giant hammers. He slammed them down, the impact flattening Kaido into the ground like a cartoon pancake before he puffed back to normal with a snarl. The crew on the sidelines blinked. Brook muttered, Yo-ho-ho, did he just squash an emperor like bread dough? Perona floated higher, wide-eyed. He's terrifying and stupid at the same time. Kaido roared, his aura spiking again. You think this mockery can kill me? I am Kaido of the Beasts. My name is destruction itself. Luffy stopped mid-swing. His grin softened, just for a second. His golden eyes burned through the smoke. Kaido, his voice carried across the battlefield, calm and sharp. Is that really all you are? Do you really crave only destruction? The question cut deeper than any blade. Kaido froze, his kanabo trembling in his grip. For a fleeting moment, memories flickered in his mind. The days with rocks, the battles with Odin, the drunken nights where he asked himself why he kept living when nothing filled the emptiness. His snarl faltered. I. Luffy stepped forward, his rubber body shimmering with light, his laughter bright but steady. I don't buy it. A real warrior doesn't fight just to destroy. A real warrior fights to protect, to live free, to laugh. Kaido's eyes widened, his chest heaving. Then, slowly, his grin returned, but it was different now. Rawer, wilder. You sound just like him, Kaido growled. Like Roger. Like Odin. Damn you, Joy Boy. He swung again, his kanabo blazing with Conqueror's haki. Luffy's grin snapped back into place, wide and unstoppable. He stretched his arms, spinning the cutlass ace until it glowed white-hot, and clashed against the Emperor's strike. The heavens split open. Thunder and fire rained down. The world itself seemed to laugh and cry with them. The battlefield was chaos. Mountains split, seas boiling, the island's shape bending under the weight of two gods clashing. Kaido swung his kanabo with fury, arcs of black lightning tearing through the air. Luffy stretched sideways like a sheet of rubber, the strike sailing past before he snapped back with a punch to Kaido's ribs that cracked like thunder. Both staggered back, chests heaving. Luffy twirled the cutlass ace in his hand, its blade glowing with white fire. His golden eyes burned, and his grin thinned into something sharper. Kaido, you respected him, didn't you? Kaido's face twitched. What? Odin. Luffy's voice cut like the sword in his grip. You couldn't stand him, you hated him, but you respected him. You couldn't watch him die screaming in agony, so you ended it with one clean shot. Kaido's eyes widened, just for a heartbeat. The memory ripped through him. Odin, boiling in the pot, carrying his vassals on his back. The crowd's jeers. Orochi's cowardice. And in the end, Kaido himself, stepping forward, one clean strike. Mercy. Respect. A warrior's honor. His grip on the Kanabo tightened. His jaw trembled. For an instant, the beast looked less like a monster and more like a man. You, brat, Kaido growled, his voice rougher, heavier. Don't you dare dig into that wound. But Luffy only grinned wider, his laughter bright, mocking and kind all at once. Shi. I knew it. You're not just a beast. Deep down, you've always been a warrior. You couldn't kill Odin like a coward, and that's why you'll never scare me. Kaido's chest heaved. For a moment, his eyes shimmered with something dangerously close to grief. But then his aura flared, drowning it in fire and rage. Joy boy or not, I'll crush you for those words. He lunged, Kanabo blazing. Luffy met him head-on, the cutlass ace bending like rubber before snapping back into steel, their weapons colliding with a boom that split the clouds above. The heavens laughed with thunder. The earth wept with fire, and in the middle of it, two warriors clashed, one seeking freedom, the other fighting to bury his own shame. The sky was torn open, black clouds churning with lightning, flames rising from shattered earth. Kaido's Kanabo and Luffy's cutlass clashed again and again, each strike sending shockwaves that rippled across the seas for miles. Kaido roared, his beastly grin stretching as he swung with all his weight. Joy boy or not, I'll destroy everything. That's the only truth left in this rotten world. Luffy bent like a spring, the blow whooshing past. He snapped upright, rubber body inflating into a massive balloon before rebounding with a fist the size of a battleship. The punch caught Kaido square in the gut, sending him staggering back, coughing blood and laughter in equal measure. But Luffy didn't press. He stood tall, steam and white smoke curling around his glowing body. His grin softened, his golden eyes sharp. Kaido, why destroy the world? He asked, voice carrying over the thunder, when you and I could reshape it. The words hung in the air like a cannon shot. Kaido froze mid-step, Kanabo trembling in his grip. His grin faltered, his pupils narrowing. What did you say? You heard me. Luffy's laughter returned, bright and unstoppable. Shi. You've got the strength to crush mountains, to split the heavens, and all you want to do is drink yourself into a grave and burn everything down? That's pathetic. Kaido's jaw clenched, his breath ragged. Memories of rocks, of the promise of domination, of empty years of conquest and booze weighed on him. For a moment, the mask slipped. He looked less like the king of beasts, and more like a man haunted by what could have been. Luffy twirled the cutlass ace, its blade glowing with thunder and sunlight. We don't have to destroy it, Kaido. We can make something new. A world where warriors laugh, where no one gets chained, where everyone's free. Isn't that better than ashes? Kaido's heart thudded. For the briefest flicker, the thought tempted him. A world built, not burned. A throne earned, not stolen. A chance to be more than the drunken tyrant history had painted him. But then his eyes blazed with fury, his pride roaring louder than his doubt. Don't speak to me like we're the same, boy. You'll never understand the weight I carry. His Kanabo swung, crackling with black fire, the very air ripping apart. Luffy's grin widened, his laughter echoing like the sun itself. Shi. You're wrong, Kaido. I understand it better than you think, and I'll prove it by beating you until you wake up. They clashed again, Emperor and Joy Boy, and the heavens split a fourth time. The battlefield raged, fire and lightning tearing the skies apart. Kaido's Kanabo and Luffy's cutlass ace clashed again, sparks splitting the air. Both warriors stood panting, bloodied but unbroken, grins carved into their faces. Then Luffy's grin softened, his laughter fading. For the first time since his awakening, his voice turned serious. Kaido, you want to know something? I'm not from this time. I've lived another life. Kaido's brow furrowed. Huh? What nonsense. But then he heard it. The laughter. That same unshakable, ringing laugh. The same one Roger carried to the scaffold. The same one Odin bellowed even while boiling. The laugh of Joy Boy. Kaido's eyes widened. His grip on the kanabo loosened. So that's why you know so much about me. He snarled, baring his fangs. Tell me then, brat. Was I the one who slaughtered your crew in that other world? Was it me that broke you? Luffy's jaw tightened. His golden eyes dimmed with shadow. He spoke low, steady. No, it wasn't you. Kaido's breath caught. It was a man named Marshall D. Teach. Kaido blinked, his rage stalling. Teach, never heard of him. Luffy's grip on the cutlass tightened, sparks crawling along the blade. You wouldn't, but you should know this, he was Rock's son. The words hit like a thunderbolt. Kaido staggered back, his chest heaving. What, that's impossible. Rock's family died at God Valley. That's why Rock's dragged us there, to save them. That was the only time I ever saw him desperate. But Lin and Edward, they had other plans. The memories ripped through Kaido's mind. Rock's shouting, Lin's greedy eyes, Whitebeard's heavy silence. The betrayal that shattered their crew. Kaido's knuckles widened on his kanabo, his voice low and guttural. If Rock's son lived, if he's the one who carries that grudge. Luffy nodded, his expression grim. Then he's the shadow waiting at the end of your throne, and mine. For the first time in decades, Kaido was speechless. His laughter died in his throat, replaced by a storm of emotions, shock, rage, betrayal, grief. Above them, thunder cracked like the heavens themselves were listening. Luffy raised the cutlass, his grin returning, sharp and fearless. So now you know the truth, Kaido. What are you gonna do with it? Kaido's breath came heavy, his beastly grin slowly returning, but his eyes burned with something new. Not just rage. Not just joy. But the fire of a man who had been reminded of the chains he thought he'd buried. Kaido's chest heaved, his kanabo dripping haki, his face shadowed. His voice rumbled low, dangerous. Where is he? Where's that brat Teach? Tell me so I can bury him myself, and put that cursed chapter of my life behind me. Luffy's golden eyes locked with his. He didn't flinch. He's sailing under Whitebeard right now. Kaido's whole body stiffened. His eyes went wide. What?
He hides under that flag, waiting. But don't mistake him for just another pirate. He's patient, cunning, and cruel. He carries Rock's blood, and he carries something even worse. Kaido's breath came heavy, his teeth grinding. Then tell me, how did he gain the power to challenge you, to kill your crew? You carry the Nika fruit. There shouldn't be anything like it. Luffy's grin faded. For once, his voice was steady, grim, every word weighed with truth. The yummy no mi. The crew gasped. The dark fruit. The one devil fruit that breaks all the rules. It swallows light. It swallows fire. It swallows even hope. He can nullify any other fruit, even mine. The silence that followed was suffocating. Even Kaido froze, his fury stalling as the words sank in. But Luffy wasn't finished. His fists clenched, his voice rougher, older. And that's not all. In the other world, he killed Whitebeard at Marineford. Took his Gura no mi right out of his corpse and became the strongest man alive. The seas shook under him. Even the Marines were terrified. The straw hats went pale. Zoro's hand slipped on his sword. He took Whitebeard's fruit. Nami clutched her Klima tight, her eyes wide. Luffy, you never told us any of this. Perona floated back, her usual smirk gone. Even ghosts don't like hearing something that dark. Kaido's face twisted in pure rage. His roar shook the heavens. No. This can't be. Lin, Edward. Even those damn Marines. We all knew Rox was a lunatic, but to think his son survived. And with a power like that. He slammed his kanabo into the ground, the island quaking under the force. Damn it all. If this is true, then every one of us was played for fools. His laugh returned, but it was cracked, broken with fury. Giahahaha. Rock's legacy, still alive in the form of that brat? The world is more cursed than I thought. Luffy stood tall, steam and white fire curling around him, his grin sharp and fearless once more. That's why I came back, Kaido, because if I don't stop Teach this time, no one will. Kaido's nostrils flared, his teeth bared in a beastly snarl. The fire in his eyes had changed.
Not just rage or joy, but the fury of a man realizing his past sins had never truly died. Above them, thunder rolled like laughter. The storm was almost ready to break. The storm raged overhead, thunder splitting the skies, the ground shattered from the clash of two titans. Kaido's chest heaved, his grin wide and blood-streaked, but his eyes burned with fury from the truths he had just heard. Luffy lowered the cutlass ace, planting it in the cracked earth. His golden eyes gleamed, his laughter rolling low. "Kaido, let's make a deal." The Emperor's brow furrowed. "A deal? Huh? You think you can bargain with me while you're half dead?" Luffy's grin widened. "If I beat you here, we strike an alliance." The crew gasped. Even Yamato froze, her kanabo slipping from her grip. Kaido's grin faltered, suspicion flickering in his gaze. "What terms, boy?" Luffy pointed with his sword, sparks dancing across the steel. "You throw out the shogunate puppet you've got running Wano. When Momonosuke comes back, you hand the throne to him. You place Zou under your protection. No harm, no chains, no slavery, and..." He tilted his head toward Yamato, his grin sharpening. "You apologize to your daughter. Beg for her forgiveness." Kaido's laughter exploded, booming across the battlefield. "Gya ha 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 ha, me? Apologize? To Yamato? You're out of your mind?" But then his laughter slowed. His eyes narrowed, his grin steadied. "Fine. If there is a living being who can beat me, I'll agree to your terms." Luffy nodded once. His voice turned darker, heavier. "And in return, I'll come to your aid when you need me. No matter where. No matter when. Because the grand prize of this alliance." His aura flared, white fire and golden lightning spiraling into the heavens. His voice thundered like the drums of liberation. "Is the destruction of the celestial dragons and the world government." Kaido's grin returned, sharp and savage. He licked the blood from his lip, kanabo gleaming with black lightning. "Gya ha 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 ha. You're insane, Straw Hat, but I like it. Fine. Let's go all out. If you beat me, I'll play along with your little dream." His eyes burned like molten steel, his aura crushing the air around him. "But if you lose, your friends are next. Every last one of them." Nami's knuckles went white on her staff. Zoro drew his swords, his jaw tight. Yamato's breath caught in her throat, fury blazing in her eyes. But Luffy only laughed, wild and unstoppable. "Shi, then you'd better kill me, Kaido. Because if I'm still standing when this is over, you're mine." The two monsters stepped forward, haki bursting so violently the heavens split again, the island cracking beneath them. The final clash was about to begin. The air itself trembled as two titans stood across the battlefield. Kaido's hybrid form towered, his kanabo raised high, black lightning dripping from its spikes. His aura pressed down like the weight of a mountain, crushing the earth beneath him. Luffy stood opposite, steam and white fire curling off his body, his golden eyes blazing, his grin stretching wide. His cutlass ace pulsed with thunder and sunfire, bending like rubber before snapping back, as though the world itself had turned into his toy. Kaido snarled. "Joy boy. Let's see if you can end me." He swung the kanabo overhead, Conqueror's haki bursting so violently the sky cracked like glass. Thunder Bagua. World Breaker. The blow came down with the force to split an island in half. But Luffy only laughed. His laughter echoed like drums, bright and mocking, shaking the heavens. His body swelled, his arms stretching impossibly wide, rubber flesh crackling with lightning, flames, and raw haki. The ground beneath him turned rubbery, bouncing the shockwave away as he crouched low. Shi, Kaido. His voice boomed with the joy of liberation. "This is it. My everything. My promise to the world." His heartbeat thundered. Ba dum. Ba dum. Ba dum. The drums of liberation roared. Gomu no. His arms twisted together, compressing air, fire, and lightning into a spiraling storm. The cutlass ace melted into the attack, its blade stretching into pure energy. The air warped, reality bending as his strike grew brighter, heavier, absurd and divine all at once. Sun God's final dawn. He launched forward, his fist so massive it blotted out the sky, white fire blazing across its surface. The punch crashed into Kaido's kanabo with a blast so loud it deafened the island, a sun colliding with a storm. The heavens split open. The sea evaporated in walls of steam. The island cracked in half, shockwaves racing for miles. Kaido roared, his kanabo straining against the impossible force. His legs buckled, scales cracking, blood spraying as he pushed with everything he had. Damn you, Joy Boy. Luffy's laughter roared louder. His grin burned like the sun. G-ah-h-h-h-h-h. The impact swallowed them both in blinding light. For a moment, the world seemed to stop, only the drums of liberation echoing in the silence. When the light cleared, the battlefield lay in ruin. Mountains flattened. Forests turned to ash. The sea boiled black at the edges of the island. Kaido lay on his back, bloodied and broken, his kanabo shattered in two beside him. His chest heaved, his eyes wide in disbelief. Luffy stood over him, steam rising from his battered body, his grin unbroken, his eyes blazing gold. His arm lowered slowly, the last sparks of his attack fading into the shattered sky. Kaido, he said, voice low but steady, looks like I win. Kaido's lips twitched, and against all reason, he laughed, a hoarse, blood-soaked laugh that shook the rubble beneath him. Gya ha 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 ha, fine, brat, you've done it. If a man can beat me, then I'll honor the deal. He closed his eyes, blood dripping down his cheek. Damn you, Joy Boy. Luffy tipped his hat forward, the grin never leaving his face. The storm broke overhead, sunlight piercing through. The fight was over. The beast had fallen, and the Pirate King's resurgence roared louder than ever. The battlefield was quiet at last. Smoke drifted from shattered stone, steam rolling from Luffy's body as his Gear 5 form faded. He collapsed back onto the ground, chest heaving, grin still plastered across his face. Kaido sat cross-legged opposite him, his dragon form gone, hybrid frame bruised and bleeding. He uncorked a gourd of sake with one claw and took a long swig. Not bad, brat, Kaido rumbled, voice like gravel. You've got more guts than most men twice your age. I'll admit it. You earned this parley. Luffy coughed, lightning still sparking faintly from his fingertips. Hey. About time. So, let's talk. The crew hung back while Yamato stood close, her kanabo ready if her father tried anything. Kaido's eyes narrowed. First things first, besides that red-haired fool Shanks, you been talking to the other emperors? Whitebeard? Linlin? Luffy shook his head. Haven't had any contact with Whitebeard. Not yet. But, there's something you should know about Big Mom. Kaido raised a brow. Oh? Luffy exhaled, looking Kaido straight in the eye. She's my grandma. My mom's name was Charlotte Custard. Big Mom doesn't know I exist. For a long second, Kaido just stared. Then his chest heaved, and he exploded into booming laughter. Gya ha 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 ha. You're telling me, you're that hag's grandson? He slammed his gourd on the ground, tears leaking from the corners of his eyes as his laughter shook the ruined island. Yamato blinked in shock. The crew muttered in disbelief. Kaido wheezed, still grinning. This is priceless. And you say Linlin doesn't know? Luffy nodded grimly. Kaido barked another laugh. Oh, she'll know soon enough, boy. You think you can keep that secret? Huh? I'd bet my Kanabo Brûlée already sniffed you out. If she's contacted you, I'd wager Linlin's shaman already. Probably planning to offer you one of her daughters in marriage. Luffy grimaced. Kaido's grin grew wicked. And the joke of the century? Those would be your aunts. Yahahaha. Oh, Straw Hat, you couldn't make this shit up if you tried. Even exhausted, Luffy managed a flat glare, not funny. Kaido wiped his eyes, still chuckling. No, brat. It's hilarious. Linlin unknowingly trying to marry off her own bloodline. You might be the only one in the seas who could make that madwoman choke on her cake. Kaido's laughter finally died down into a low rumble. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, eyes sharp again. All right, brat. I'll humor you. I'll be your ally. He turned his gaze toward Yamato, who stiffened under the weight of it. But there's one more thing. He growled deep in his throat, as if the very words burned like fire. Yamato, I apologize. The air went silent. Yamato blinked, jaw slack. She had never heard those words leave his mouth before. Even Luffy sat up straighter, watching. Kaido's teeth clenched, voice gravelly. I chained you, beat you, tried to make you into something you're not. That was wrong. The word dragged out like torture. If you choose to walk with this idiot, then so be it. Strange as it is, Lin being his grandmother, and you standing by his side, it makes this alliance unbreakable.
Yamato's eyes softened, her grip on her kanabo loosening. For the first time, she saw not just the beast, but the man beneath.
Luffy smirked faintly. About time. Kaido exhaled through his nose, then sat heavier against the ground. His voice grew quieter, almost tired. And one more truth. I killed Odin. Yamato's fists trembled. I know, I'll never forgive you for that. Kaido nodded. I don't ask for forgiveness, but know this, it wasn't joy, it was mercy. He would have burned alive in that pot anyway. I swung the final blow so he didn't have to scream longer. Yamato's eyes watered, but she stayed silent. Kaido looked to Luffy now, eyes hard again. The Shogun of Wano is a rat. A puppet. Like we agreed. I'll tear him off the throne myself. That's my word. Luffy stood, stretching his battered arms, grin returning despite the bruises. Then we've got a deal. Kaido bared his fangs in a smile, more beast than man. A deal it is, Straw Hat. Kaido pushed himself to his feet, towering over Luffy. For a moment, there was only silence, the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. Then Kaido stretched out his massive hand. So it's settled. An alliance of beasts and storms. Luffy grinned and reached out. Wham! Kaido's boot shot forward, smashing Luffy square in the groin. That's for calling me an old drunk in the papers, you brat! Kaido roared, his laughter booming across the battlefield. Luffy collapsed with a wheeze, face turning blue as he curled on the ground. Damn you, Kaido! Nami, Reiju, and Perona rushed forward, all three kneeling by him, panic in their voices. Luffy. Are you okay? Captain, breathe? Breathe? Oh no. What if he can't have kids now? Yamato just buried her face in her palm. Father, you absolute bastard. Kaido only smirked, his body already shifting. Muscles warped, scales erupted, and in a surge of smoke and fire, the Azure Dragon rose once more. He coiled above them, eyes burning like twin suns. Ha 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 ha. Heal up, brat. I'll see you in Wano. Don't keep me waiting. With a crack of thunder, Kaido's massive form launched skyward, his body twisting into the clouds as he vanished toward Wano. The crew stood frozen, sweat beading down their brows. Even hardened warriors like Zoro, Kuina, Pedro, and Jaws couldn't help but grimace. Jaws leaned close, whispering to Pedro and the swordsman, in a way, our captain deserved that. Pedro's whiskers twitched, Zoro gave a dry grunt, and Kuina just sighed. Meanwhile, Luffy groaned from the ground, still clutching himself. Ow, ow, I'm gonna get him back for this. The crew exhaled as one, the tension breaking into nervous laughter.
Luffy was sprawled on the scorched earth, a ridiculous, oversized ice pack awkwardly strapped where it hurt. He kept tugging it back into place with one hand and muttering through clenched teeth. Damn overgrown lizard, I'll get him back for this, he hissed, breath fogging in the smoke.
Yamato stood a few paces off, arms folded, jaw tight but eyes oddly soft as she watched him. Luffy squinted up at her, a crooked, mischievous grin bleeding through the pain. Hey, best way to pay him back. He rasped. I'm sleeping with his daughter. The smirk widened. That'll really piss him off.
Yamato's face went 13 shades of scandalized, then she shoved him with the flat of her kanabo so hard he rolled like a log. You idiot, she growled, but the corner of her mouth twitched. She wasn't looking disgusted so much as entertained.
Perona drifted forward, hovering on the breeze like she always did, eyes huge. So, what about Big Mom? She asked, voice sticky sweet but curious. If Brulee's offered a meeting, do you wanna? She cut off when Luffy's face screwed up in another wave of pain. Once my nuts stop hurting, Luffy said solemnly, like he'd given a very considered answer. Then he flashed a grin at Pedro. Go get a mirror. Pedro blinked in confusion, then remembered Brulee's little tricks and let out a dry chuckle. Brulee said if y'all want to meet, shoot her name in a mirror. She'll show up. He nodded once, respectful. I'll handle it. Kuina and Zoro exchanged a look by the ridge, and Zoro gave the smallest of grunts, the kind that meant he was both pleased and slightly horrified by his captain's priorities. Pedro put a hand on Luffy's shoulder. And thanks, boss. For Zoe. The gratitude was quiet, sincere. The island's safety still sat heavy in their chests. Luffy shoved the ice pack up again and gave a ridiculous thumbs up. No problem. Can't have a big hyena and his crew running loose. He winced, then shouted before he could talk himself out of it. All right. When I stop clutching my pride, we sail. Big Mom can wait a little while longer. Kaido's headed for Wano and we got stuff to do. The crew moved like a single organism, some to help Luffy limp to the ship, some to prepare the sea dragon, others to send word and keep an eye on the horizon. Yamato stayed last, looking up where Kaido had vanished, lips pressed together. As they gathered their gear and set course, Pedro slipped a small mirror into his coat and gave Luffy a conspiratorial nod. Brulee's mirror trick could wait for a clearer day. For now the sea dragon sliced the water and the crew's laughter, and Luffy's vows of revenge, trailed after Kaido like lightning on the wake. The sea dragon cut lazily across a calm stretch of east blue. The sun was warm, the breeze gentle, and for once, nothing was on fire. Luffy lay sprawled in his deck chair, hat tipped low over his eyes, sighing in contentment. Nice quiet day. Nami, Perona, Reiju, and Yamato weren't so quiet. They huddled in the galley, whispering over stolen parchment and giggling like conspirators. Plans for Luffy's 21st birthday were coming together. Booze, treasure, fireworks, maybe even a cake big enough to feed a sea king. Then the horizon darkened. Captain. Jaws rumbled, shading his eyes. We got company. A whole fleet crept over the waves, creaking masts and tattered sails, led by a gaudy flagship covered in golden plating. Cannons bristled along its sides like angry porcupines, and above it all snapped a massive banner. Don Krieg. Luffy groaned without sitting up, dragging his hat lower. You, not this loser again. Krieg strutted onto his deck in ridiculous spiked armor, cape whipping in the wind, and bellowed through a megaphone. Tremble before me. I am Don Krieg, the terror of the East Blue. Hand over your ship, your women, and your treasure, or face oblivion. Luffy didn't even lift his head. Oi, you're blocking my sunlight, piss off. The crew burst out laughing. Krieg's face turned purple. How dare you mock me? Luffy whistled. Laboon. The sea exploded. A mountain of black flesh and scarred tissue surged upward, the giant whale Laboon breaching with a roar that shattered the air. He landed belly first across 4 ships, splintering them like toys before vanishing beneath the waves again. Krieg screamed. What the hell is that? Luffy stretched an arm lazily toward the battlefield. Zoro, Kuina, Vanda, Brook, Sanji, Jaws, take care of this nuisance. The deck shook as his fighters leapt forward with grins sharp as blades. The carnage was immediate. Zoro's blades carved through rigging and men alike. Kuina danced alongside him, her strikes clean and merciless. Vanda ripped through hulls with claws gleaming. Brook's cane pierced throats as his music played a jaunty, horrifying rhythm. Sanji's legs blurred, boots smashing cannon after cannon into molten scrap. And Jaws simply leapt ship to ship, his warhammer crushing entire decks in single blows.
Within minutes, the sea was littered with burning wrecks. Krieg's mighty fleet sank around him in flames and screams.
Back on the sea dragon, Nami tapped her foot against Luffy's chair. Hey, Captain. What about the rest of us? Luffy tilted his hat up, smirking. What, you want to join in? It's just target practice at this point. Perona pouted, ghosts swirling around her. Well yeah, it's boring if we don't get to smash something. Reiju stretched, her lips curving in a dangerous smile. Besides, it's not fair if all the boys get the fun. Yamato cracked her knuckles, glaring at the last ship's Krieg still had afloat. Captain, let us off the leash. Luffy grinned wider. Fine, fine. But don't leave me without any survivors. Someone's gotta spread the word. The slaughter finished like a thunderclap. Smoke and splinters floated where Krieg's pride once floated. The sea around the wrecks hissed and steamed. Nami, Reiju, Yamato, and Perona moved through the wreckage like hungry storms. Nami's Kleem attacked carving gusts that ripped masts out by the roots, Reiju slipping through men and oil like a knife, Perona's ghosts pinning idiots to the deck until they cried, while Yamato cleaved away through the last stragglers with her cannibal. Hachi dove into the chaos with 6 blades flashing. Pedro hunted down Krieg's officers with ruthless, silent strikes. When it was over, only one sorry man was left conscious. Don Krieg himself, scorched, splintered, his armor dented into sad little moons. Kuina had dragged him aboard the sea dragon like a dead fish. His chest heaved, and every breath was a whine. He crawled toward Luffy on his knees, face a smear of soot and humiliation, begging. Voice cracked. Please. Mercy, all. Luffy, pale from the fight but grinning at Melissa as she clutched a wooden sword at his feet, cocked an eyebrow. He looked down and said, casual as a noon breeze, "Hey Mel, what should we do with him?" Melissa's little face screwed up in thought, then she shrugged with the brutal honesty only kids have. "Well, Papa, he started it. Throw him in the sea." Krieg's shame snapped into fury. He spat out, "You little," but he didn't get to finish. A jagged bolt of lightning arced from Luffy's hand and slammed into Krieg's chest, crisp and white. He convulsed, hair smoking. Luffy's voice was flat and quiet. "That's for using bad words in front of a child." Krieg howled, "You little bee," and the howl dissolved into coughing and burning as Luffy flicked his wrist. Then Luffy pointed at Jaws. "Take him." Jaws didn't argue. One massive scoop, one toss like he was tossing a rotten melon, and Don Krieg went flying off the sea dragon with a comic little flail. He landed with a pathetic splash and sank into the steaming wakes of his own fleet. Nobody cheered. They didn't need to. Melissa hopped up and down, satisfied. Nami smirked. Kuina wiped her hands on her pants. Pedro gave Luffy a respectful nod. Even Yamato allowed a small, fierce smile. Luffy straightened the ridiculous ice pack for effect, grinned wider than the moon, and said, half laughing, half serious, "All right then. Birthday plans continue. No more interruptions." The crew set about cleaning up, hauling salvaged treasure and tending wounds, and the sea dragon slid off into the sunset. A little bloodier, a lot louder, and with one less idiot to brag about his non-existent fleet. 3 days after Krieg's humiliating defeat, the sea dragon's war room was quiet. The crew held their breath as Luffy stood before the polished mirror Pedro had set in the center of the table. Luffy crossed his arms. "Brûlé." The glass rippled like water, and in seconds, Charlotte Brûlé's crooked grin appeared. "Mama's waiting for you, Straw Hat. Step on through." The surface shimmered again, and suddenly the crew were staring into a lavish dining hall. At the head of a mountain-sized table sat a monstrous woman in silks, her wide grin sharp as her teeth, Charlotte Linlin. Big Mom. The sea dragon crew tensed. Only Luffy stepped forward, hat tilted down to hide his eyes. Linlin clapped her hands, her booming voice shaking the dishes on the table. "So you're the brat everyone's whispering about. Monkey D. Luffy." She smirked, almost maternal. "Congratulations, boy. Defeating Vice Admiral Sakazuki at Goa, impressive. The world government is howling."
Luffy's grin flashed. Inside, he sighed with relief. Good. They don't know Kaido was here.
Big Mom leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "They say you wield not 1, not 2, but 3 devil fruits. I'd like to see it myself." Luffy didn't flinch. He stretched his arm out like rubber, then snapped it back, sparks of lightning dancing down his fist. He tossed a pebble into the air, swelling it with the Moa Moa no Mi until it grew tenfold before exploding in a crackle of sparks. The mirror room trembled. The crew behind him looked proud, nervous, and terrified all at once. Big Mom's laughter boomed. "Mama, mama, mama, truly incredible. You're wasted in the East Blue, boy."
Her eyes gleamed. "So, let's talk business. Join me. Form an alliance with my crew, and to seal it," she licked her lips, "you'll marry one of my daughters."
Luffy's stomach lurched so hard he nearly gagged. "Great. Just what I needed. My aunts." He forced a grin, scratching his head. Sure, but can I pick my bride? And, just so you know, I already got 4 girlfriends." The sea dragon crew face-faulted. Nami pinched the bridge of her nose. Perona floated upside down in horror. Yamato's jaw dropped. Reiju only smirked. Linlin threw back her head, laughing thunderously. "Mama, mama, mama. Bold boy. You may keep your little girlfriends as concubines, if you like. That's no trouble to me."
She raised her massive hand and swept it toward the far side of the hall. A dozen of her daughters stepped forward, single and waiting, their eyes ranging from curious to murderous. Choose, boy, any of them. A wedding, and an alliance that will shake the world.
The mirror shimmered again, reflecting the daughters one by one. Behind Luffy, the crew was dead silent. He could feel their eyes stabbing into the back of his head. Inside, he wanted to throw up. Outside, he forced the same reckless smirk that had carried him through war. All right, Mama. Let's see what options you got. The dining hall grew silent as Big Mom's daughters lined up, their faces a mix of scorn, boredom, and forced smiles. Luffy's grin didn't falter, but his mind was racing. If I pick anyone random, Mama will cling to me forever, but if I pick... His eyes locked on her. Custard. His mother. She looked calm, polite, hands folded, but her eyes widened when she noticed the way he was staring. Luffy smirked. All right. I'll take one, but she has to come to the East Blue, alone. Big Mom's grin stretched wider, teeth like tombstones. Mama, mama, mama. Oh, can't wait to see your new wife, how exciting. On the Sea Dragon, the crew had to cover their mouths. Perona floated upside down, wheezing with laughter. Nami's face was beet red from trying not to scream. Reiju whispered, "This is insane." Yamato bit her lip, torn between horror and amusement. And Sanji, practically crying from suppressed laughter, whispered, "This is better than any book." Luffy shot daggers at all of them. "Shut up," he mouthed, veins popping on his forehead. Then he pointed. "Her. I want her as my bride." Every jaw dropped. Custard froze like she'd been struck by lightning. Her heart thundered in her chest. He pointed at me. "No, that's my son, he knows. He has to know." But... Big Mom chuckled, stroking her chin. "Custard? Interesting choice. She may look young, but she could almost be your mother." The words stabbed Luffy right in the soul. He bit his tongue so hard he almost bled. Inside, he screamed, "God, please forgive me. It's the only way to get her out of Mama's grasp." He forced the words out, voice cracking but steady enough. "Yes, I want Custard to be my wife." Big Mom clapped her hands, shaking the room. "Excellent. Then it's settled. She will depart for the East Blue immediately. Once the wedding is done, our alliance will be complete." Custard's face was pale, her eyes darting between the mirror and her mother. Then, clarity struck. She caught Luffy's gaze, and in those black eyes she saw the truth. He knows. He knows who I am. Dragon must have told him. He doesn't want to marry me, he wants me safe. He wants me out of Mama's grip. Her lips trembled, but she lowered her head, hiding the faintest smile. "As you wish, Mama." Luffy's stomach twisted, but he stood tall, grinning like a reckless fool. Behind him, the crew collapsed into silent hysterics, Nami clutching her stomach, Sanji practically biting his fist. Luffy's glare could have cut steel, but it only made them laugh harder. Big Mom raised her goblet high. To family, to alliances, and to weddings that will shake the seas. Luffy muttered under his breath, "To hell with me." The mirror rippled one last time and went still. The dining hall in Toto Land vanished. Only the crew's faces remained, and they were all looking at Luffy like they'd just witnessed the funniest thing in the world. Silence. Then Usopp fell over clutching his stomach, howling. "Bawahahaha! Our captain just proposed to his mom." Sanji slammed a hand against the table, tears streaming from his eyes. "This is better than any romance novel I've ever read. You couldn't write this stuff."
Even Vanda was doubled over, wheezing with laughter. "The future pirate king, huh? You're the Oedipus king, now."
Perona floated upside down above the table, pigtails swaying, laughing so hard she was snorting. "Negative hollow, Captain. I'm supposed to be the spooky one, but you're the family courting freak." Luffy slammed his forehead against the table. "Traitor!" he yelled up at Perona. "You're supposed to be my girlfriend." Perona only cackled harder, twirling midair like a lazy ghost. Luffy swung his glare toward the other side of the room. "And you three, Nami, Yamato, Reiju. Shame on you." All three were smirking like cats. Nami leaned her chin on her hand and said sweetly, "Oh, cheer up, Captain." Then she leaned close enough that only he could hear, her voice low and teasing. "We can make it up to you tonight," she winked.
Yamato snorted, trying to look innocent. Reiju just smiled behind her fingers. Luffy groaned, dragging his hat down over his face until only his mouth showed. When my mom gets here, I got a lot of explaining to do.
The entire ship shook with laughter, sails snapping in the breeze as the sea dragon cut on toward its next horizon. True to her word, Big Mom sent Custard to the East Blue. Her transport vessel sailed cautiously under the flag of Toto Land until it reached the waters around Gecko Island, territory now marked with the Straw Hat's banner. By the time she stepped ashore, the air was calm, the island secure. Custard sat in the garden of Kaya's estate, porcelain cup in hand, sipping tea with the young heiress and her parents. For the first time in years, her shoulders felt lighter. So this is East Blue, a far gentler sea than Mama's iron grip. The peace shattered when the sea dragon docked. Captain's back, jaws roared, and the crew spilled onto the pier. Moments later, Luffy himself strode up the path, hat tipped low, grin wide as the horizon. Custard rose to her feet. Their eyes met, and before either could speak, she rushed forward and pulled him into her arms. "You reckless boy." Her voice trembled between sob and laughter. "Do you have any idea what kind of heart attack you gave me when you announced me as your bride?" The crew snorted behind their hands. Luffy winced, rubbing the back of his head. "Yeah, I know. It wasn't easy for me either, Mom. But it was the only way to get you free of her." Her eyes softened. "You knew about me." He nodded. "Dad told me. I wasn't gonna leave you there." He took a deep breath. "So, are you gonna go back to Dad? Or?" Custard hesitated, thinking of Dragon's fire, his endless war, the weight of his cause. She shook her head slowly. "I thought about it. But no, I'd rather be with you. If you'll have me." Luffy's grin spread, bright and fierce. He stuck his fist out. "Welcome aboard, Mom." Her hand shook as she bumped her knuckles against his, but her smile was steady. Kaya giggled from behind her teacup. "Luffy, did you tell her your birthday's coming up?" Custard blinked. "Birthday?" Nami smirked. "In 3 days, he turns 21. Custard nearly dropped her cup. "T21? But you're supposed to be 17. The crew stiffened. All eyes on Luffy. He sighed, scratching his chin. "Guess I can't keep it from you, Mom. You deserve the truth." He sat back on the bench beside her and told her everything. About losing the crew. About Nika. About being sent back. About the 3 fruits. About rewriting the seas. By the time he finished, Custard was pale, eyes wide with disbelief. You're from the future?" Luffy only smirked and tipped his hat down. "Yep." Her hands trembled against her lap. She stared at him as if she was seeing him for the first time, not just her boy, but a man carrying the weight of the seas. "My son, my little boy, is from the future." Luffy clapped his hands once. "All right, Mom, time you met the crew." Custard brushed her hair back, still a little shaky. She hadn't stepped out of Toto Land in years, and now she was standing in front of pirates who radiated like storms. First came Pedro and Jaws. The jaguar mink bowed respectfully. Jaws just gave a toothy grin that could swallow a shark. Custard froze. You're supposed to be legends of the seas." "They're my crew now," Luffy said simply, puffing his chest with pride. Then came Vanda, tall and dangerous with grace. Zoro and Kuina followed, their swords clinking at their waists, sharp eyes measuring Custard like they would any warrior. Usopp waved nervously, already spinning some tall tale about how he'd saved the East Blue twice. Hachi raised a hand, all smiles, his 6 swords strapped awkwardly around his belt. Then Sanji stepped forward, bowing dramatically with a rose in hand. "A pleasure, m'lady." Custard arched a brow. "He's a pervert." Luffy leaned close, whispering just loud enough for her to hear. In the other timeline, he almost married Pudding. Custard's eyes went wide. "What?" Before she could press, the sea behind the sea dragon erupted. Bewoosh. Laboon vaulted from the waves, water cascading off his massive scarred body. His roar shook the island. Custard nearly dropped her tea. "That's a whale." "Laboon." Luffy waved. "Meet my mom," Laboon bellowed happily, slapping the sea with his tail. But the kicker came when Brook strolled forward, bowing with a flourish of his violin. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, my lady, I am Brook, musician of the crew." Custard gasped, clutching her chest. A skeleton. Brook's jaw clattered as he straightened, about to ask his infamous question. By the way, could I see your... Crack. Lightning shot from Luffy's fingertips, zapping Brook before the words left his mouth. Smoke curled from the skeleton's afro. Not in front of my mom, Luffy growled. Yo-ho-ho-ho, understood, Brook croaked, sizzling. Custard could only stare, and then her jaw dropped further when Nami, Reiju, Yamato, and Perona sauntered up and slipped comfortably at her son's side. Wait, you have 4 girlfriends, Custard gasped. Luffy grinned sheepishly, rubbing his neck. Yeah. Nami, Reiju, Perona, and, Kaido's daughter, Yamato. Custard's mouth fell open. Kaido's daughter? You mean? Yeah, Luffy said casually. Kaido was here. We fought. I won. Now we're allies. She swayed on her feet. And I'm also allied with red-haired Shanks, Luffy added. He tipped his straw hat forward. This hat? It was his. Custard was still reeling when a little voice tugged at her dress. Are you, my grandma? Melissa looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes. Custard froze. Slowly, she bent down and scooped the girl into her arms. You're so small. Melissa giggled, clinging to her. Custard's eyes darted to Nami, Reiju, Yamato, and Perona, her mind racing. Which of them is the mother? Luffy chuckled, scratching his cheek. She's not ours, Mom. We found her on a slaver ship. I took her in as my daughter. Custard's eyes softened, her lips trembling as she kissed the girl's cheek. Then you saved her, like you saved me. Melissa beamed. Grandma Custard. The crew laughed, even as Custard held the child tight, her heart heavier than it had been in years, but also lighter in ways she couldn't explain. The sea dragon cut through the waves like a living storm, its dark sails full and proud under a silver moon. In the captain's quarters, the air smelled of salt, parchment, and ink. The desk was buried under charts, bounty posters, and pages of hastily scrawled notes. The kind of mess only Monkey D. Luffy could call organized. Luffy sat hunched forward, his straw hat hanging on the back of his chair, brows furrowed in uncharacteristic concentration. Okay, paradise, he muttered, rubbing his temples. East Blue's behind us, Laboon's with us, next stop, Whiskey Peak. He traced a finger along the map, lightning flickering faintly from his fingertips as his powers flared with his mood. Vivi should be there. He leaned back with a sigh, eyes half-lidded, letting his mind drift. Vivi, it's been a while, huh? Images came rushing back from the old timeline, her hair gleaming like sapphire under the desert sun, the way she had stood tall even when afraid, the warmth of her smile when she called him Luffy. He smiled faintly, then frowned, remembering more than he wanted to.
Man, he murmured to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. I haven't seen that long blue hair in ages.
A heartbeat of silence. Then his grin faltered, and that nice ass.
He froze mid-sentence, realization hitting him like a cannonball. His face turned scarlet.
Damn it. He groaned, slamming his forehead on the desk. I'm turning into Sanji for real. Outside, thunder rumbled. Maybe from the storm, maybe from Zeus laughing somewhere above deck. Luffy groaned again, staring down at the sea charts like they'd personally offended him. Focus, idiot, he muttered. You're the captain. You're supposed to plan, not drool. He took another look at the map, Grand Line Currents, Island Chains, Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Drum, Alabasta. Every name carried a ghost of memory. The friends he'd made, the battles fought, the people he'd failed to save the first time. His expression softened, determination flickering in his eyes. This time, he said quietly, no one gets left behind. He leaned back, stretching until his joints cracked. Man, planning makes my head hurt. How do Nami and Reiju do this all the time? For a moment, the great Monkey D. Luffy, Pirate King in the making, wielder of 3 devil fruits, breaker of empires, just sat there sulking like a bored student. He twirled a pencil between his fingers, puffed his cheeks, and muttered, I like punching things way more than thinking. Then, a sly grin crept across his face. Still, at least I'm not Sanji. He chuckled under his breath. Poor Cook's still single. Meanwhile, I've got 4 hot girlfriends who'd kill me if I even looked at another woman wrong. He reached for his hat, tilting it back on his head with that familiar spark of mischief in his eyes. "All right then," he said to no one in particular, "Whiskey Peak, here we come. Let's see if the desert princess is there." Luffy was still slumped over his desk, surrounded by maps, quills, and an empty coffee cup when the door burst open. "Papa," Melissa chirped, bouncing in with her wooden practice rapier. Behind her, Charlotte Custard followed with elegant calm, her purple hair tied back and her own blade resting at her hip. Luffy blinked blearily, rubbing his eyes. "Huh. Oh, hey, Shrimp. What's up?" Melissa puffed out her chest proudly. "Grandma Custard's teaching me to fight like her, look." She leapt into a stance, feet perfectly balanced, sword raised in a classic fencing pose. "Thrust," she called, lunging forward. "Parry, riposte." Luffy grinned wide, applauding. "Whoa, look at you go. You'll be stabbing bad guys in no time." Custard smiled faintly, folding her arms. "She learns fast. She's got my precision, and your lack of patience." "Hey," Luffy protested, only to earn a knowing smirk from his mother. Custard's eyes flicked to the chaos on his desk. "And what exactly are you doing, my son?" "Planning," Luffy said proudly. "Trying to figure out the best route to paradise, since Laboon's already here." He was so caught up in his words he didn't notice Melissa wandering closer to the papers. The girl tilted her head, reading aloud innocently. "Papa, who are Chopper, Robin, and Vivi? And why is Vivi also called Princess Tight Ass and Robin, the hot archaeologist?" There was a pause. Luffy froze mid-sentence, color draining from his face before returning in full force. He snatched the parchment out of her hands so fast it nearly caught fire from friction. "Nothing. That's just a joke. A very bad joke," he stammered, cheeks glowing like magma. "Forget what you saw, Mel. Please. For the love of God, don't tell Nami, Perona, Reiju, or Yamato. Especially not Yamato." Melissa blinked in confusion. "Why?" Before Luffy could dig the hole any deeper, a sharp smack echoed through the cabin. Custard's palm met the back of his head with motherly precision, knocking him face first into his own maps. "Where," she whispered, voice like a brewing storm, "did I go wrong?" She rubbed her temples, exasperated. No way is my son acting like a pervert in front of his child. Luffy lifted his head weakly, papers stuck to his cheek. "It was a nickname," he mumbled. "I swear." Custard sighed the long, suffering sigh known only to mothers. Melissa tilted her head again, still puzzled. "So Princess Tight Ass isn't real?" Luffy groaned, burying his face in the desk. "Please stop saying it." Custard turned to Melissa with a patient smile. "Sweetheart, finish your sword drills on deck. And next time, don't read your father's notes. They're dangerous." As Melissa skipped away, humming and thrusting her little rapier, Custard looked down at her son, now sulking under a pile of maps, and muttered, "You might conquer the seas, Luffy, but you'll never win against your mother." Luffy just groaned. Captain Mom." The evening sky outside the cabin glowed orange, the last light of day spilling through the window. Luffy had cleared the desk at last, or at least shoved the papers into a single, chaotic pile. When Custard returned, calm and regal as ever. She sat gracefully on the opposite side of the desk, hands folded, studying her son with quiet amusement. "You've been busy," she said softly. "But humor your mother, Luffy. Tell me about your adventures, from that other world you came from." Luffy blinked, then smiled faintly. "You sure? That's a lot to tell." Custard leaned back in her chair. "I've got time." So he began. He told her of Alabasta, of the desert, of Crocodile's defeat, and of Princess Vivi standing proud before her people. Of the Sky Islands, of Bellamy, and the Golden City that vanished into the clouds. He spoke of Water 7, of Robin's rescue at Eni's lobby, of the Going Mary's final farewell. His voice grew softer when he mentioned Thriller Bark, then stronger again when he spoke of the war at Marineford, of Ace, of Whitebeard, of pain and resolve. Custard listened in silence, eyes shimmering with pride and sadness both. "And after that?" she asked. "Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Dressrosa, Zoe, Whole Cake, Wano, and finally Elbaf," Luffy said, grinning as he leaned back. "It was crazy, but worth it. Even the bad stuff."
"Because it made you who you are," Custard finished, smiling faintly.
Luffy nodded. Yeah, but this time I'm gonna do it better. I'm getting everyone back, Chopper, Robin, Frankie, Jinbei. All of him. I'm not stopping until the crew's whole again.
Custard smiled at his certainty, but her brow furrowed when he added casually, and maybe I'll bring in a few new faces too. Like Loki.
She froze. Loki? Luffy blinked. Yeah, Loki. You know, the prince of the giants. Custard leaned forward, eyes sharp. Luffy, are you talking about that Loki? Yup, Luffy said cheerfully. The prince of Elbaf.
For a long moment, Custard said nothing. Then she sighed deeply, rubbing her forehead. You really don't keep up with rumors, do you? Loki isn't in Elbaf anymore.
Luffy frowned. What do you mean? She folded her arms. 6 months ago, he was exiled, after a failed attempt on King Harold's life. His brother, Harjuden, tried to defend him, but the king's decision was final. Last anyone heard, Loki was released from his chains and banished. No one knows where he went. Luffy blinked in surprise. Seriously? Custard nodded. Even the giants won't speak of him now. To them, he's a disgrace. For a moment, the cabin was quiet except for the creak of the ship. Then, slowly, Luffy grinned. Custard raised a brow. Why are you smiling? Because this is getting too easy, he said, eyes gleaming with that familiar spark of mischief. Explain yourself, Custard said warily. Luffy leaned forward, elbows on the desk. When Loki was a kid, he idolized two of Elbaf's greatest pirate captains, Dory and Brogy. And I know exactly where they are. Custard blinked. Where? Luffy's grin widened. Little garden. Outside, thunder rumbled far in the distance, not from Zeus this time, but from the sea itself, as if the world already knew another storm was coming. The salty wind swept across the deck of the Sea Dragon, carrying laughter, steel, and the scent of lunch. Luffy and Custard stepped out into the sunlight, watching as the crew moved in their usual chaos. Wanda, Zoro, and Kuina clashed in a fierce sparring match near the bow, blades flashing like silver lightning. Each strike sent sparks flying. Wanda's blade gleaming against Kuina's wind-imbued sword while Zoro grinned like a madman. Up in the crow's nest, Usopp peered through his spyglass, narrating his own heroic vigilance for an audience that wasn't listening. The brave warrior of the sea sees all. No pirate fleet shall sneak past my hawk-like gaze. Oi! Keep narrating and you'll miss lunch, Sanji shouted from the galley window, apron flapping. Beside him, Hachi hummed cheerfully, balancing 6 plates of seafood curry with ease. Meanwhile, Nami and Yamato were literally dogfighting mid-air. Nami in her moonlit wolf hybrid form, Yamato wreathed in divine frost and fire. Their growls and laughter echoed as they playfully slammed into each other above the deck. Perona was floating lazily near the mast, ghostly doubles spinning in circles, while Reiju leaned on the rail sipping tea. Jaws and Pedro were arm wrestling over a barrel, both pretending not to care who won, and Brook was strumming a lazy tune nearby. Luffy clapped his hands together, his voice booming. Oi, everyone, meeting time. The noise quieted, mostly, and the crew gathered around. Nami and Yamato landed gracefully, tails flicking as they reverted to normal. Luffy stood tall, grin bright. All right, soon we'll be heading back into the Grand Line. But before he could continue, Nami cut in, crossing her arms with a sly smile. Not until we've celebrated your birthday properly, honey. Luffy blinked, cheeks instantly pink. Honey? Yamato smirked. She's right. You're not escaping your party this time, Captain. The crew laughed, and Luffy rubbed the back of his neck, flustered. Anyway, he said quickly. Before that, I gotta warn you guys. When we enter the Grand Line, we'll run into a group of bounty hunters called Baroque Works. Pedro tilted his head. Should we be worried? Nah, Luffy said with a confident grin. You all know hockey, and most of you could beat their boss alone. It'll be a good warm-up. Boss? Pedro asked. Sir Crocodile, Luffy said simply, one of the Shichibukai. That got everyone's attention, though not fear, just interest. But we'll also recruit some people, Luffy added. A doctor named Chopper, he's a little talking reindeer, and you're all gonna love him. Perona's eyes sparkled. A little talking reindeer? I'm hugging him first. And me. Melissa piped up. Luffy laughed. right up until Melissa asked innocently, "Papa, what about Vivi, Princess Tight Ass, and Robin the hot archaeologist?" Everything froze. Luffy's soul visibly left his body. He lunged, covering Melissa's mouth, whispering desperately, "No, no, 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 don't say that again." Too late. He turned around, and there they were. Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato stood behind him, eyes glowing, auras crackling with deadly energy. "What," they said in perfect unison, "did she just say?" Sweat poured down Luffy's face. Oh, shit. The sea dragon rocked slightly as thunder cracked overhead, and every man on deck silently prayed for their captain's survival. The deck of the sea dragon shook with chaos. "Luffy!" Nami's voice roared, lightning crackling around her fists. "How dare you say that in front of a child?" Reiju shouted, her hands glowing pink with toxic energy. "Unforgivable," Perona howled, her ghosts circling like vultures. "You're a dead man, Captain," Yamato bellowed, horns glinting as she swung her kanabo. There was no escape. Seconds later, the ship echoed with the unmistakable symphony of bonks, slaps, zaps, and one very distinct thunk as Yamato's club found its mark. Lightning flashed. Ghosts screamed. A frying pan, no one knew from where, smacked him square in the jaw for good measure. When the storm of fury settled, Monkey D. Luffy was left sprawled on the deck, smoking slightly, shirt half torn, with two massive lumps on his head and a faint shoe print on his cheek. Custard pinched the bridge of her nose, trying not to smile. "Serves you right," she said, shaking her head, infecting poor little Melissa with those filthy words. "Honestly, Luffy, you're worse than your grandfather." The crew chuckled nervously, keeping their distance from the smoldering crater that had once been their captain. After a moment, Luffy groaned, sat up straight, and, because he was Luffy, grinned as if nothing had happened. "Like I was saying," he said cheerfully, voice slightly slurred, "we won't just beat Crocodile, we're also gonna take his devil fruit." The entire crew blinked. "Wait," Nami said flatly. "You're not even going to acknowledge what just happened?" "Pain's temporary," Luffy said proudly, brushing soot off his vest. "Treasures forever." Jaws tilted his head. "You mean take his fruit? How does that even work?" Luffy leaned against the rail, slipping effortlessly back into serious mode. "It's simple. When a devil fruit user dies, the spirit of the fruit leaves their body and moves to the nearest fruit of the same kind. Like an apple, orange, or banana. That's how new devil fruits are born. The power gets reborn inside another fruit, same shape, same pattern." He pointed at the sea. "That's why the world government keeps collections of normal fruit near captured pirates. They can harvest the powers right after execution."
Reiju folded her arms, intrigued. "So you're saying, if we take down Crocodile, his fruit will respawn nearby?"
Luffy nodded. "Exactly. And since I can sense devil fruit energy with my haki, I'll know where it goes." Jaws grinned, impressed. "And what kind of fruit are we talking about?" Luffy's grin widened. "A Logia, the Suna Suna no Mi, the sand fruit."
Pedro whistled low. "That's no joke." Luffy nodded. "It lets the user turn into sand, control it, and dry out anything they touch. It's strong in deserts, unstoppable in open land, but weak to water. Especially liquids that bind it, like blood, sake, or even seawater."
Nami rested her chin on her hand. "And what do you plan to do with it?" Luffy's grin turned sly. "Give it to one of you." The crew exchanged stunned glances. "Think about it," he said, standing tall again, lumps and bruises forgotten. "With that fruit, we'll have a weapon that even the Marines will fear." He cracked his knuckles, lightning flashing faintly across his hands. "Next stop, Whiskey Peak. Let's go steal a warlord's power." The crew cheered, though Nami muttered, "After your apology dinner, Captain." Luffy gulped. "Right, dinner first." The sea dragon glided through the dawn mist, its black sails catching the morning sun as it entered Goa's harbor. The townsfolk gathered to stare. A ship bearing the Jolly Roger of Monkey D. Luffy, East Blue's most infamous pirate, now docking openly without fear. Word had already spread. His bounty of 450 million berry was frozen by order of the Five Elders. Luffy had 2 days of clemency left, 2 days before his deal expired and the world once again hunted the Pirate King reborn. As the gangplank lowered, Luffy stepped onto the dock with his trademark grin, hat tilted low. Behind him, his colorful crew disembarked: Pedro, Nami, Yamato, Reiju, Perona, Zoro, Sanji, Wanda, Hachi, Brook, Zeus, Kuina, Jaws, Custard and Melissa, while Laboon was swimming near the island. Waiting for them at the palace gates stood Queen Makino herself, radiant in a deep green dress, hands on her hips. "Took you long enough," she teased warmly. "We've got a party to prepare, and the birthday boy's late." Beside her loomed 2 very familiar faces: Admiral Garp, arms crossed with that proud, dangerous grin, and Belle Mere, Nami's mother, looking sharp in her marine coat. Beside her stood Najiko, smiling and waving. "Gramps," Luffy called, laughing, "didn't think you'd actually show." Garp grunted, hands behind his back. "Officially, I'm here to make sure you keep your deal with those 5 old fossils. If you don't," he cracked his knuckles with a thunderous pop, "I'm supposed to arrest you." "And officially?" Luffy asked with a grin. Garp's face softened. "And officially, I wouldn't miss my grandson's birthday for anything." Makino smiled knowingly. "Come on, you two. Save the speeches for later. We've got cake to cut and barrels to empty." By evening, the palace was alive with music, laughter, and the smell of roasted meat. Fireworks painted the skies over Goa. Luffy was surrounded by friends, his crew loud as ever. Nami, Perona, and Yamato had finally forgiven him for the whole "princess tight ass" and "hot archaeologist" incident, after plenty of teasing, of course. But Reiju still sat at the end of the banquet table, arms folded, an amused yet icy smirk on her lips. Luffy approached, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Come on, Reiju, I already said I'm sorry." She glanced up lazily, one eyebrow raised. "Tell me, Luffy, was her ass really as hot as mine?" The entire table went silent. Even the music stopped. Luffy blinked, blushed, and, being Luffy, answered honestly. Yeah, yours is hotter, actually." Reiju leaned back, pretending to think it over. In that case." He tilted his head. "What'll it take for you to forgive me?" Her lips curved into a playful smile. "I want the devil fruit you've been talking about, the sand fruit." Luffy grinned without hesitation. "Deal." Nami groaned, burying her face in her hands. He just gave away a Logia because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. And as the fireworks burst over the palace, the crew's laughter joined the thunder, another ridiculous night in the legend of the Pirate King. The morning sun crept through the curtains of the royal guest room, its golden light cutting across a battlefield of bottles, cake crumbs, and confetti. Empty sake jugs rolled lazily on the floor. A pair of boots dangled from the chandelier. Someone's bra was on the doorknob, and Luffy's iconic straw hat sat proudly on a marble statue like it had claimed the throne overnight. Groaning, Luffy blinked awake, his head pounding like a drum solo. What happened last night? Feels like I fought Kaido again." He sat up, or tried to, and realized he wasn't alone. Sprawled around him under blankets were Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato, all fast asleep, hair messy, faces covered in frosting and bits of confetti. For a long moment, Luffy just blinked. Then he rubbed his eyes, blinked again, and muttered, "Man, what a night." The door creaked as the breeze slipped in, and an empty can of whipped cream rolled off the bed and hit the floor with a plink. Luffy stared at it blankly. Then noticed a second can, and a third. "Why," he mumbled, rubbing his temple, "are there 3 cans of whipped cream on the bed?" From under a blanket, a sleepy Nami groaned, stretching like a cat before leaning up and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. "Happy birthday, honey," she murmured with a smile. Luffy chuckled softly, hugging her closer. "Thanks, but what exactly happened here?" Nami looked around the wreck of a room, toppled furniture, streamers, frosting on the ceiling, even Yamato's kanabo somehow stuck halfway into a wall. She grinned. "Looks like we went really wild. The party must have turned into a food fight after you challenged Zoro to outdrink Wanda." "Oh yeah," Luffy muttered, scratching his head. "Zoro lost, didn't he?" Nami laughed. "He tried to fight her again after passing out, so yes, badly." As Reiju yawned and pulled a pillow over her face, Perona rolled over muttering something about ghost karaoke, and Yamato snored loud enough to rattle the window. Luffy looked at them all, smiling in that goofy, fond way only he could. Guess it was a good party. Nami rested her head against his shoulder. The best one yet, she said softly. He grinned. Yeah, next year, let's make sure the whipped cream stays on the cake though. Nami giggled. No promises, Captain. Outside, the sea dragon rocked gently in the harbor, and the palace echoed faintly with Garp's booming laughter, because somehow, even he knew the party had gotten way out of hand. Later Makino stood in the doorway of the royal suite, hands on her hips, staring at the absolute disaster zone before her. The once luxurious room looked like it had survived a hurricane, a food fight, and a small war. Streamers hung from chandeliers, furniture was overturned, and cake smeared the walls in artistic splatters. Worst of all, there were 3 cans of whipped cream lying in suspicious positions on the bed. Makino sighed deeply, eyes twitching. I don't even want to know, she muttered. I'm seriously considering bricking this entire room off and pretending it never existed. Behind her, Pedro and Custard stepped in, both stopping dead in their tracks. Pedro blinked once. Captain, what in the world happened here? Custard rubbed her forehead, exhaling slowly. Do I even want to know why there's whipped cream all over the room? Luffy laughed nervously, scratching the back of his head while his girlfriends stood behind him looking equally embarrassed. It's, not what it looks like. Makino slowly turned toward him, eyes narrowed. Luffy, I don't want to hear a single word about whatever perversity happened in here. Just, go. Take your crew. And never, ever bring whipped cream into my palace again. Nami covered her face. Perona floated away muttering, so much second-hand embarrassment, and whipped cream underwear is fun. That sentence made Yamato look ready to dive off the balcony. Pedro coughed into his paw. Well, Captain, I believe that's our cue to leave. Why yeah, Luffy said quickly, scooping up his hat from the statue and putting it back on. We'll, clean it later. You won't, Makino said flatly. Now go before I change my mind about letting pirates stay here. A short while later, the sea dragon was fully stocked and ready to depart. The sun sparkled across the sea as Luffy stood on the docks beside Makino, Garp, and Bell-Mere. Makino smiled, giving him a gentle hug. Stay safe out there, all right? Try not to destroy any more royal property. Luffy grinned sheepishly. No promises. Garp crossed his arms, a proud grin splitting his face. You've got 2 days left before that clemency ends, brat. Next time we meet, I might have to throw a punch or two. Luffy adjusted his hat, smiling wide. Then I'll make sure it's a good fight, Gramps. Damn right, Garp said with a laugh. I can't wait. Nearby, Nami hugged Bell-Mere and Najiko tightly. We'll see each other again soon, I promise. Bell-Mere smirked. You better keep my daughter safe, Straw Hat. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Aye, ma'am. As the sea dragon set sail, the crew waved from the deck, laughter echoing across the harbor. The east blue winds carried them onward, sails full and hearts ready. Luffy stood at the bow, his smile soft but determined. Before we head for the Grand Line, he said quietly, there's one more thing I need to do. Nami glanced over. Where to, Captain? Luffy's eyes gleamed beneath the brim of his hat. Loguetown. The ship's figurehead split the waves like a blade as the sea dragon turned toward destiny. The town where it all began, and where legends were born. The sea dragon glided smoothly across the waves, its sails catching the soft morning breeze as the crew went about their usual brand of chaos. Brook's violin filled the air with a haunting melody, perfectly out of place among the racket. At the bow, Jaws and Zoro were arm wrestling for the 5th time that morning, both grinning like maniacs as the table between them groaned in protest. Come on, Moss Head. You'll lose again, Jaws bellowed, his shark teeth gleaming. In your dreams, Fish Face, Zoro growled back, veins popping on his forehead as their hands trembled in a stalemate. Across the deck, Usopp was carefully crafting new ammo for his slingshot, until Perona rose through the floor like a ghost, her pink parasol floating behind her. Boo! Gia! Usopp screamed, jumping 3 feet into the air and scattering his ammo everywhere. Perona giggled, floating upside down just to annoy him further. From the galley came the clatter of pots and pans. Sanji was dancing between stoves, humming a love song while stirring sauce, while Hachi stood beside him frying takoyaki with his 6 arms. The two had somehow achieved kitchen harmony, even if it looked like organized chaos.
On the upper deck, Vanda and Kuina clashed blades, sparks flashing in the sunlight. Each strike rang sharp and clean, their movements a blur of skill and focus. Kuina's expression stayed calm and precise, while Vanda's grin showed the thrill of the duel.
Nearby, little Melissa laughed joyfully as she rode atop Zeus, who hovered just above the deck like a playful thundercloud. Reiju and Yamato sparred beside them, the ground trembling from Yamato's strikes. Reiju had recently begun learning skywalk, and Yamato had agreed to train her. Reiju's pink boots kicked off the air clumsily at first, but with each jump she stayed airborne a little longer.
That's it, Yamato called encouragingly. Feel the air under your feet.
Meanwhile, near the ship's rail, Luffy lounged cross-legged beside a small glass aquarium where Laboon, now the size of a fish thanks to Luffy's ability, happily floated around. Pedro, Nami, and Custard sat in front of him, listening as Nami lectured about what awaited them in paradise. Once we cross Reverse Mountain, the Grand Line begins, she explained, tapping her map. Weather will go wild, compasses will stop working, and sea kings. Luffy yawned, pretending to listen, his eyes wandering toward Zoro and Jaw's arm wrestling match. Man, so boring, I wonder if Zoro or Jaws are up for a spar, he muttered under his breath. Luffy! Nami yelled, snapping him out of his daydream. He straightened instantly, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, I was listening. Weather's weird, sea's crazy, we're all gonna die, got it. Nami's vein popped. You're impossible. The rest of the crew burst into laughter, the sound echoing across the waves as Loguetown slowly came into view ahead, its looming execution platform standing tall like the shadow of fate itself. 40 minutes later, the sea dragon broke through a curtain of fog, and there it was. Loguetown, the city where the great pirate era began. The towering execution platform rose high above the skyline like a monument to fate itself. Luffy stood at the bow, grinning ear to ear. Hey, this time, I'll do it right. No interruptions, no chaos. He chuckled to himself, remembering how things had gone the first time around. Back then, Alvida and Buggy had made a circus of his moment. Now, both were on his side, Alvida as his lieutenant in the East Blue, and, occasionally, something more. His actual girlfriends, Nami, Reiju, Yamato, and Perona, didn't seem to mind. In fact, they liked Alvida. She's slippery in bed, Perona had once giggled, earning blushes all around. Luffy stretched his arms high and called out, Oi, everyone, gather up. The crew gathered near the mast, curious. Luffy's grin widened. So, my clemency with those 5 idiot geezers in Mariajoy runs out in 16 hours. Until then, enjoy yourselves. Nami was the first to speak. Perfect, I'm going shopping, and then I'm having a spa day. Count me in, Reiju said with a soft smile. Me too, Perona added, floating beside her. Vanda cracked her knuckles. I could use a break, I'll come too. Luffy nodded. All right, girls' day. Have fun. Then he looked at Zoro, who was adjusting his swords. Someone's gotta go with the moss head, though. I don't want to read in the papers tomorrow that he somehow got spotted in the New World. The crew burst into laughter. I'll go, Jaws said, grinning. Somebody's gotta keep him pointed in the right direction. Usopp sighed but nodded. Yeah, fine. I'll go too. Oi, I don't get lost, Zoro barked. Oh really? Nami teased, crossing her arms. Then tell me where north is. Zoro pointed at a direction. Little Melissa pointed innocently. Mr. Zoro, isn't that east?
See, proof, Nami said with a smirk. The deck erupted in laughter again.
Luffy, wiping away tears from laughing, turned serious for a moment. Sanji, Hachi, stock up the kitchen. And Hachi, make sure Sanji doesn't chase every pretty girl he sees. Sanji froze mid-heart-shaped blush. Oi, Captain, that's not. Hachi just laughed. Don't worry, boss, I'll keep an eye on him. Finally, Luffy's tone dropped a bit lower. One more thing. Smoker and that Kuina look alike, Tashigi, are stationed here. and I've got a feeling they won't wait for us to become wanted again. Kuina smirked, unsheathing Wado Ichimonji just enough for the wind to hum around her. Let them come, she said, activating a swirl of her wind fruit for effect. If that clumsy girl shows up, I'll beat her again, just like last time. Luffy grinned. That's my crew. The crew split up once they docked, the streets of Loguetown alive with noise and the smell of sea salt and grilled food. Merchants shouted from their stalls, marines patrolled the corners, and pirates disguised as civilians slipped through alleys trying not to be noticed. Luffy walked down the main street with his two vice captains, Pedro and his mother, Custard. Alongside them were Yamato, Kuina, and little Melissa, who was happily enjoying an ice cream cone that Custard had bought her. The small girl's laughter blended with the bustle of the crowd. So, tell me, Luffy, Custard began, folding her arms as she walked. What do you plan to do about your adoptive brother, Ace? Are you really going to let what happened in the previous timeline happen again? Luffy's expression hardened, his easy grin fading. No way. The second I see Ace, I'm chaining him to our mast if I have to. There's no way I'm letting him near Blackbeard again. Pedro smiled faintly. That's very you, Captain. Overprotective to the bone. Damn right, Luffy muttered. Yamato adjusted her club over her shoulder and spoke up. Why not let my father handle it? Kaido and Whitebeard used to sail together. Maybe he can reason with him about Teach. Luffy shook his head. If only it were that simple. I'd have killed Teach myself when we were with Shanks 2 years ago. But Whitebeard, he treats his crew like family. I can't make him my enemy over this. The group walked in silence for a moment. Then Luffy's eyes flickered with sudden realization. Oh, Mom, guess who's going to show up here? Custard raised an eyebrow. Who? Luffy grinned. Dad. Her eyes widened. You mean Dragon? Shush. Luffy hissed, clapping a hand over her mouth. Not so loud. The Marines would love to hear that, you know. Yamato and Kuina exchanged looks. Pedro's tail twitched with interest. Luffy lowered his hand and continued quietly. Yeah, Dad's here. Knowing him, he'll reveal himself soon. Probably waiting for the perfect dramatic moment. Custard's face turned a deep shade of red. She tried to keep her composure, but her heart was racing. It's been years since I last saw him, she murmured softly, almost to herself. Melissa looked up at her grandmother curiously, still licking her ice cream. Grandma Custard, why's your face red? Custard froze mid-step, and Yamato immediately started laughing. Ah, nothing, sweetie, Custard stammered, trying to wave it off. Just a little warm today. Luffy smirked knowingly. Sure, Mom. Just warm. The group's laughter mixed with the noise of the market as they disappeared deeper into Loguetown's winding streets, unaware that shadows were already moving to intercept them. They'd barely taken 3 steps deeper into Loguetown when Luffy suggested grabbing a drink. The air smelled of fried fish and salt, a dozen stalls shouting for attention. Perfect for blending in. Straw Hat Luffy, Pedro, Yamato, and you, blue-haired Kuina. You are all under arrest, a voice boomed. The crew spun. Kuina's eyes went icy. What did you call me, smoke for brains? She asked, slow and sharp. Smoker and Tashigi stood there like a thundercloud and a blade. Smoker, pale and narrowed, backed by a whole battalion of Marines. Tashigi at his side, blade partially drawn. The Marines fanned out, ranks clicking into place. Smoker's glare slid across the group and landed on the tall woman beside Luffy, purple hair pinned back, posture like a noble's and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. He frowned. Who are you? He asked coldly. Custard put a hand to her chest as if accepting an invisible bow. Allow me to introduce myself, she said, voice smooth. I am Charlotte Custard. Bounty. 600 million berry. And this, she looked down at Luffy with that same impossible smile. This is my son. For a beat the Marines just stared, like men who'd seen a ghost. Whispers ran down the line. Charlotte, Big Mom's daughter. Smoker's expression flickered between disbelief and the quick math of duty. If that's, what does that mean? He started. Luffy grinned, wide and proud and ridiculous. Yep. That fat-ass Big Mom is my grandma. He shrugged. But don't worry, Smoker. Me and her don't exactly get along. He gave a casual little laugh that meant trouble. And Brooke beating you. That's why you lost your rank, not me. The battalion bristled. Smoker barked, surrender now. Silence fell. Then the faint, unmistakable sound of metal sliding in its sheath. Custard's hand went to her sword at her hip and she stepped forward, smile widening into something almost predatory. Luffy, she said softly, voice low enough that only he could hear, allow me to teach these Marines what it means to disturb my day with my son and my granddaughter. Luffy's eyes lit. Sure, Mom, knock yourself out. He leaned back on his heels as if he'd suggested nothing more dangerous than a picnic. Every Marine in the square stiffened. Tashigi's grip tightened on her sword. Smoker's jaw set. Loguetown's crowd fell hush. Somewhere a vendor froze mid-shout. The shadow of Big Mom's name hung heavy in the air, and the streets waited for the storm Custard promised to bring. Custard stood in the center of the street, sword in hand, her violet eyes cold and sharp. The Marines surrounded them in a loose semicircle, fear and confusion flickering behind their rifles. Smoker's jaw worked, his cigar trembling slightly as steam drifted off his shoulders. So, Custard began, tilting her head almost mockingly, tell me, Lieutenant, do you still remember that my son's clemency is in effect? Her tone was smooth, almost playful. Or did you forget what your own government signed? Smoker's face twisted in fury. I don't care, you're all filthy pirates. I don't give a damn what those 5 old bags of bones say. Your son almost ruined my career. Custard sighed, lowering her sword slightly, disappointment crossing her face. So it's pride, then, is it? What a shame. If you actually put in some work and didn't rely so much on that devil fruit of yours, you'd probably be a vice admiral by now. That sentence hit him harder than a punch. Smoker's teeth clenched audibly. You know, Custard continued, stepping forward slowly, I didn't get my bounty for nothing. True, I was never one of Mama's sweet commanders like my brothers and sisters, but I kept order on her islands. I maintained her territories. I fought Marines who were New World veterans, real fighters, not the lambs you brought for slaughter. Her sword hummed as she pointed it lazily toward Smoker's battalion. Most of his men were visibly shaking. One even dropped his rifle. The smell of fear was thick enough to taste. Custard's eyes narrowed. Tell me, Smoker, do you know what this is? She asked softly. Then she coated her blade in a black sheen that shimmered with power. Hockey, she said. One slice, and you're dead. I don't care, Smoker shouted, body turning to smoke as he lunged forward, his jeet raised high. Custard didn't move. Her eyes closed. The sound of impact never came. At the last instant, she sidestepped with casual grace, her sword never even rising. Her hand flashed instead, striking Smoker's neck with a precise, open-handed chop. The lieutenant hit the cobblestones instantly, unconscious before his smoke even cleared. Smoker! Tashigi screamed, drawing her sword, then froze when Custard's gaze locked on her. The older woman's eyes were calm, cold, and absolute. Pick up your lieutenant, Custard said evenly, her voice low but cutting through the silence like steel. Go, and we'll forget this ever happened. Tashigi hesitated, trembling, her sword half raised. Her pride screamed at her to fight, but reason won. With tears of frustration, she sheathed her blade, bowed her head, and signaled her men to move. The Marines quickly gathered the fallen Smoker and retreated, none daring to meet Custard's eyes. As the last of their boots faded down the street, Melissa clapped her hands and cheered. Wow, Grandma Custard, you're so cool. Custard smiled faintly, sliding her blade back into its sheath. Come on, she said softly. Let's continue our walk. At the spa, the girls had already torn through most of Loguetown's department stores by the time they reached the spa. Silk banners fluttered overhead and the air smelled of citrus and hot stones. Inside, the place was pure indulgence. Plush lounges, steaming baths, and attendants who bowed at the slightest twitch. Perona and Reiju lay side by side, sighing as masseuses kneaded their shoulders. Vanda was in a grooming room getting a full pampering for her fur, brushed, clipped, and buffed until she preened like a prize beast. Nami luxuriated in a volcanic mud bath, the warm paste easing the tension from her shoulders while Zeus hovered nearby, snacking on little cloud puffs Nami had whipped up with her weather tricks. Nami said through a smear of mud, smiling. This is the life. Hey Vanda. Remember that thing I mentioned? The fake moon technique? I'm practicing at small scale. If I can pull it off, I can make a moon anywhere I want. She propped her chin on the edge of the bath and watched Zeus tuck a cloud into his mouth like candy. Vanda's ears perked under her towel. That could be useful, she said, eyes glittering. Imagine Pedro and me, Sulong whenever we hear the call. No more waiting for a real moon. Her tail gave a hopeful twitch. Perona, upside down and grinning, fluttered her parasol. Ooh, so you'd be like instant berserker mode summons? That's wicked. I can see the headlines. Mink terrorizes Loguetown under artificial moonlight. She giggled at the thought. Reiju rolled her eyes but smiled anyway. Careful. You'll give Nami ideas that'll get us all arrested. Or worse. Make the minks mad when they don't expect it. Perona suddenly sat up, eyes sparkling with mischief. Quick question, Reiju. Who do you think Luffy will propose to first? You, me, Nami, or Yamato? Reiju let out a soft, almost lazy chuckle as the masseuse smoothed a line of oil across her arm. I don't know, she said, languid and unbothered. I don't care, either. As long as I have him, you three, and little Melissa, I'm happy. And like I told him, when I get that fruit Luffy promised, I'll be top girl. She gave Nami a lazy, possessive smile. Nami, mud sliding down her shoulder, shot back with a laugh. Keep dreaming, poison girl. I'm still queen around here. Perona pouted theatrically. Oh no, the queen claims her throne. How will I ever compete with mud and lightning? Zeus belched a soft puff of cloud and made a pleased noise, which made everyone laugh. The spa echoed with chatter and soft splashes. A warm bubble of calm before the storm waiting outside Loguetown's gates. At the market, the Loguetown marketplace was alive with sound and color. Vendors shouted over one another, spices filled the air, and every other stall seemed to have something sizzling, roasting, or steaming. Sanji, Hachi, and Brook weaved through the crowd with shopping baskets, hunting for ingredients. Sanji scowled, puffing on a cigarette. Unbelievable. Every woman in this town's avoiding me. They've obviously seen my wanted poster. Brook tilted his skull toward him. You mean the one that says, Arrow Cook Sanji 77 million berry, ho ho ho. A flattering title for such a charming pervert. Shut up, Bones, Sanji snapped. You don't know the pain of being feared by the ladies. Well, Brook said, grinning as he adjusted his hat, technically I don't have nerves, so I can't feel pain at all. Yo ho ho ho. Hachi sighed. Captain's gonna owe me a day off after this. The three stopped at a stall where a cute young woman was selling cuts of freshly caught meat. She froze when she recognized them from their bounty posters, but Brook, ever the gentleman, stepped forward. Ah, bonjour, mademoiselle, he said, bowing low. Don't be alarmed, we're simply here to buy some of your finest cuts.
The girl blinked, flustered by his politeness. Oh, why yes, Mr. Skeleton. Please, take your pick.
With his silver tongue and smooth voice, Brook somehow charmed her into giving them a discount. As he handed over the money, he bowed again, hat in hand. Merci, mademoiselle. You have truly brightened my day. She smiled shyly. It's no problem, Mr. Skeleton. Please come again anytime. Brook tilted his skull. Before I go, may I see your panties? Smack. The girl's hand came down hard enough to almost crack his skull. Brook hit the ground with a clatter. So worth it, he moaned dreamily. Hachi facepalmed. I really need that day off. Before Sanji could tease him, a commotion rose near the center of the market. Shouts and excited chatter filled the air. What's going on? Sanji asked. They pushed through the crowd, and when they saw the source, Brook's empty eye sockets widened. And Hachi's did too. In a massive tank stood a bluefin elephant tuna, its scales shimmering like jewels, fins flapping lazily. Sanji's jaw dropped. That's the legendary bluefin elephant tuna. He immediately grabbed a nearby fisherman. How much for it? I'll pay anything, he gestured to Brook and Hachi. I'll even throw in these two. Hey, we're not for sale, Arrow Cook, both shouted in unison. The fisherman laughed. Sorry, pal. That fish is the grand prize at today's Loguetown cooking competition. Sanji froze. Then a devilish grin spread across his face as fire practically lit in his eyes. A cooking competition, huh? No problem. Brook groaned. He's doing the thing again. Hachi sighed, rubbing his forehead. This is gonna end with someone on fire, isn't it? Sanji just smiled, lighting a cigarette. Only with passion, my friend. Only with passion. In an alley leading to the square, Jaws looked ready to bite through steel. His gills flared as he stormed down Loguetown's crowded street, carrying a crate of ship parts under one arm. I swear, when I find that moss-haired idiot, I'm gonna feed him to a sea king. Usopp jogged beside him, struggling to keep up under the weight of several bundles of wood. Calm down, man. He probably just, went to look for a sword shop. Jaws bared his teeth. Oh, I'll find him a sword shop, all right. One with an open furnace so I can stick his head in it. He stomped forward, ignoring the stares of nervous townsfolk. They'd only been gone 10 minutes, just long enough to grab wood, nails, and some spare rigging for the sea dragon. They'd left Zoro outside the supply shop with one simple instruction: don't move. And yet, as soon as they stepped back outside, he was gone. Damn moss-haired swordsman, Jaws growled, scanning the street. He's probably halfway to the North Blue by now. Usopp winced. He'll come back, trust me. Zoro's like a dog. He always finds his way home when he's hungry. That actually made Jaws pause. Then, with a grin that showed a full row of shark teeth, he barked out a laugh. Huh. You got me there, Longnose. Maybe you're right. Usopp chuckled nervously, scratching his head. Yeah, see? No need to panic. He's Zoro. He's too stubborn to die and too dumb to stay lost forever. Jaws raised a brow. You sure about that? If the captain finds out we lost him, we're gonna end up swabbing decks for a month. Usopp waved his hands frantically. No, we don't tell Luffy. We'll just say, Zoro found a girl and went off with her. Jaws stopped dead in his tracks and stared at him. You want Kuina to start a tornado that wipes out half the town? Usopp froze, paling. Right, bad idea. Jaws smirked, leaning on one of the crates. Come on, it's obvious to everyone but him. The way Kuina looks at Zoro. And the way he doesn't notice? They're more tense than a shark in a fish tank. You think there's something between them? Usopp asked, eyes wide with gossip-fueled curiosity. Jaws laughed, sharp and loud. Oh, it's as obvious as the sea, kid. But Moss Head hasn't figured it out yet. He's too busy fighting everything with a pulse to realize he's already been hooked. Usopp chuckled nervously. Let's just hope he doesn't get lost today. I'd like to survive until we reach the Grand Line.
Jaws grinned, cracking his knuckles. Then let's find him before that tornado hits.
They both hurried off through the crowded streets, one muttering about moss-haired idiot, the other praying Kuina never found out they'd lost her swordsman. At the square in the center stood the execution platform where Gold D. Roger had taken his last breath, a dark silhouette against the bright sky. The crowd hummed with a nervous, expectant energy. Captain. There you are, a voice called out. Luffy, Pedro, Custard, Melissa, Yamato, and Kuina all turned. Standing a few paces away, hands on his swords, was Zoro, looking annoyingly calm. Luffy blinked. Zoro? What are you doing here? Weren't you with Jaws and Usopp? Zoro rubbed the back of his head, expression sheepish. They went into a supply shop and took forever. I went to check what was taking them so long. Next thing I knew, I was here. The group went silent. Then, simultaneously and utterly, they fell over in exaggerated anime fashion, a collective, theatrical collapse of disbelief. Melissa squealed and clung to Custard's skirt. Luffy's face shifted from stunned to the cusp of exploding with laughter. So you went into a shop and somehow walked out into the town square? Zoro shrugged. Guess so. They should label things more clearly here. Custard's eyes narrowed, and she snapped, You idiot. You got lost walking in a straight line? Luffy folded his arms, trying to look stern in the way only he could. As captain, I suggest, no booze for you, Zoro, until you learn to read directions. Zoro opened his mouth to protest, jaw set and pride wounded. Hey, I. A massive fist connected with the side of his head. Jaws loomed over him, glaring. Directionless Moss Head, he barked. The shop was 10 meters in front of you. You just had to walk in a straight line. Zoro staggered, rubbing his cheek. Usopp shuffled up, eyes big. Maybe he followed a particularly interesting shadow. Jaws shook his head. I'm putting a lantern and a bell on you next time. Zoro glowered, then muttered, fine. I'll figure it out. Luffy laughed until he doubled over, Pedro joining in with a rumbling chuckle. Even Kuina allowed a small smile to tug the corner of her mouth. Melissa, still clutching Custard, looked up with wide innocent eyes. Mr. Zoro, maybe you need a map like in picture books? Zoro's expression softened for a moment, and he crouched to give her a small, serious nod. I'll get better for you, kid. The square buzzed again. The moment passed like a small wave. But under the laughter, the execution platform watched silently, heavy with a meaning that none of their jokes could entirely erase. About 40 minutes later, Nami's group reappeared in the square looking radiant and refreshed, skin glowing, hair perfectly styled, and tempers pleasantly soothed by spa luxury. Nami looked every bit the queen she claimed to be. Reiju's perfume trailed like a charm. Perona floated lazily with her parasol, and Vanda's freshly brushed fur shimmered in the sunlight. Even Zeus looked fluffier than usual, drifting proudly over Nami's shoulder. Moments later, Sanji came strutting down the street like he'd just conquered the world, Brook and Hachi trailing behind him. Slung between them was an enormous, glistening elephant bluefin tuna, its massive body taking up half the road. Behold! Sanji declared dramatically, striking a pose. The legendary catch of Loguetown, won by none other than me, through sheer culinary mastery. Hachi sighed deeply. He means he won it in a cooking competition, he clarified to the others, but also got us banned from the marketplace. Luffy blinked. Huh? How'd that happen? Hachi rubbed the bridge of his nose. Long story short, Sanji got a restraining order, from a woman named Carmen. Reiju's eyes widened slightly. Wait. Carmen? The chef girl who actually liked you. Sanji's cigarette nearly fell from his mouth. Hey, it wasn't that bad. Brook's jaw clicked with laughter. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Allow me to explain, our dear Sanji faced his old friend Carmen in the final round. After losing graciously, she gave him her blessing. Hachi interrupted. And her fist. Reiju arched an eyebrow. Her fist? Hachi nodded. Yeah. After he beat her, he went full Sanji mode. She tried to congratulate him, and he melted down right there in front of everyone. She handed him his wanted poster, called him Arrow Cook, and the idiot went berserk, screaming that he's not a pervert while asking every woman in the market if they agreed. Brook raised a hand. For the record, I only asked if I could see their panties. Smack. Reiju's palm hit her forehead. Perona snorted into her parasol. Hachi continued, deadpan. To put it simply, they're permanently banned from Loguetown Market. Sanji can't come within 500 feet of Carmen. That's what the local police told me. The crew stared in silence. Sanji slammed to his knees dramatically, tears streaming. I'm innocent. A victim of cruel misunderstandings. My pure heart has been trampled upon by bureaucracy. Nami rolled her eyes. You're an idiot. Sanji turned to her, about to wax poetic, until his gaze fell on Vanda, whose freshly polished coat gleamed in the sunlight. His nose started to bleed instantly. Oh, Vanda Swan. Your fur shines like moonlight on velvet. Before he could finish, Vanda's palm cracked across his cheek with thunderous force. Dream on, human. Sanji collapsed in a heap, hearts still floating above his head. Luffy doubled over laughing while Brook adjusted his hat and sighed. Ah, young love, so violent. The square trembled with noise, the chaos of merchants, marines, and citizens mixing in a storm of tension. Then, in a flash of motion, Luffy used Geppo, vanishing from sight and reappearing high above the square. He landed on the wooden execution platform with a loud thud. Dust scattered around his boots as he rose, cloak rippling in the breeze. The same place where Gold D. Roger had once smiled before the blade fell, and now, the world's next storm stood in his place. The crowd gasped in horror and awe. It's him. That's Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy raised his hand, grinning wide. Yo. For those who don't know me, name's Monkey D. Luffy. The man who's gonna be king of the pirates. The square erupted into chaos. Marines scrambled to form lines, civilians screamed, and transponder snails clicked furiously to capture every word. Luffy's grin only widened. He spread his arms. The world better get ready. 'Cause a storm's coming. A storm that'll change everything. The crowd's noise dulled as lightning began crackling around his body. Then, with a flash of mischief, Luffy tilted his head and said, "Oh, and just so everyone's clear, I don't have one devil fruit." Silence. He held up 3 fingers. "I've got 3. Gasps tore through the crowd. Even the Marines hesitated. Luffy laughed and continued. "The Gum Gum fruit, the Guro Guro no Mi, and the Moa Moa no Mi." Electricity erupted around him, arcs of golden light streaking across the platform. The air shimmered with heat as he lifted his hand, the sky above twisting with thunderclouds and compressed air pressure. A single punch released a shockwave that rattled the city's rooftops. "This," he said, voice booming over the chaos, "is the power of the next Pirate King." Screams and shouts filled the square. People fled, Marines yelled for reinforcements, and yet no one dared to move closer. "And one more thing," Luffy called out, grin turning sharp. "With my allies red-haired Shanks and Kaido of the Beasts, the sea will never be the same again." That statement hit the crowd like a cannon blast. The mention of Kaido's name drew raw panic. The idea that the Yonko might be allied with Luffy sent chills through every Marine spine present. Luffy's tone darkened. "I want to thank those 5 old bags of bones, the 5 elders, for giving my crew time to get stronger. That clemency was generous." He paused, grin wicked. "But I don't need it anymore." Then, with a mocking bow, he added, "Oh, and tell my grandma Big Mom something for me." The entire square froze. "Thanks for sending my mom, Custard. She was the only leverage you had over me, you fat ass." Thunder cracked, a deafening roar. Luffy's body dissolved into lightning and reappeared at the base of the platform beside his crew, smoke curling from the ground where he'd stood. Nami blinked, half in awe. "Wow, honey, what a speech." Jaws pointed toward the chaos breaking out among Marines and civilians. "Yeah, you sure made a panic." Luffy just grinned, eyes blazing with ambition. "Good. Let the world know the storm's begun." The ground shook as sirens wailed. Marines poured into the square from every street, rifles ready, boots thundering against the cobblestones. Smoker, now awake and seething, led the charge. Luffy stood at the center, grinning as if it were all a game. "So, you finally caught up, Smoker?" he said, voice lazy and cocky. "If you want my head, you'll have to chase me to the Grand Line. I'm done here." He turned to his crew. "Jaws, grab Zoro, we're leaving." The Marines tightened their circle, rifles clicking into place. Luffy raised one hand toward the sky, lightning dancing across his fingertips. El Thor, ×3. The heavens roared. 3 massive bolts of lightning crashed down at once, striking between the Marines and the Straw Hats. The explosion sent shockwaves across the square, blinding light swallowing everything. Marines screamed and dove for cover as smoke and static filled the air. "Split up!" Luffy shouted over the chaos. "Get to the ship." The crew scattered instantly. Nami leading her group through the side streets, Sanji and Brook hauling their prize tuna. Zoro still dazed as Jaws dragged him along by the collar. Luffy leapt high, using Geppo to launch himself above the clouds of smoke, flipping once before vanishing toward the docks. He landed in an empty alley, the scent of ozone still sharp in the air, but then he froze. A dark presence coiled around him like invisible smoke. The air grew cold. Slowly, Luffy turned, and saw a tall, hooded figure standing at the end of the alley. The energy radiating from it was suffocating, pure, ancient darkness. Then, deep in his mind, Nika's voice murmured, "Luffy, that presence, it's..." "Emu," Luffy whispered. The figure lowered her hood. A beautiful woman stood before him, long hair of midnight blue streaked with white, and 3 eyes glowing with crimson pupils. Her smile was slow, dangerous, and knowing.
"So we finally meet, Straw Hat," she said softly. Luffy's heart skipped. For the first time in a long while, he felt genuine unease. Sweat beaded on his temple. "You're the queen of the world."
Emu chuckled, the sound smooth as silk and cold as frost. "So what now? Should I kill you here, little time traveler?" "Yes, I know everything. But you amuse me. Maybe I'll let you live, for my own entertainment." Luffy and Nika both shouted in his head, "What?" Emu stepped closer, crimson eyes glimmering. "I just wanted to see what makes those 5 idiots of mine tremble." She smiled, sharp and unsettling. We'll meet again, Straw Hat. And before Luffy could react, she did the unthinkable, she kissed him. A shock ran through him like electricity. When she pulled back, Luffy stood frozen, face red, eyes wide. Emu smiled faintly, pulling her hood up again. To our next meeting, Pirate King, she said, and vanished into black mist. For a long moment, silence. Then Nika's voice echoed faintly, half amused, half stunned. Well, that was unexpected. Luffy blinked, still frozen. You're telling me, slipping between merchants, leaping over crates, and ignoring the furious shouting behind him. His sandals slapped against the stone as his thoughts ran faster than his feet. I'm not telling anyone about that kiss. He shook his head violently. Nope. Never. Not Nami, not Reiju, not Yamato, definitely not Perona. But the memory surged anyway. The soft lips, the scent of Sakura and smoke, the faint whisper of, my beloved warrior. Gah. Stop thinking about it, he yelled, nearly tripping over a barrel. Emu. The literal ruler of the world. The Shadow Emperor nobody was supposed to know existed. And she kissed him. Deeply. Luffy slapped his face. Nope. Nope. No way. Not happening. He tried to force his mind somewhere else. Anywhere else. Hancock. Nami. Reiju. Vivi. Then, for some reason, IMU's face faded into Vivi's, except older, darker, sharper, and way hotter. He froze mid-step, eyes widening. What the, Vivi? Why does she look like her? A more evil and super hot version. Heat crawled up his neck. Oh crap, I am turning into Sanji. He shook his head like a dog shaking off seawater and resumed sprinting. Focus, Luffy. Forget the kiss. Forget her lips. No? Stop thinking about lips. People turned to stare at the insane pirate yelling at himself, but Luffy didn't even notice. The sea dragon's tall black sails appeared through the fog, the ship already drifting from the docks, crew shouting orders. Jaws was at the rail. Captain, move your rubber ass. I'm coming. Luffy roared back, sprinting harder. Nami appeared beside Jaws, waving frantically. Hurry up. We're not paying docking fees again. Perona floated beside her. Captain, if you fall behind I'm haunting you forever. Reiju cupped her hands around her mouth. Luffy, jump, don't crash into something. Luffy grinned wide when he finally reached the wooden planks leading to the ship. Made it. Easy. Nothing can ruin this moment. Straw Hat Luffy, surrender now. Luffy sighed so hard he deflated a little. He turned slowly, already annoyed. Smoker stood at the end of the dock, dual cigars burning bright, a battalion of Marines assembled behind him. His jute rested against his shoulder, his coat fluttering in the salt wind. Behind him, Tashigi adjusted her glasses, blade ready, yelling orders. Smoker narrowed his eyes. I'm done playing games, boy. You and your crew aren't escaping this time. Luffy groaned. Smoker, how many times do you want your butt kicked? Murmurs rippled through the Marines. That's him. The brat who humiliated Vice Admiral Akainu, he beat Kaido. And the Charlotte woman is his mother. Smoker snapped. Quiet. All units. Prepare to seize the target. Luffy scratched his head. Man, I really don't have time for this. We're already late. His crew shouted from behind him. Luffy, just get on the ship, Usopp yelled. Captain, move. Zoro barked. Luffy, do not start a fight, Nami screeched. Luffy smiled over his shoulder. Don't worry, I won't fight. Then he grinned at Smoker, stretching his arm backward like a slingshot. But I will run. His fist shot forward, grabbing the sea dragon's railing. His body snapped into the air like a launched cannonball. Gomu Gomu no. Rocket. Smoker cursed, damn brat. Luffy flew over the water, grinning as he sailed toward his crew. Luffy flew through the air toward the sea dragon, but Smoker wasn't letting that happen. Not again. Not after everything. Not after Brook humiliated him. Not after Luffy kicked him across East Blue. Not after his entire career fell apart because the Straw Hats kept making him look like a clown. His teeth ground together as smoke roared from his arms. His Logia body thickened into a tornado of ash and vapor. You're not getting away again, Straw Hat. He launched forward like a fired cannonball, jute ready to slam Luffy out of the air. Sheck. A single streak of silver ripped past Luffy, slicing clean through Smoker's chest. Smoker's eyes widened. Blood sprayed. His logia dispersed. He crashed onto the dock, choking on red as the smoke around him broke apart. Standing over him was Custard, her blade dripping crimson, her calm smile colder than seawater. "I warned you, didn't I?" she said softly. "You're out of your league, Smoke Man." Smoker tried to push himself up, coughing violently. "Why you cut me." "Oh, don't be dramatic," Custard sighed. "I missed every vital organ. That was merely a warning." Luffy landed beside her, blinking. "Mom, was that really necessary?" Custard patted his cheek with her free hand. "Come on, son. It was just a light cut. Besides, he annoyed me." Behind them, Marines screamed in panic. "The lieutenant. Smoker's down. She cut right through him. What kind of monster is that woman?" Tashigi, trembling with rage, jumped forward with her sword drawn. You monster, I won't let you." A shadow dropped in front of her, a silhouette with wolf ears. A tail swishing. Muscles coiled beneath black fur. Nami, in hybrid wolf form, her claws coated in dense armament hockey. She caught Tashigi's blade mid-swing with a single claw, and crushed the steel like dry twigs. Tashigi gasped, What? Nami smiled sweetly, too sweetly. "Ah, a little marine puppy." Then she drove her fist into Tashigi's stomach. The impact sounded like a cannon. Tashigi folded, eyes rolling back, body collapsing unconscious at Nami's feet. Nami dusted her hands and yelled toward Luffy, "Dear, mind if we take the Kuina knockoff?" "Hey!" Kuina shouted from the ship. "And the smoke idiot hostage?" Nami finished, tail wagging smugly. Luffy rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Good idea. They'll make a nice bargaining chip." He turned to the terrified battalion of Marines. "And it saves us a lot of time fighting this cannon fodder." Half the Marines fainted on the spot. Custard kicked Smoker's weapon aside and put her boot on his back, pinning him easily while Nami dragged Tashigi by the collar. The Marines winced as her body thumped across the wood like a sack of potatoes. Luffy hopped up on a crate and called out, "Okay, idiots, we have your lieutenant and the clumsy girl." Several Marines whimpered. "Stand down," Luffy continued, "or I'll let my mom and my girl finish the job." He absolutely didn't mean it, he just didn't want to waste time. But the Marines believed every word. Custard's blade glinted. Nami cracked her knuckles. Both smiled like predators. Every Marine dropped their weapons instantly. Luffy dusted his hands. "Good, now, let us leave." And like that, the Straw Hats took their second Loguetown victory. Without Luffy even throwing a punch. Custard dragged Smoker by the collar like a misbehaving dog. The Marine captain leaving a long streak of blood across the dockboards. He still thrashed in her grip, coughing but refusing to stop yelling. "You think, cough, this changes anything, Straw Hat? You can't, HCK. You can't just take Marines hostage." Custard kicked him lightly in the ribs. "Quiet, Smoke Boy. You're bleeding all over my boots." Behind her, Nami hopped up onto the gangplank, dragging Tashigi like a sack of potatoes. The unconscious swordswoman's glasses were cracked, her expression frozen mid-wince. Nami smirked at the gawking Marines onshore. "If any of you even think of following us, I'll throw her overboard. And trust me, I know the perfect place with hungry sea kings." Every Marine took 3 steps back. The Sea Dragon crew, watching from the railing, burst into laughter. "Damn, Nami's scary," Usopp whispered. "Scarier than Kaido," Jaws muttered. "Scarier than taxes," Brook added solemnly. Nami shoved Tashigi onto the deck with zero ceremony. "There. One nerdy hostage delivered." Custard lifted Smoker mid-scream and tossed him aboard like he weighed nothing. He hit the deck face first. Smoker spat blood and smoke. "I swear, cough. You people are insane. Straw Hat, all." Luffy crouched beside him, smiling casually. "You'll what? Bleed louder?" Smoker growled, clenching his fist, but the cut Custard left had drained him of strength. He sagged against the deck, gasping. Pedro approached respectfully. "Captain, orders." Luffy scratched his cheek. "Well, when he finally calms down, have Jaws stitch him up." Pedro blinked. And, what if he doesn't calm down? Luffy leaned closer and whispered, then hit him over the head with something. Preferably something heavy. Pedro nodded. Understood. Jaws, who had been listening in, raised a hand. Captain, permission to use the anchor. Luffy's eyes widened. No, we need him alive. Jaws shrugged. Worth a try. Custard sheathed her bloodied blade. Honestly, you're too gentle, Luffy. If you leave him untreated too long, he'll die. Luffy waved her off. Relax, Mom. We'll get our doctor soon. Pedro tilted his head. Soon, meaning? Luffy pointed toward the horizon with complete confidence. We'll have him by the end of the week. Nami joined him at the railing. You're sure, Captain? Luffy grinned. Chopper doesn't know it yet, but he's joining whether he likes it or not. The crew cheered. Behind them, Tashigi groaned as she slowly regained consciousness. Her eyes fluttered open, saw Nami's wolf claws inches from her throat, and immediately fainted again. Nami smirked. Such a lightweight. Smoker was still wheezing and coughing smoke, trying to break free from the rope's jaws was wrapping around him like cloth strips around a mummy. I swear, Straw Hat, cough, once HQ hears about this, you're done. You're, GLRK. Jaws tightened the rope. Captain said calm down. Smoker snarled but slumped sideways in surrender. Luffy planted his foot on the ship's railing and raised his fist. All right, everyone, set sail. The Sea Dragon's sails unfurled, catching the harsh wind rolling in from the east. The ship pulled away from the dock, slipping into the mist. Loguetown became a shrinking silhouette behind them. Nami stood beside Luffy, arms crossed but smiling faintly. Reverse Mountain, huh? You ready, Captain? Luffy's grin widened, filled with fire and certainty. Hell yeah. The Sea Dragon cut through the open water, leaving Loguetown shrinking behind them. The mist faded, the wind strengthened, and with the two prisoners locked in their cells below deck, the crew finally had a moment to breathe. Luffy cracked his knuckles and turned to address everyone. All right, guys, listen up, I need to tell you what we're gonna do next. A calm, deep voice rolled across the deck like thunder. So, kid, you're taking idiot Marines prisoner now? Everyone froze. Every head snapped upward. Perched casually on the ship's main mast, balanced with the ease of a hawk, stood a tall cloaked figure. Wind swirled around him unnaturally, tugging at the sails and making Zeus whimper. He jumped down, landing without a sound. The hood slipped back, revealing the stern, handsome face of Monkey D. Dragon. Custard gasped. Her hand flew to her mouth, her cheeks turned crimson. She hadn't seen her husband in 15 long years. Dragon's lips curved into a small smile, the kind he rarely showed anyone. His eyes softened when he saw her. Melissa blinked, completely missing the tension. Grandma Custard, why is your face red? Custard made a strangled noise and nearly tripped over the railing. The crew stared between Dragon and Custard like they were watching a drama unfold. Sanji's cigarette fell out of his mouth. Zoro muttered, oh hell, the captain really does have weird parents. Dragon cleared his throat, tearing his gaze away from his blushing wife and turning to his son. So, he said, crossing his arms, mind telling me your plan? Because kidnapping 2 Marines is not exactly subtle, even for you, Luffy. Luffy grinned wide. Nice that you dropped by, Dad. Perfect timing, actually. Dragon raised an eyebrow. I assume this means you're planning something that will either save the world or destroy half of it. Yup. A collective groan rolled through the crew. Luffy hopped onto a barrel and pointed dramatically at Reverse Mountain in the distance. Okay. Since we kidnapped 2 Marines, it's only a matter of time before Garp or Sangoku call me. So here's my brilliant plan. Dragon sighed. Custard pinched the bridge of her nose. The crew braced themselves. Luffy raised one finger. 1. We go to Alabasta and take out Crocodile. Reiju nodded. Reasonable. Kuina crossed her arms. He deserves it. Luffy raised a second finger. 2. We give Alabasta to the Revolutionary Army. Dragon actually blinked. You're giving me a kingdom? Yup. Third finger up. 3. We make it look like Crocodile was working with the Revolutionary Army. Sanji choked. Why would we? So, Luffy continued proudly, the world government will freak out and start hunting Crocodile's imaginary revolutionary network instead of us. Dragon stared at him like he was seeing a war strategist instead of his idiot son. Fourth finger. 4. I take Crocodile's spot as a warlord. The entire crew exploded. What? You? A warlord? Nami screamed, that's the dumbest. No wait, actually that might work, but still. Luffy grinned even wider. Because if I become a warlord, then Blackbeard can't. Which means he can't kill Ace or start the Summit War. Dragon's expression sharpened instantly. That was a point no one could argue against. Finally, Luffy raised his pinky. 5. We use the warlord position to steal supplies, money, weapons, and ships from the world government. He then flipped his hand dramatically, and then stabbed them in the back again when it's convenient. The deck went silent. Dragon stared. Custard facepalmed. Yamato burst into proud laughter. That's my captain. Pedro exhaled. Insanity, but effective insanity. Dragon finally spoke. Luffy? Yeah, Dad. That plan is dangerous, brilliant, chaotic. He paused. And very much something I would expect from my son. Luffy grinned like a devil. Good, because we start tomorrow. The sea dragon surged forward, slicing toward Reverse Mountain. Toward Alabasta. Toward the next step in a revolution disguised as piracy. Marineford. Marine Headquarters. Admiral Garp's office. Inside, the world was at peace, mostly because Garp was doing his favorite activity. Sitting at his desk, feet up, eating cookies by the handful while crumbs snowed across his paperwork. Belmere sat in the corner, calmly reading a book titled How to Control Idiots, Volume 1. Najiko stood by the window, sipping tea with the elegance of someone pretending her family wasn't completely insane. It was a calm, peaceful morning. Until GGGGARRRPPPP. Belmere nearly threw her book at the ceiling. Najiko spilled her tea. Even the seagulls outside screamed and flew away. The office door burst open with enough force to leave a dent in the wall. Fleet Admiral Sangoku stormed in, veins bulging, coat flapping dramatically, face red enough to cook meat on. Belmere and Najiko instinctively snapped to attention. Garp didn't even look up from his cookies. Mouth full, crumbs everywhere, he mumbled. EY, Sanai, Crunch, Was Damar. You look stressed. Here, have a cookie. Belmere covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Stressed? Sangoku roared, slapping the cookie away so hard it embedded itself into the wall. Stressed doesn't even begin to. Garp, why does your family exist? Garp blinked, swallowed loudly, and shrugged. Because my grandpa and grandma loved each OT. Not that. Sangoku screamed. He stomped up to the desk, slamming a stack of reports so hard the table cracked. Belmere whistled softly. Someone forgot his morning coffee. Najiko muttered, or he read Luffy's newest bounty update. Sangoku rounded on Garp like a bull seeing red. Garp, why didn't you tell me? He slapped the first paper. That your grandson has 3 devil fruits? Garp raised an eyebrow. You didn't ask. Sangoku's eyebrow twitched so violently it nearly flew off his face. He slapped another report. Why didn't you tell me his mother is a daughter of Big Mom? Garp shrugged. You didn't ask. Belmere snorted tea out her nose. Najiko quietly slid her chair farther away from Sangoku's meltdown zone. Sangoku slammed the third report so hard the desk splintered. Why didn't you tell me he made an alliance with Kaido? Garp picked up another cookie. Pretty sure I told you that one. No you did not. Then Sangoku raised the last paper, trembling like a man holding his death sentence. And why, in the name of all that is holy, is he apparently best friends with red-haired Shanks? Garp shrugged again. Well, you didn't ask. Silence. Sangoku inhaled slowly. Exhaled. Then exploded. GGGGARRRRRPPPPPPPPPPPP. The entire Marine HQ shook. Teacups rattled. A portrait of the 5 elders fell off the wall. Belmere whispered to Najiko, is he glowing? Najiko nodded. He's powering up like an angry Buddha. Sangoku grabbed Garp by the collar, shaking him. Your family is going to be the death of me, Your grandson defies the laws of nature. Your son leads a global rebellion. And now your daughter-in-law is Big Mom's child. How far does this madness go? Garp casually ate another cookie mid-shake. Sangoku dropped him, defeated. Garp patted him on the shoulder. Come on, Sangoku. Relax. Everything's fine. Fine? Sangoku shrieked. Your grandson just kidnapped 2 Marines, humiliated Smoker again, and is sailing straight for Reverse Mountain. Garp nodded proudly. Yep. That's my boy. Bell-Mir clapped. Najiko sighed, amused. Sangoku collapsed into a chair, groaning into his palms. I need a vacation, he muttered. Garp handed him a cookie. Surprisingly, Sangoku took it, then screamed again. But this doesn't fix anything. Garp. Sangoku finally stopped glowing like an angry thunder god. He placed both palms on Garp's cracked desk and took a deep breath, trying to regain some composure. All right, Garp, listen carefully. Thanks to your grandson's activities, the 5 elders have granted me the authority to appoint 2 extra admirals. Garp froze mid-cookie bite. He lowered the cookie, slowly. What? He said flatly. Let me guess, the candidate for one of them is that mutt Akainu. Sangoku straightened, clearing his throat. Correct. He may be a pain in the ass, but he's loyal, powerful, and... He is a psychopath, Garp roared, slamming his fist so hard the desk collapsed in half. Bell-Mir and Najiko jumped back as splinters flew across the room. Garp continued, voice rising with every word. If you weren't under your protection, and those 5 old farts in Mary Schwaz, I would have thrown him and impelled down myself. Najiko whispered, he's not wrong. Bell-Mir nodded, flipping a page of her book. Akainu gives me hives. Sangoku massaged his temples. Garp, stop being dramatic. My grandson beat his magma behind once already. Garp snapped. We making that man an admiral is how the world ends. Sangoku ignored the insult, barely. Well, Sangoku said stiffly, whether you like it or not, Akainu is one of the candidates. Garp glared. And the second admiral? Who is it? Sangoku's face went blank. Then terrified. Then embarrassed. I don't actually know yet, he admitted. Garp threw his hands in the air. Oh, for the love of... You don't know? How do you not know? Sangoku snapped back defensively. It isn't easy. You can't just pick any Marine. They need experience, power, leadership. They need a brain, Bell-Mir muttered. Najiko sipped her tea. So that disqualifies half the HQ. Sangoku ignored them and continued, but I will find a candidate. The announcement will be made public in 2 months. Until then, not a word, understood? Bell-Mir and Najiko saluted. Garp picked up another cookie. Sangoku took a deep breath, then reached into his coat. Oh, and one more thing. He pulled out a rolled-up poster. Garp's jaw stopped mid-chew. Please tell me that isn't... It is, Sangoku said grimly. The 5 elders approved your grandson's new bounty. Bell-Mir paled. New bounty? Najiko whispered, please let it be under 1 billion. Sangoku slammed the poster onto the half-destroyed desk. The parchment unrolled dramatically, landing perfectly upright. The picture showed Luffy with a huge grin, lightning crackling around him, his straw hat tipped forward. Below it, in bold letters, Monkey D. Luffy wanted, dead or alive. 1 billion. Barry Bell-Mir's jaw dropped. Najiko spit her tea across the floor. Garp swallowed his cookie whole and began choking. Sangoku didn't blink. Personally, I think it's too high, but the 5 elders insisted. Garp slammed his fist into what remained of his desk. 1 billion, he's just a kid. Bell-Mir shouted, Luffy's going to love that number. Najiko groaned, face in her hands. Oh God, Nami is going to demand bigger cuts now. Sangoku took the poster back and straightened it. There are also additional notes. He cleared his throat and read, confirmed user of 3 devil fruits. Biological grandson of Big Mom, political ally of Kaido. Personal ward of red-haired Shanks, slaughtered multiple slaver fleets. Responsible for the fall of Goa's nobility, declared future threat to world stability. Garp blinked. Well, I mean, they're not wrong, but... Sangoku suddenly screamed again, veins popping. And it all started because you couldn't keep that brat at home, Garp PP. Garp's answer was simple. He opened another cookie. Crunch. Sangoku rolled up Luffy's new bounty poster, shoved it back into his coat, and exhaled hard. He looked exhausted, furious, and about 5 minutes away from retiring. He turned toward the door, stopped, turned slowly back toward Belle Mere and Najiko. "Before I leave," he said, rubbing the bridge of his nose, "there is one more thing." Belle Mere closed her book. Najiko put down her teacup. Garp continued eating like nothing was happening. Sangoku cleared his throat. "Captain Belle Mere. Sergeant Najiko." Both immediately straightened and saluted sharply. Sangoku studied them both with a stern expression, which gradually softened. "Even though you spend most of your time babysitting this old fruitcake." From the floor, Garp shouted with his mouth full, "Hey."
Belle Mere smirked. Nojiko tried not to laugh. Sangoku continued as if nothing happened.
"Your recent missions have been excellent. Better than excellent, actually." Belle Mere blinked. "Sir?" Sangoku pulled out 2 folders from under his arm. "You stopped those smuggling rings in the South Blue. You saved 3 villages from pirate attacks single-handedly, without casualties. Your reports are clean, efficient, and you've demonstrated leadership that most captains in this HQ lack." Najiko's eyes widened, stunned. Belle Mere's jaw actually dropped. Sangoku stepped closer and added, "And Garp put this recommendation on my desk a week ago." Belle Mere and Najiko stared at Garp. Garp was happily chewing on a cookie and waved at them cheerfully. "What? You two are strong. Makes sense." Belle Mere blinked rapidly. She had expected many things in life, but not Garp quietly supporting her career. Sangoku nodded. "So, as Fleet Admiral, I hereby promote you, Belle Mere." He paused, letting the moment sink in. "To Commandant." Belle Mere's hand shot to her mouth. Her eyes shimmered, the slightest tremble in her fingers. "A Commandant, 3 ranks higher, above Captain, just under a base commander." Najiko grabbed her arm, whispering excitedly, "Mom, Commandant Belle Mere." Belle Mere swallowed hard, standing straighter than she ever had in her life. Sangoku then turned toward Najiko. "And you, Najiko." He held up the second folder, "are promoted to lieutenant." Najiko gasped. Her teacup slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. She didn't even notice. Tears pricked her eyes as she saluted again, this time with trembling pride. Sangoku nodded approvingly. "You both have earned these promotions. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Belle Mere's voice cracked a little. "Thank you, sir." Najiko bowed deeply. "I won't let you down, Fleet Admiral." Garp chuckled proudly. "See? I told you you'd get stronger. Oi, Sangoku. Give them a raise too." Belle Mere elbowed him hard. Sangoku sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose again, and turned toward the shattered desk. "As for you, Garp, you owe me an entire new office." Garp shrugged. "Sure. Put it on Luffy's tab." Sangoku's final scream echoed through Marineford. GGGGARRRRRPPPPPP. And with that, he stormed out of the room, leaving Belle Mere and Najiko standing taller than ever, and Garp happily eating cookies on the ruins of his desk. Wano Country, the Skull Dome, Throne Hall. For the first time in decades, Wano was quiet. No shogun screaming. No Orochi plotting. No groveling nobles begging for scraps. Because Orochi was dead, very dead, Kaido had personally crushed his skull on the palace steps at dawn. True to his pact with Luffy, he took the throne for himself only as a temporary measure, declaring, "Until the boy comes, Wano stays under my boot, not Orochi's." He even appointed Hiyori, Odin's daughter, as his political advisor. A strange sight indeed. A massive, scarred dragon man sitting cross-legged on the shogun's cushion. While Odin's daughter sat beside him sipping tea like this was perfectly normal. Across from them stood Inuarashi and Nekomamushi, the 2 mink leaders, pale and sweating but staying polite. They were discussing their new protection treaty with Kaido, a treaty Luffy had insisted on. The meeting actually went well. Kaido nodded, rubbing his chin. "So, you keep guarding Zou from outsiders. I keep my beast pirates away from your borders, and no more kidnappings." Nekomamushi nodded quickly. "Aye. That would be nice, actually. Inuarashi coughed. Very nice. Kaido shrugged. Fine. The brat wants peace with the minx, I'll give him peace. Then, bang! The door slammed open so hard it nearly broke off its hinges. Page 1 burst into the room, panting, holding a newspaper like it was on fire. Kaido-sama. You need to read this, it's about that brat Luffy. Kaido lifted a brow. Huh? What's the runt done now? Page 1 handed him the paper with shaking hands. Kaido squinted, reading the bold headline aloud. New East Blue rookie shouts his dreams on the execution platform. Claims to be grandson of Big Mom. Silence. Kaido blinked once. Twice. Then, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. Gee-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. The hall shook. Minx stumbled. Hiyori covered her ears. Page 1 hid behind a pillar. Kaido slammed the paper on the floor, wheezing. Oh, this is too good. That idiot actually said it out loud, on Roger's very own platform. He wiped tears of laughter from his eyes, and Lin, oh, her reaction is going to be priceless. He pointed at the paper, snickering harder. Her grandson, her own flesh and blood, and she didn't even know. Hiyori blinked. You find this funny? Kaido grinned like a demon. Of course it's funny. Lin always bragged about her strategic breeding, about her giant army, about her perfect children. And now the strongest one of her whole rotten family is the brat who wants to beat her and take over the world. He grabbed the newspaper again. And the gag of the century? She basically handed him his mother a year ago. Her only leverage over him, gone. He laughed so hard the walls cracked, then he froze. Oh crap. Page 1 swallowed. Kaido-sama. Kaido rubbed his face, groaning. She's going to be pissed at me too. Hiyori tilted her head. Why you? Kaido sighed dramatically. Because Yamato is the kid's woman. Nekomamushi's jaw dropped. Wait, Yamato is with.
Kaido growled. Yeah, and you know Lin. She'll accuse me of using her marriage strategy against her. Oh Kaido, you copied me.
He mimicked Big Mom's voice horribly, making the minx shiver. Kaido slumped back on the throne. This is going to be the worst day of my life. I can already hear her screaming from Todo Land. Page 1 whispered, should we prepare defenses? Kaido waved him off. Relax. The old fat hag won't try anything here. She knows. Yes, I ate my devil fruit thanks to her at God Valley. But she also knows I'm stronger. He cracked his knuckles. And if she steps into Wano looking for trouble, I'll send her flying back to her cake island without her teeth. Then he grinned. But first things first, I need sake. Hiyori sighed. The minx sighed. Page 1 fainted. Kaido lifted the newspaper again and started laughing all over. Todo Land. Whole cake chateau Big Mom's private dining hall. For once, everything was perfect. The sun was shining. The plates were stacked with pancakes, candy bacon, and living pastries dancing on the table.
And Big Mom, Empress of the Sea, was in an unusually good mood. Home 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 home. She laughed between bites, syrup dripping down her chin. Ah, what a heavenly morning. The weather's sweet, my tea is perfect, and today I shall hear good news.
Tamago stood beside her, trembling so hard his monocle kept falling off. Smoothie leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking like she wanted to be anywhere but here. Big Mom licked her spoon clean and turned, smiling like a loaded cannon. So, Baron Tamago, tell Mama. Her eyes gleamed. How's my new son-in-law doing? Has he married Custard yet? Tamago froze. Smoothie froze. Even the candy forks froze. Mama, Tamago stammered, beads of sweat rolling down his egg-shaped head like a waterfall. About that. Smoothie elbowed him sharply. Oh no you don't, you tell her. Big Mom's smile faded. Slowly. Dangerously. Tamago, she said in a soft, shaking voice. You know Mama hates bad news, and right now. Her aura swelled like an incoming hurricane. I am having a very heavenly day. Tamago turned pale as milk. Mama, forgive me. He reached into his coat with trembling hands, pulled out the morning newspaper, and threw it onto the table. You tell her, Smoothie. He squeaked before sprinting out of the room like his soul was on fire. Smoothie hissed through clenched teeth, coward. Big Mom, now thoroughly annoyed, snatched the newspaper. Honestly, what could possibly be so? Her eyes scanned the front page. And her entire body froze. The headline: Monkey D. Luffy, grandson of Big Mom. Bounty raised to 1 billion berry. Then the sublines. Confirmed mother. Charlotte Custard allied with Kaido of the Beasts. Protected by red-haired Shanks known relationships. Nami, Reiju, Perona, and Yamato, daughter of Kaido. Direct threat to global stability. Smoothie took one step toward the door. Just one. Big Mom twitched. Her lips peeled back, her eyes bulged. Her hair ignited like wildfire. And then, what? The scream shattered every window on the floor. The ceiling cracked. The teacups exploded. Even Prometheus flinched from miles away. Smoothie grabbed the doorframe with white knuckles as papers, plates, and pastries flew past her head. Big Mom's rage exploded like a nuclear bomb. My grandson? That brat is my grandson, she shrieked, flipping the dining table with one hand. And Custard? My own Custard, didn't tell me she had a son? She tore the newspaper in half, then in quarters, then in shreds that vaporized from the heat of her fury. And I, Lin, gave him the only leverage I had over him. She grabbed her head. I handed my own grandson his mother without knowing. Smoothie opened her mouth to offer condolences. Big Mom wasn't done. And his allies? She stomped, cracking the floor. Shanks and Kaido? Those two idiots, Smoothie whispered. Mama, please calm. Calm? How can I calm down when that old drunk Kaido lets his daughter, his precious Yamato, become my grandson's woman? Big Mom screamed again, voice reaching the heavens. Mama, Mama, the castle trembled like an earthquake. That ugly oaf Kaido is copying my marriage strategies against me, against me. She stomped another crater into the floor. Every homie in the castle hid behind furniture. Every sibling in the hall clung to walls. Smoothie quietly whispered, Tamago, you owe me your entire life. Through the volcanic rage, Big Mom roared one final curse. Kaido, you'll pay for THISSSSS, and Luffy. I'm going to strangle my grandson. Then she stormed off to the war room to plan something catastrophic. Smoothie sighed deeply. This is going to be a very long week. The sea dragon slid down the last roaring slope of Reverse Mountain, splashing into the calm blue waters of the Grand Line. The air smelled different here, older, heavier, full of stories and dangers. Before long, the ship docked beside the familiar lighthouse. Crocus stood waiting at the pier, wearing his striped shirt, waving energetically. Brook. Laboon. It's been too long. Brook leapt off the ship, bones rattling as he hugged the old doctor. Yo-ho-ho-ho. My dear friend, it warms my soul, if I had one, to see you again. Laboon, once shrunken by Luffy's powers for travel, was now restored to full size, breaching joyfully beside the lighthouse. His massive cries shook the entire coastline. Biwu. Crocus wiped a tear. Ah, I missed that sound. Behind them, Zoro and Jaws dragged a heavily bandaged smoker toward the doctor. Crocus blinked. What happened to this man? Jaws rubbed the back of his neck. Well, I stitched him up. Smoker's face twitched. You call that stitching? I look like a patchwork rug? Crocus sighed deeply, rubbing his temples. Your ribs are misaligned. Your bandages are backwards. Never mind. Lie down before you die. Smoker groaned but obeyed. Honestly, Crocus muttered, pulling out needles and thread, I retire for 1 year, and the Grand Line goes to hell. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Sea Dragon, Luffy lounged against the rail, sunbathing like a lazy king. Nami lay beside him in wolf hybrid form, tail swishing lazily across his stomach. Perona floated above them upside down, using a ghost like a parasol. Reiju rested her head on his shoulder, enjoying the warmth.
Yamato sprawled beside them, using Luffy as a pillow and occasionally poking his cheeks.
Little Melissa sat cross-legged on Luffy's chest, drawing doodles with a crayon. Luffy let out a long, blissful sigh. Mon, this is the life. Nami smirked. Don't get used to it. As soon as we hit Whiskey Peak, you're going back to fighting. Perona flicked his nose. And kissing me more, Luffy-sama. Reiju giggled. And getting me the devil fruit you promised. Yamato grinned wide. And sleeping with me tonight. Melissa blinked innocently. Papa, what does that mean? Every woman froze. Luffy's soul left his body. Brook, help. That was when Usopp burst onto the deck carrying a medium-sized mirror like it weighed 100 kilos. Captain. Message, he shouted. Brook followed behind him, panting dramatically despite not having lungs. Yo-ho-ho, my bones are tired. Luffy sat up, blinking. A message? Usopp set the mirror down. It started glowing, and then, we heard her voice. Perona stiffened. Her? Brook trembled. Yes, her. The mirror shimmered softly, swirling like silver liquid. Luffy leaned over it. Looks like Grandma wants to talk to me. Perona floated closer. Big Mom. Reiju's eyes narrowed. After she sees Luffy's new bounty, she's going to explode. Yamato grinned boldly. Let her, I'll fight her. Nami flicked her forehead. Shut up, you overconfident Oni. Melissa tilted her head. But Papa, why is Great-Grandma Big Mom mad? Luffy rubbed his face. Because, she's Big Mom. She's always mad. The mirror rippled. A familiar voice thundered from within. Luffy, Grandma wants to speak with you. Every straw hat froze. Luffy sighed. Great, and I was having such a nice nap. He stepped toward the mirror. All right, Grandma, he muttered. Let's talk. The mirror on the deck shook violently, steam and sparks erupting from its surface as a hurricane of outrage blasted through it. Luffy. Big Mom's voice boomed so loudly that half the crew clamped their hands over their ears. Even Laboon flinched in the distance. Big Mom appeared in the mirror, eyes bulging, hair smoking, Prometheus blazing behind her like a flaming halo of rage. How dare you keep secrets from your grandma? How dare you ally with Kaido? How dare you run around with that Oni girl? I demand, your immediate loyalty. You and Custard will come to Whole Cake Island and serve me, or else. The Sea Dragon crew collectively held their breath. Luffy did not. Luffy leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head, laughing. Laughing so hard he nearly fell off the lounge chair. Oh yeah? He taunted through his grin. Or what, you old hag? You'll sit on me? Dead silence on Big Mom's end. Total, absolute, catastrophic silence. Everyone on the Sea Dragon stared at Luffy like he had just slapped a god. Captain, Brook whispered, trembling. That was bold. Bold? Usopp shrieked. He's trying to die. Nami pinched the bridge of her nose. I hate when you act like this, but I also love it. Big Mom's face twitched. Her lips curled. Smoke poured from her mouth. Then, what did you just say to Mama? The entire mirror glowed red with pure fury. But Luffy didn't even sit up. He waved lazily, surrounded by Nami, Perona, Reiju, Yamato, and Melissa like a smug king. Listen, Grandma, Luffy said, still chuckling. You're my family, and I kinda like that, but I'll never serve you, even if my life depended on it. Big Mom froze. He continued, voice harder now. I have plans. Big ones. I'm going to reshape the world. If you want to be part of that, great. Join me. You're my grandma, why not? He then shrugged. But if you want me to bow, kiss your feet, or follow your orders, no way. Every Big Mom pirate listening on her side fainted. Smoothie dropped her sword. Katakori's eye twitched like a broken clock. Even Zeus whimpered, Mama's gonna explode. And explode she did. Big Mom launched into a screaming tirade, her fury so hot it fogged the mirror. You ungrateful little brat. I knew your mother failed you, I knew. Suddenly, a new figure stepped into view on the Sea Dragon's side. Custard. Silent, calm, deadly. Big Mom stopped mid-scream. Custard, you? Get back to Whole Cake Island this instant. Custard stepped forward, heels clicking on the deck. Her expression was composed, her rapier glinting at her hip. Sorry, Mama, Custard said softly. Big Mom snarled. Sorry nothing, I command you. Custard smiled. A gentle, final smile. I quit, before Big Mom could react. Custard drew her rapier. One clean strike. Crash, the mirror shattered into 1,000 glittering pieces. Silence fell across the sea dragon. Nami let out a long breath. Perona floated upside down again, muttering, "Holy crap." Reiju smiled faintly. Yamato fist pumped. "Hell yeah, Mama Custard." Melissa tugged on Luffy's vest. "Papa, Grandma Custard is great. But, is great-grandma mad?" Custard knelt down, ruffling the girl's hair. "Don't worry, Melissa darling. If great-grandma comes here," she smirked, blade still humming in her hand, "she'll get her ass kicked." The entire crew cheered. Luffy burst out laughing, throwing an arm around Custard. "That's my mom. Somewhere far away in Toto Land." Big Mom's scream shattered 3 islands. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.